mango bajito, los que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
You can't handle, cause we don't ever stand still. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off, I rock it. Grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased. Follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm of that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, when we got you can't handle. No, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, top out, lights out, lights out.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'm never right for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I'd advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa.
con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar, yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Pues solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá. Ya, de lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy, la rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party, vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, DHL, and 1xBet.
It's Grand Finals Day of IEM Dallas, but more importantly, for now, it is Grand Finals Day of the ESL Impact Season 7 Finals. The best women's Counter-Strike teams in the world have descended on Dallas, and in a very iconic moment, they will be playing their Grand Finals on the main stage. My name is Tekel. I'm going to be keeping you company for the curtain raiser. I promise Stunner and Freya are on their way. Just give us our moment, right? And joining me, just to get you ready and excited about what's to come, a new voice in women's Counter-Strike, small but mighty, Nayari's here. And then we also have an iconic giant, physically as well, Mr. James Bardoff. Normally, we all have to stand on boxes for Maui Snake, but today we're standing on boxes to make sure we can reach up to you.
Yeah, it's about survival today. Just trying to be close enough, but go on, go all the way down. Let's see.
You just disappear.
Look at that. Damn.
Still taller than
Tiny
Mari.
person.
Yeah, still taller than Nari, so there you go. That's actually a terrible poem that I shouldn't have done because it's a tongue twister. All right, you've been throughout the regular season, both of you. You've been commentating all the action, and you've got to watch the last 3 days of competition. How important is it for you to see these ladies get on that big stage?
I think it's one of the most important things that there could possibly be. They've worked incredibly hard for 3 straight years to have their moment in the sun, and they got to see the Imperial Valkyries playing on a big stage recently, and that just kind of adds fuel to the fire of, I want to be there, I want to do that. And now they're doing it. They're in an arena.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. There's nothing that compares to it. I think it's going to be quite scary once they get up there and look at everybody in the crowd. It's going to be a little nerve-wracking, but it's what everyone's playing for ultimately.
We're pretty hyped here in the studio because we've got to see those 3 days of the group stages and the semi-finals, and we've had some really cool moments. I want to get you as excited as possible as well. So we're going to break down some of our favorite moments. And let's start with Nari. What was your favorite moment over the last 3 days?
So it's kind of a collection of moments, and it's just Julie going absolutely nuts. Like the passion, the raw energy that she brings to every one of her clutches, every one of those 1 rounds. You can actually feel it. It's palpable just how much she's loving that moment.
Julie, obviously part of the French roster, Zerans, which we got to see. You know what I loved about them is they embodied their countryman Apex, lots of trash talk.
Yes, absolutely. I thought that she was really cosplaying and like bringing that energy today.
Toxic players are my favorites.
Absolutely.
Now let's get into my favorite moment because I'm going to be a bit selfish here. Obviously, Imperial Valkyries have been undefeated at ESL Impact in the Grand Finals, but they started out with an IGL called Vulga. She actually put that team together, and then she got kicked out of the team, had to rebuild with NIP, and NIP beat Imperial Valkyries in the group stages. This was that very moment when Vulga got revenge on her past team. And you could just see how much it meant to them.
Yeah, that definitely felt good for Vilga. And we stand Vilga in the studio. We always have, and gave a lot of messages of support. That meant a lot for a number of reasons. Obviously the personal story, but also validation for bringing the team around her to that moment where they have it in them, but they need to get that killer instinct, and they certainly did to come out on top in that match.
The first upset of Imperial Valkyries, and then obviously it happened again with them not making the Grand Finals. That'll be a conversation for a little later, because now I have to point out, James, you are someone that I'm going to have to sit here and say, I should have listened to you. We saw the Imperial coach saying Tori's always right and writing that on his head. I'm probably going to have to say Bardoff is always right, because you called this on day number 1, your favorite moment.
Yeah, so my favorite moment was the rise of Furia. We've been covering the South American region online, and obviously we've seen them go up against the other biggest teams. in Impact in the past and haven't quite been able to take that trophy away from Imperial Valkyries. But this time, this season, it was clear that they found that extra gear. They were flowing like water. And for me, they were always going to make the final and steamroll anybody else who was in it.
It's such a big moment, obviously, to have these two new grand finalists. We're not alone in the studio. I've got some other people joining us, and I'd like to find out their favorite moments now. So I'm going to hand it over to our stats guy and his booth babe, MacMate. Newt, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was when we played a game called Diffuse the Stat, because we're watching all these games. I liked it when we played a game. I thought that was pretty fun. So we're going to go into Diffuse the Stat today, but I need Majestic Mac to take us through the rules.
The booth babe. I just found out I'm a booth babe. I love that. So essentially, how this game works is there is 3 questions and 3 answers. We're going to ask our lovely panelists over there the answers, or the questions to get the answers. And then at the end, we'll find out if all 3 are right. And if one of the 3 is incorrect, the whole studio is going to blow up. So it's low stakes, of course.
Wow. Okay. I'm not stressed about that at all. Let's start, I guess.
Well, can't be stressed anymore, because here's question number 1. Who was the top seed from North America coming into this tournament?
Okay, Sam, I'm throwing this one to... Sam number 1, sorry, we've got 2 Sams on the desk. Sam, I'm throwing this one to you. Who is it?
I mean, I'm going to do what every good desk host does and just completely feign responsibility and hand it over to Bardoff.
Furia.
You're saying Furia?
Yeah.
North America.
North America?
But where is North really, guys?
Above
not
the
We're in
option,
space. We're in space.
Listen, this is the best I can do. Maybe Sam.
Some people commentate, some people know geography. Apparently, you can't do both.
Listen, the Earth is flat.
Oh, Lord.
And
All right.
North
I'm going to
Korea.
stop you
Buzz,
right
Buzz, Buzz,
there.
just
All
give us
right.
an answer quick.
It's going to be the comet.
Supernova comets. Let's put that in. We won't know, though, until the bomb goes
We're
off.
locking in number 3, so that's the first part of your code.
Listen, if the code is wrong, you guys are responsible because I
Oh,
gave the
Lord.
answer.
Okay, the answer that wasn't even on the options, but so be it.
You dodged question number 1, so you got to do question number 2.
No,
That's just...
I'm an
Yes,
impartial
Sam.
person. Okay.
Question number 2.
Question number 2. We've seen Furia a lot, but how many ESL Impact LANs have they attended?
Damn.
This is a tough one.
Oh,
This
so
is gonna
I
be really difficult.
I know that they haven't attended all of them, but I don't know how many. I think they missed one, Dallas.
I'm not helping you.
I'm gonna go with.
9.
There's only 5. That's
I'm gonna go
almost
with.
right.
I think it's 8. Maths has never been my strong point, though. I'm feeling very pressured. I'm gonna go with option number 4, 8. Is everyone okay with? I'm super stressed about this because I don't count
support
good.
your life decision, Sam. Let's do it.
I
You
think
shouldn't.
I think it's perfect.
Okay.
We're
there we
locking
go.
in number 8, so that's number 4. So far your code is 3, 4. We go to the
5.
final question.
3, 4,
Something
5.
interesting. 3, 4, 5. Let's go. Final question. Who was the player that has the most clutches this tournament? Because they're going to need it here today in the grand
James,
finals.
this is your turn, and I know that you have a reading deficiency. So I'm going to actually open the floor to some of our lovely punters over here. Let's ask I was going to say ask a friend, call a friend, but I guess it's call a workmate. B-Dog, can you see that far?
No. Are we just colleagues now?
Yeah, we're colleagues. Call a colleague. That's what we're going to call this segment. You've got 5 answers there. Pick one. 1 to 5.
Lulitans. We'll go with 5. We'll go James's theory.
Lily 10.
Okay, I love that. So lock it in. Number 5, James.
It's
Are
wrong,
you
it's
fine with
wrong.
that?
I was
wrong.
going to pick Hanker, actually. I was just saying 3, 4, 5 because, 3, 4, 5.
No, Hank is
I didn't even
here.
see the answers.
She's unfortunately not an option, so we will go with Lula 10s and see how this one goes.
Okay, Lily 10's locked in. Code 345. Let us see if you are correct.
This sounds great, guys.
Hopefully we survive with our lives. Let's go. Oh no.
I'm blaming
Oh, no.
James. I blame James already.
What do you mean? It's just beeping.
The
No,
studio's
it's you.
flashing. This is
No,
not
it's going
good.
off.
Oh no.
We haven't diffused the
No,
bomb.
I'm catching
Can't believe you've done
Ridiculous.
What a blunder.
What are the answers, though?
But the answers quickly. You guys got Supernova Comets correct.
Yeah.
First one on the board. Second question though, it's actually been 7. You missed out Valencia 2022. That was another land that they attended. And then question number 3, it was Forks. 8 clutches so far this tournament. Next was Carl with 4. So like nearly double the clutches. So Forks got to be on her A game today.
3, 3, 2. What kind of a number is that?
Well, there we go. We're not dead, though. I'm a bit dead inside. But other than that, we're all alive and we're ready to keep going. And I think we need to celebrate a little bit of what we've seen throughout the course of the last 3 days. You've got some idea about the stats, but now let's talk about the 1xbet clutches because we've had some really fun moments. What's our third highest one, Nari?
Well, that just goes straight to one of my favorite moments. It was Julie, and this was a really high-stress moment for her. She had to isolate some duels towards the end there. Really, the pressure is on. Time is not on her side. And, of course, she absolutely loses her mind when she realizes she's done it. She's just better.
Number 2, though.
In at number 2, we have STX with some nice burst fire and long-range spray, which is not easy to do under pressure. Oh, it's Calde, excuse me. My brain has melted because of that game show. But indeed, some long-range bursts and sprays and delivering the goods when she really needed to for her squad.
And there we go, STX right there at number 1. They did a little quick swap, obviously. Production decided that this is the number 1
Everyone's trolling today.
Everyone's trolling. It's just absolute chaos in the pre-show. And also, it's just really fun to troll James Bardoff, so we're going to keep doing it. But there you go, your 1xBet clutches. Most importantly, though, and we've seen some of the names here, what's been incredible about the ESL Impact Season 7 finals is how many new players we've seen come to LAN. This is something that's changed in the last few seasons. In the beginning, there was a very set group of players, and it was always the same names and faces, and now we're really mixing it up.
Yeah, this really is the season of our debutantes coming through, making a name for themselves. Emerald, she had a great performance on some of those matches. Mari, I know, was someone that James was really wanting to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even if you haven't made the final, the LAN pressure, being alongside your teammates is important as well. And Mari, the international import into North America, I think had a great part of the resurgence of FlyQuest, which is really important because that's something we've wanted for a long time and has finally come to rise. So they definitely had a good showing here.
North America on the rise because FlyQuest Red had an incredible performance. And then obviously that North American team making it to the grand finals, Supernova Comets. 4 out of those 5 players have never been on LAN. We're going to get a chance to see them. Before we get into that game, though, really quickly, I'd love to hear from both of you. Who do you think is going to take the grand finals?
Furia?
Listen, from day one, it has, unless you're an idiot, it's been Furia. Okay? Quite clearly, they have the strongest team. They're just so fluid. They are so fluid. No one is beating them in this comp. They could have played every single person. They would have won every single match.
You're in agreement?
Vamos! Furia! I'm in.
Biased analysts are biased, but there you go. That's what they think. We're going to get ready to get into that game. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Supernova Comets up against Furia next.
Feel it spilling over. You gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little.
welcome to IEM Dallas. It is Grand Finals Day and a very important Grand Final for a select group of people who have been involved in a project that is close to their hearts. It is the ESL Impact Season 7 Finals. Supernova Comets up against Furia. And to take you into the game, we've put together a group of analysts who will be able to give you so much insight. Two commentators that are well known for their support of this league since day one, B-Dog and Lucy. And then we also have professional player who's competed in this league for many years. Hunker is with us. And it's a big moment, of course, because for the first time, these teams are going to be on the big stage in Dallas with one of the best crowds ever. Lucy, it's got to mean so much to you because you have been with this project since the beginning.
Yeah, it's been a long build-up, hasn't it? So many years to get to this point where we're on the big stage in front of a live audience in an arena. It's incredible for these players to be in this point. And we saw in that graphic, right? Furia, they've been in this position before. They've been in a grand final, but never with this massive audience in front of them.
And Supernova Comets, the debutantes, B-Dog, that was what we mentioned. 4 of their 5 players made their Impact debut, never mind the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Supernova Comets have been playing a lot of lands locally. They've made playoffs in some of them. I'm looking at Philadelphia, Vegas as well. And it came as no surprise, I think to me, it came as a lot of surprise to the analysts in the desk that this team was almost written off from the very start. And it was one of those where you didn't know how far they'd go, but they've really proven to themselves and to the competition that they deserve to be here.
So we've got these two teams, Hunker. You know both of them quite well, and you can see there the experience Furia's had getting into the grand finals. But I think what we've seen over the last 3 days through our playoffs and our group stages is just how both these teams, Furia and Supernova Comets, really rely on that amazing firepower that they've got. Well, have you seen that with those players? Do you think that that is the difference maker for these two finalists?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with Bzinia right there because in my opinion, is a definition of firepower. She's never hesitating to make crucial decisions over the map. And from my experience, this is exactly how I remember her from like matches we played against each other. She's the one who gonna lead the team in the hardest situations, and in really most of them, they're gonna win the situations.
There we go, already the Furia bias coming through. So you mentioned a player, but I actually think Newt and MacMade have some insights into the team's firepower. So gents, what have you got for us?
Well, that's exactly right. A lot of the time you look at firepower at an individual level. You got your star rifles, you got your stars, but now we've got teams of stars. And let's see why, because there's a lot of firepower on both these squads. So looking over here, first up, multi-kill rounds. A lot of these rounds, there's at least a multi-kill coming out from these teams. They actually have the most multi-kill rounds out of all the teams that have participated here. But there's another question. How many times do they convert those round wins? And Mac, just take us through why that's kind of important, because sometimes they kind of go winless.
Well, look, back in the day it was RWS, but here it's all about, getting those rounds. If you are multi-fragging, usually you're putting yourselves at a player advantage, and then from there it's going to be easy to capitalize because it's all about, getting those rounds on the board at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And in a lot of these rounds, when you get kills, just one kill enough. All these teams are performing super well and actually converting at least one kill into a round victory. So that's very important because a lot of the time you get a kill, it's just kind of like consolation prize. It's not that much. But here, it is very good. And then looking at the post plants, it's actually terrifying to see these stats. They have the best post plant situations. So once that bomb is planted on their T side, they are relentless. They will not let the CTs come in for the retake. But their retakes, though, it's a bit low.
Look, you say it's low, but arguably they put themselves in a position for Supernova Comets where they don't really need to go for the retake, but they also have the confidence to go for it. And then you see that they don't have great post-plant win percentage in comparison to Furia, but that's because they're not really planting the bomb a lot of the time. They're just getting it done.
That's looking right at the team wipe. A lot of their rounds is just complete annihilation of the enemy team. Just clean sweep, no need for the objective. Just get the frags, done deal. So this is going to be a high-intense fragging matchup we have in store.
USA. No one's with me on that. No one's with me on that? Oh, biased desk, crazy.
I mean, it is an American derby, so that's what we're going to be focusing in on. But thanks for giving us a little bit of insights into the firepower. We'll use Mac for the chance throughout this one. The big conversation, of course, was that Furia was able to knock out Imperial Valkyries, who are undefeated in ESL Impact. But I also want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that they faced off against Supernova Comets in the group stages. and made very short work of them.
Yeah, they did, absolutely. And it was 11-1 on Anubis. That T side was relentless. And it goes into what Newt and Mac were saying. The fact that you've got rounds being over within 30, 40 seconds, and when you're even executing onto a bomb site, there's no resistance and there's no room to retake. The speed of which they hit these sites, it's unbearable for the CTUs to rotate. And it feels like Supernova Comets were being caught in transition. They weren't being proactive enough.
Yeah, this is the beauty of Fury, that they get frags really quickly, but in the end they had problems with converting these rounds into the win. And I think it's something that Comets gonna use against them in the end. So I'm really curious how they're gonna fix these mistakes from the yesterday.
Lucy, we saw that loss for Supernova Comets in the beginning, but then after that, it was just game on. And I mean, listen, they pop off. They hit those headshots.
Yeah, absolutely. They warmed up into the tournament, right? It started off slow, as many teams do, especially when it is your first time in this sort of environment for the majority of that squad. We saw a lot out of Forks in particular, phenomenal in every single series. And we had Empathy kind of alongside her. It was that duo that was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in those opening games. It took a little bit till we saw the rest of them coming online, but we saw yesterday against NIP, we saw against Zorance, we got a little bit more out of them as soon as they got a little bit more comfortable in the environment, and Forks just absolutely annihilating everybody.
Yeah, especially in that semi-final against NIP. It was individual moments to get them over the line, especially in such high-pressure situations. And it's fun because when you take a look at Supernova Comets, you take a look at Furia, some of the parallels that we used to speak about Furia with the whole team needing to rise up, the overall floor of the players needing to elevate, these were the same questions we asked the Supernova Comets. And the fact that we get an immediate sort of validation out of that, STX and Raven, so impressed with, especially from going losing to game and then bringing it back in. The in-game leader is leading by example.
Yeah, for me it's like really important to mention that she even found the crucial frags in the most important match against NIP, because of course winning a best of ones is like maybe pretty easy job in the end, but winning best of 3 and like showing in every map is like huge respect, right? Really.
One of the things that I find quite interesting about this team is that they arrive with this massive strat book. It is insanely thick. It looks like an encyclopedia, and all I kept thinking is, oh, that's too much information. You're going to struggle. But it seems to be working in their favor. And I think one of the things their coach said, it's not an anti-strat for other teams. It's literally just a reminder of the fundamentals that they need to keep in mind when they're playing. Do you think it's worked in their favor?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think what's really good is the fact that they've got a level of trust, and they said this in the interviews as well. Hard work pays off, being consistent pays off, and I think that's a really big benefit of attending some of these LANs as well. It feels like they were gearing up towards ESL Impact, and they did that by attending and being so much more frequent at these tournaments.
Yeah, and I think the fundamentals is the key thing, right? It didn't feel like it was overly complex from them at time, but it was just doing the right things in the right moments, and I think that they are a little bit reliant on their aim at times, definitely aim demons. It's why their map pool is so much focused towards those sort of maps, and I think that a team like Furia does have a bit more tactical depth, a lot more tactical depth, in fact, because they've been together for so much longer.
The tactical depth you speak of, is that enough, though, when you're going up against these aimers?
Yeah, this is the hard job to do, to be honest, because as you mentioned, Stratbook is here for sure, but in the end, it's about like simple calls and like being composed with your teammates in the end. So I think it's gonna be crucial in this matchup because both teams know how to shoot, how to win important clutches. But in the end, it's gonna be about team play, I think.
Team play. Let me pose this question to my desk. Why did it take so long for Furia to be able to beat Imperial Valkyries? I think that rivalry has been going on for a very long time.
I think that it comes down to a number of factors. Number one, which is a bit Zoomer speak of me, and I'm sorry, but like it is the aura. The fact that you are winning.
What I was going to say, aura.
The fact that you're winning so many of these tournaments, your biggest burden, your biggest sort of challenge in ESL Impact has always been that finish line. It's always been grand final after grand final, never taking it against Imperial Valkyries. You now get it over the line in the semi-final. That makes your run a lot more legit. I also think, you speak about Stratbook with Supernova Comets, I want to talk about the change in personnel for Furia. The fact that they changed their coach, the fact that it does look a lot more tactical. It's not one-dimensional anymore for Furia. They're deviating away a lot more from South America, something that landscape and that region of Counter-Strike has really developed over the last 18 months, and it shows they've got plan B, plan C. There's a lot more versatility.
Yeah, I think the aura thing actually is a really interesting conversation about that semi-final. I think that's why Imperial did struggle here this time around. I think, you know, given how this season has gone for them, they were ripe to be taken down because they've suffered a lot of losses in high-tier tournaments, and I think that definitely affected that aura for them. Furia winning that semi-final means that they come into this grand final so buff. They've already kind of done the grand final in many ways because they've won against the best team in the world.
Hanka, how does it feel as a player, do you think, for them? I mean, you've gone up against Imperial Valkyrie so many times, Furia as well, and I know we've spoken about it because I said to you, is there like a brick wall when you go against Imperial because they've been undefeated? And you said to me, over time that's changed. How do you think it feels as a player to defeat them finally?
You know, I've been beaten many times in the finals by Imperial, but I'm the one who knows the business right there. But in the end, you know, it's like pretty hard to like losing all the time in the finals, and it's also make you like really strong like mentally because you need to deal with these losses. And in the end, it's like hard work finally paying off, in my opinion, because you just learn by the mistakes, and this is no other way to overcome the strongest team in the world.
Let me reframe this as well, though, because I think there's a bigger conversation around ESL Impact and what these seasons have done. 7 seasons have got us to this point. I remember, because before the season started, I got to work an event where it was ESL Valencia, I think Impact Valencia, and it was right at the start where there was the biggest divide between the top teams and the bottom, and it was blatantly obvious. The group stages used to just be full of stomps. And over time, I've seen that gap decrease. Do you think that that has to do a lot with ESL Impact and obviously the fact that a lot of these teams, Lucy, get a chance to now play in the regular season with other teams?
Yeah, I mean, we think about the first year of ESL Impact, the second NA team, 13-0'd, right? Like the difference, we now got them in the grand final. Like that's the difference that we've had just in tangible data. But yeah, it's obviously having that opportunity, being able to have organizations that back teams, that give them the resources, right? Resources is the missing thing here because you need that to develop as players, to have coaches, experience, analysts that can actually make you a competitor. And that's why teams like Imperial, former Enigma Galaxy, they had that from the get-go. They were one of the few organizations that kind of stuck around and developed their players. So when the season started, they had a massive advantage, and it's taken a long time for us to get to this point. I was surprised it took this long for Imperial to fall, but now they have. It's open for everybody to step up.
How shocked were you, Hanka, when we had 2 new grand finalists in this?
It was really shocking, but like especially that basically you got sent back home, and it's something that I didn't expect for sure. But we have one strong contender from the beginning, which is Furia in this grand final, so it's not a big surprise. But Super Comets were definitely surprisingly good for me throughout the whole season.
They've impressed me as we've gone through this because we've seen them, like I said, the firepower is there, the fundamentals are there, but they've also had some good moments where they've been able to anti-strat the opposition. Most importantly, this is the first time that we're going to have no European team in the grand finals, B-Dog. Europe, not strong region?
Well, it's just not Imperial Valkyries in the grand final, right? No, Europe's definitely still up there. Everyone aspires to sort of get with the program when it comes to European competition. They're not my words, they're Super Comets words as well, right? But I think this time around, it came down to just the level increasing, more opportunities being available, as Lucy's been saying, and I'm really glad that there's just an overall more of an acceptance now as well.
Yeah, I think no European team here is really interesting, right? Because we heard from Supernova Comets coming into this grand final into this LAN finals, how they've been preparing for the European teams. Yep. They've been the teams to beat. We don't have either of them into this grand final, and so I wonder how ready they are for the South American flair, because I think their target was on Imperial, it was on teams like NIP, and this is a very different type of Counter-Strike they have to play against.
We saw it in the best of one, right? They literally were 11-1'd on the T side of Anubis by Fury. It's that pace, it's a completely different game style.
So I'm hoping that we'll get the Veto very soon, because I do think that that's going to be an important one to check out, especially with these 2 new game styles coming in, is how these teams are going to play out, right? I think, Hanka, am I correct in saying that that's going to be a big win condition for whichever team lifts the trophy?
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Veto are going to be really important because both these teams have their strongest maps, but it's going to be really interesting what they're going to ban and how they're going to prepare, right? Because it's a whole game plan behind it. So it's going to be really crucial to see what maps they're going to pick in the end.
I think for Fury in particular, they're playing the full map pool, right? We saw they flexed that yesterday against Imperial, was a big punish, forced them away from Mirage, and I would expect either Mirage or Dust 2. It's the Mirage ban. I wouldn't have minded Dust 2 ban because for Supernova Comments, we talk about how their aim is, they rely so heavily on it, and they are, and I mean this in the best way, they are Dust 2, Mirage, and Anubis merchants.
Here we are, Mirage banned already, Train also, and here we go to Ancient, guys.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard map for Furia. You kind of always expect this coming in for them. There's that Dust 2 punish, as you're saying, giving that over to Supernova Comets, so it's going to be very aim-focused.
It's a funny one, these 2 maps, because statistically, we talked about Forks a lot, right? Yep. And the highest rated player for Supernova Comets coming into this, the player we want to highlight, Ancient, statistically worst map, 0.86 across every Ancient this year. I think for Dust 2, it's 1.44. Stark contrast between those two maps.
Massively, but also Car's really good at Ancient. We've seen so many Car memorable moments across ESL Impact in the years based on her AWP on Ancient. So that polarization is only going to get exposed further.
Fair to say that this Veto is not leaning in any particular way. I'd argue that it looks like an Inferno decider, Hanka.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, right now with this Veto, I'm feeling like we can maybe get into the third map, to be honest, because as we just said, Ancient, really strong map of Furia, no worries about that, I think, but Dust 2 can go both ways, in my opinion.
Yep.
And Inferno definitely gonna be decider, like pretty hard decider.
I will say, though, as well, though, we spoke about the flaw of Supernova Comets. We spoke about the fact that STX and Raven did step up. Serendipity had certain moments in that semi-final against NIP. Now it's about backing it up again. Now it's about doing it consistently. And the same thing goes for Furia, because Lula Tens has not been the same Lula Tens I expected at this event. I think Bazinia's been playing out of her mind, which has been fantastic to see. And Car's had her moments, but whoever has the more consistent floor is going to lift the trophy.
Yeah, I think Car we saw against Imperial was really struggling, particularly on Train, a map that Anna thrived on. And that was what allowed Imperial to come back, because Anna was more or less uncontested. Car did come alive on that third map, and Ancient, obviously, we expect her to play well here. But yeah, it's that Dust 2 map that I think Forks is going to have her number every day of the week. I worry about Inferno for Furia, just because this is a really strong map for STX. And you talk about the flaw of this team, and when you've got players in a comfortable map like that, I think on that Impact team last in Season 6, that was one of their better maps. So I do worry if we get to Inferno, but I also don't think we get to Inferno.
Yeah, it depends. I think we actually might get to Inferno. I think the Car conversation is really interesting, because you could see that whenever Furia were dictating the tempo, when they had control, at least in the start of the early rounds, that's where Car came into her element, because she could pick and choose her angles. If Supernova Comets play a little bit disruptive, as they were doing with that game plan against NIP in the semi-finals, then you do start to worry, because if Car can't get active early, that's where her confidence then starts to flounder a little bit. And you're on that big stage in front of all the lights, that's a big factor now.
I think now it's gonna be about momentum and like individual players stepping up, basically, because on the big stage, I think momentum and like feeling comfortable is gonna be key for the win.
And terrifying with the crowd going wild. So quick one, but before we get ready to go into this, there's a lot of people that are going to be watching that haven't watched ESL Impact before. They don't know these teams. Who should they be getting behind? Which players should they be keeping an eye on, B-Dog?
Definitely from the Furia side of things, you want to keep your eye on Bazinia, one of the highest rated players we've had at the event, both online and in these LAN finals. And Car Sensei is iconic on the AWP. For Supernova Comets, quite quickly, you're looking at Forks, you're looking at Empathy, who's had such a fantastic journey here. Finally, might be that time for her.
Yes, in place in Season 2, right? The longest grind, and has had opportunities on LAN with Shimmer, EG Gold, but finally actually making it through to a playoffs, making it through to a grand final, and against a sea of adversity. So yeah, excited to see Empathy's story on the stage today.
Yeah, but like from like gameplay wise, I would say that Furia in like game plan, in like mid runs is really interesting to observe, because they always come up with like some structured ideas that they have always numbers on the map. So it's something that I would keep eye on.
Okay, and what is the win condition for Ancients in your opinion, Hanka?
Furia basically need to do their job, like usual job. They need to fight for mid, they need to get frags in like cave area, and like basically coming into sites with like numbers, how they usually do, with some good proper nades, flashes, trades, and I think if they're gonna do it, it's gonna be pretty light work.
Yeah, momentum's been key for Furia this entire event. You mentioned momentum on the big stage being even more of a factor. Furia just do what they've been doing the whole time. Have these great first halves, they'll be cruising, they'll be walking, Supernova Comets will be sweating, and it should be easier close.
Just don't panic. That's the thing. Just don't panic, because Furia, we saw it against the Imperial. That comeback did happen.
It's easy to see don't panic, right? Because
yeah.
it's a finally big stage. So honestly, I cannot even imagine how stressed they are right now. But for sure, it's like new experience, new everything. So back experience doesn't matter that much. Like, it's totally new ground.
Do you know what the problem is? There's more pressure. We talk about player pressure every time someone makes their LAN debut and they get on a grand stage. But these players are carrying so much more as well, because they're carrying all the other women players that have been competing in this season and having to showcase. That's a big burden to carry.
Yeah, it's the culmination of all these years, right, to finally get this opportunity to play on the big stage. We've always wanted this moment, you know, before the show, instead of a show match, to showcase ESL Impact and show what it's all about.
This is that opportunity. I know that all three of you have been with it from the start. I know how important this is to you. To everyone else that is watching, this is a big time for a bunch of players who will never have got this shot if it wasn't for this league, and they now get to showcase what they've got. I think we've spoken enough. It's time. Let's get the grand finals for the ESL Impact Season 7 underway. Furia up against Supernova Comets.
Agent Viper report. Target inside.
Copy, Viper. We've been expecting you.
Counter-Strike runs in our veins.
Every hard-fought round's another step forward.
The past was our proving ground. The present is our stage.
This isn't just a game. This is who we are. Now the world watches us as we take our rightful place.
And that is now the first kill, make it 2, and that is free for Honor.
Biding the time, wasting the time, and gets the kill!
There was a time when we had no lands for 3 years. But then, in 2022, ESL brought Impact to Dallas for the first time. Since then, we got to travel around the globe. We went to Katowice, we went to Valencia, we went to Jönköping, but Dallas will always and forever be a special place. This is the city where it all started. Today, we'll have the grand final on this stage, and it might seem like a small step, but for our scene, it is a huge leap. Everybody, Dallas, are you ready to become a part of our history once again? Dallas, then let me introduce to your heroes, Supernova Comets.
I think we played exactly how we planned to play. We were a little scared just because it's my teammates' first Impact going into semis. Obviously a little nervous. Furia is a scary opponent. We obviously lost to them in the group stage, but we weren't playing our game. We were still kind of getting our nerves out. So I think going into the finals, we'll be a lot more confident. And if we play a lot better, I think we can win. Playing in the arena will just kind of fuel the fire that we've already had, and I think our strong suit is just individual firepower. So if we could just like play in a way where we get to take our duels the way we want to, I think we'll be able to control like the pace of the game. Our goal is to win cleanly and play well together and just show what we're capable of. Get a win for NA and Dallas. We will put everything into this game. We will fight so hard.
Their opponents are no strangers to grand finals. Yesterday, they managed to stop the unstoppable and break the unbreakable. Today, they'll be representing not only themselves, but the whole Brazilian region. Everybody, it's Furia!
We want to beat everything. I think we were in our head wasn't the thought that, okay, I gotta beat Imperial. No, I gotta win this semifinal. It was just our mentality, and that was the key for us to keep playing very calm. Supernova's performance during the semifinal was nice to see. Our strategy is to play our game. We don't focus that much on who's in front of us. For my team, the thing I have to say is thank you for being them who I'm playing with. And I'm sure we are going to enjoy it a lot, and if we enjoy it, we are going to win it. Playing the big stage, for me, it feels like we are making history. Lifting the trophy will mean representation and pride.
As we get ready for the grand finals, I have to point this out. As that intro started, we saw some of your teammates, your friends on the stage, and Hanka, you started crying. Why is that?
I had to, it just came out from me because it's such a huge moment for me, and like at least for my teammates also. Like I just can't believe that it's happening. We seeing girls on the big stage. I used to watch the same, like Virga playing some crazy tournaments back then, right? It's just something special that now I can be part of it, and I'm super grateful for that. And yeah, I think I'm gonna cry in a second again. So let's move forward.
We have a team cry session after
Yes,
maybe
yes.
because it is incredibly emotional, isn't it? We've been building up to this for so long, fighting for women's space in this scene, and to have this opportunity to be playing on the same stage that the IEM Grand Finals will take place on a few hours later, to be in that same space, in the same position of the world, that is so meaningful. You can barely put it into words.
Lots of emotions here, lots of emotions I'm sure on the stage right now. I'm excited for the crowd though, because this is an America's derby, right? North America, South America going up against each other. What a final to have at IEM Dallas.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, it doesn't matter who they're cheering for, as long as we are cheering for good Counter-Strikes. That's what we want at the end of the day.
Yeah, I love to see Furia energy though. I love to see their fans coming and just shouting, because it was always like a factor for them to like winning important matches. And I felt like it just a fuel for them.
The fact that they've been winning without that is actually a great, they beat Imperial without the stage in front of them. That speaks volumes to their game at the moment.
I was just going to say, normally at the ESL Impact Finals, it's normally Pop-ins and MIBR or Fluxy. You don't normally get the same sort of level for Furia, do you?
What do you think is running through their minds right now, Hanka?
Oh, I think now they are super locked in, and in this type of moments, nothing matters besides CS, and I think they are just maybe talking through the game plan, and it's only monitor, mouse, keyboard, that's it.
That crowd is going to play a big role, I'm sure, in how this plays out, right?
We already heard the Furia chants on the walk-ins. I was cheering for both sides, and I'm really excited to see how they respond. If we get a bit of, we know the Furia team really get fired up. I want to see a little bit of that on the stage.
We spend a lot of time watching these teams, sitting on forums, reading Reddit, and it's very easy to get caught up in all of that, to get caught up in the big lights, the big stage, to get caught up in the big voices of Machine and Sponge, who are going to be bringing us this game. But I think today, Supernova Comets, Furia, let's just focus on playing some damn good Counter-Strike. Woohoo!
The gap is closed. And today in Dallas, a new champion will be crowned. Furia on one side of the stage, the Supernova Comets on the other. A three-map affair, a grand final, and we'll see if it can live up to those grand expectations the desk has set. A new champion, sure, but how close will this battle be? How hard will they have to fight in order to lift that trophy? Season 7, Impact Finals. Let's get it on.
Ancient to start, picked by Furia. Comets electing to start on the T side. If you've covered off some of Furia's games throughout the group stage, really strong starts on the T hall. Looks like we're getting a B execute on the pistol, and that's a great opener. Empathy doubles up, and they're into B.
That is a stunning start. Yeah, Lulu10's gonna have trouble immediately put down. Just as easy as that, taking individual duel towards the cave side, and the bodies drop. The bomb site is taken. Bazinia, good luck, have fun.
1v5 retake, best of luck.
Yeah.
Don't even have Kevlar to hold on to in this situation.
Empathy, though, just cracks in on Cave. Job done.
And there it is, STX confirms it. All five staying alive. North America versus South America, America versus Brazil. This one going down in Dallas. Furia toppling that of the Valkyries in the semi-final. Hard-fought best-of-3 victory.
I mean, slaying their demons in some way, right?
They took them down in Brazil, and that was controversial. And NIP toppling Imperial as well, so the Empire, it has fallen. Force fight for Furia. Heavy stack towards B, out mid quite easily. Raven, Serendipity, and Empathy have all this control.
We know the rules. Don't go Cave against a potential force buy. Those 5-7 so lethal up close.
And it's all about stalling out in this round from Furia. Plenty of smoke grenades to try and channel them into this B stack. Double in the cave. Pistols at the ready.
Empathy confident. Taking that fight. Oh, and removes it with no trade immediate.
Okay, no swing into that.
Oh, and Gabs, yeah, goes down as well. They ask questions of Donut.
Getting to isolate these kills, so now with the two-player advantage, should be an easy putt in right now for the Comets.
Feels like the window of opportunity for that belated trade has closed.
Yeah, it's just no swing into it. So hoping that at least the first was taken, then the trade, then the follow through. But that's not going to happen into round number 2, as this one should be easy to hold at arm's length. Serendipity under a bit of pressure now, but we'll get the support. Great shot there onto Isa, and they are handling this force buy with ease. We'll see the eco coming up next. So let's call it 3-0 for the Comets.
Yeah, I'm going to be kind of looking forward to seeing the AWP. You can see that Carr hasn't chosen to invest into the Kev in order to find that AWP into their first buy. An instrumental presence in their path to this grand final, from my understanding.
Oh, there was that clutch on Nuke yesterday.
Yo.
I think to take down Imperial, right? That's the one everyone's looking for. Sure, in the interviews they're saying, well, that's just another semi-final, but really is it? Considering how dominant the Valkyries have been once they were also Enigma Galaxy. Season 7 will finally have a new champion.
Yeah, I mean, they are like the household names. You brought them down. It's your turn in the spotlight. I loved it. There were some quotes on the way in that the past was their proving ground, the present their stage. It speaks to what we have here today. And the guns will come out into the next round of play. So what, just call it full eco? Oh, I like it. An inspired approach, couple of HEs.
Yeah, well, this is the thing right now. The Comets, they're happy to play aggressively towards middle with the Serendipity being set up, Empathy in through Heaven. So if they go with pace again, might cop an awful lot of damage. And, well, it goes the other way.
Yeah, good awareness to be throwing up the T-side HE. Building upon it with the MAC-10. It's comfortable. All gone.
This is the start that you're looking for, isn't it? All 5 staying alive. Plenty of cash. You even get the bonuses of the Galils and the MAC-10s into the next. Great to see the Dallas crowd turning out early. Kicking this one off at 10:30 a.m. local.
Oh, yeah, they're making the most of this last, Sunday.
Well, this is the thing with the DreamHack Festival. 3 days, an awful lot of fun. Do we get pace with the MAC-10s in play from the Comets? Looks like it could be mid-investigation with the potential for an A finish. So here they're biffing.
Oh, lots. A heavy price paid. Raven and Empathy down low, and now Bazinia gets away just about. Tucks on red. That's an important opening kill. In fact, built upon by Gabs. Solid hold mid under a lot of scrutiny, but now the respite. The remaining 3 walking out onto A contact. This is Carr with the AWP, pulls away. I think Bazinia caught wind of the boost. Oh, opportunity, doesn't pull the trigger, at least not successfully. Gabs built a second though. Unfortunate, losing sight, losing space. Serendipity will punch in the code. Forks alongside for the ride, good spam, that's a very nice find.
Denial of that, now this is a tough 1v3 situation for Forks. Gonna play in the smoke, plenty of time, sure, but boxed in and trying to dance around as Isa remove the head and secure the first rifle round for the Brazilians. Missed red smoke as part of that. You can see that being exploited for the opening kill. But bonus, so plenty of cash money to invest into the following round for the Comets.
I mean, I think this was a necessary round win as well. You needed to demonstrate that they can't just run out mid.
Yeah, exactly.
You were solo, to be fair, solo mid-hold. You still did enough damage, got the kills, kind of just showed that you're going to have to come up with someone else.
And we did hear from the desk, right, the fact that they are on the big stage. It's not that they haven't had stage matches before, but in the arena, there are going to be a couple of extra tech issues, right?
Yes.
Want to get comfy early, so we'll get these out of the way at the start of the day.
Do you remember your first stage match?
They're few and far between, so they're pretty hard to forget. But if I go all the way back to 2008, I was playing the Championship Gaming Series. It was in LA.
Yeah.
And my headset was on the wrong way for most of the game, and I didn't even realize because I was so stressed. I was wondering, how are they behind me?
Okay. Well, you know what? You're speaking from genuine experience.
Yeah, hey, I'll own it.
Yeah.
I screwed up big time.
You're sitting on that big stage suddenly.
It was reflected in my kills as well, I think, Alex.
I'll bet. Headset on the wrong way. That is a frothy cappuccino.
I think I got trolled by some of the people up there before me. So, yeah different time.
I think Henry G's been recycling that excuse recently for his show match performance. But yeah, upon review, coming into that first gun round, that fills me with some confidence from Furia's side of things.
Well, maybe we can reflect the run right now for both of these teams, both coming from Group A, and they've already had that head-to-head. It was a best of one. It was on Anubis. It was a 13-6 win for Furia over the Comets. The most impressive win for me for Supernova has been against NIP, and the reason for that is they were the ones with Vilga at the helm taking down the Valkyries. That must have been a nice bit of revenge. Had a chat to Nada Safix, the coach of NIP. People might remember him, a Danish player, seen him throughout the scene over a bit of a tenure, really. He's jumped into the coaching seat. for Furia. They've definitely made light work of the competition. One of the keys for me has just been these hot starts, and that hasn't happened, at least so far as Ancient's concerned. 3-1, 2-round disadvantage at the moment, but we head into the next rifle round. The residual cash for the Comets, it will actually be enough to secure them a bye into the next as well, just because of how clean the anti-force and anti-eco were. So Furia are going to have to work hard for these rounds. Zina just going to be working with an MP9. She was the one to find the opening incision in the last. Thought the tech issue was over. Turns out it's still on. So
yeah, headsets are off.
Yeah, I'll have to hold from talking too much game related to keep the integrity there. But great to see Regali back again.
Regali. He was a good sport.
He was.
He was a good sport.
People were paying attention in Melbourne. We had a bit of fun with the show match.
Absolutely, we did.
Okay, just to report the news for everybody, what the hold-up is, a bit of a game crash, so we'll just be getting that sorted.
So fortunately, and you know, bless up to B-Dog and Lucy, who have been covering the games up until this point. They did give us some kind of context of what we may have missed. And just talking about Furia's journey to the grand final, it seems like the T-sides were a really big conversation.
Yeah, they've had some 11-1 halves, right?
Yes.
We've had the Impact matches running simultaneously in the green room as we've had the IEM Dallas games on, trying to keep up with as much as we can. But yeah, they've just had some really hot starts, and Anubis being a key factor of that. You can do some really nice pattern calling, their aggression. Shoot into a couple of the death segments over there. They highlighted a few of those little tendencies from Furia.
Well, I mean, I just think this is it's always going to be exciting when like the status quo has shifted.
Oh, 100%.
You know, like this is.
It's always been about Imperial, hasn't it?
Yeah, right. That was always the conversation. It was always, you know, tongue in cheek. You'd sit there and go, oh, you know, how quickly did they win this year?
Exactly.
You know, it's one of those.
They were so dominant for so long, and it's great that the gap has closed and it's more competitive out there, and they're not even the final to try and contend for their trophy. So that's going to be heartbreaking for Imperial. And then the question opens, when this happens, is there a change? Right? Because they did make one. They brought Zaz in for Vilga, right? So there has been roster changes, and that was a choice, right? I don't think Vilga wanted to be leaving that team anyway, shape or form.
No, sir.
And then you look at what could that mean for the roster in the future, because at the start of the year, the spotlight was on Imperial for a different reason, right? With the VRS, they were playing in some of the bigger tournaments.
That's right.
It's been a tough year for them so far, but then to come to what should be considered their home event and not even to make it to the grand final, that is going to be a shock to the system, to say the very least.
Well, I think that's straight emergency meeting time. You know, like I understand your expectations are going to be at the highest because you are that, you know, undisputed #1 for so long. But now here comes the dispute. Here come the disruptors. In fact, this grand final embodies that. You've got Furia trying to make a strong case for a quick day in the office for their Season 7 trophy waiting in the center of the stage.
I remember when Furia and Imperial played in Brazil, and there was actually a bit of heat that came out after that, because I think the Imperial players weren't happy with the somewhat crowd advantage that they felt that Furia got at the time.
Sure.
And they were vocal about it, and then for them to do it in this environment, try that one on for size. As you can see there, the phone was out, logging back into Steam. We have to be safe about these things. But I would say this is one of the conversations around the stages, right? And this one comes with a lot of anticipation for these two. There will be a new champion, and both of them know that going into today's clash. So to sit here, we're only 4 rounds deep, about to go into round 5. You want to keep going. Your energy's there, the adrenaline dump.
Absolutely.
And now you just have to sit here and wait while a couple of minutes go by to get back in.
And what's even more difficult is that, you know, as the rules stipulate, you can't even communicate. You just have to kind of sit there in your own head. I know I would be bouncing off of the walls being my skull, you know, just constantly trying to stop, you know, the thoughts from wandering and staying into that flow state, which is not easy to do. To maintain it in this environment, how do you not look up from your monitor? How do you not kind of, you know, process your surroundings and be like, oh, this is a different environment?
For me, it's the cold start now, because, you know, the game was flowing. You knew what was coming next. Okay, we can buy. We lost the round. We won our first. We have the energy. No. Now it's sit, wait, take a breath, and get back underway.
Not easy. Not going to be easy.
We are going back live, so sorry for the delay, everybody, but the tech issues, it's better to solve them earlier than later. That'll mean a lot to them. We take that. Thank you very much, Dallas. All right, Willoughby with pace again from the comments. We've seen Empathy up towards the heavens. We've seen Serendipity down through middle alongside of Raven. So Forks and STX to set this up, but here we go again. Elbow smoke lands.
They're asking questions of middle once more. Zinnia and Gabs to receive. Forward position, the MP9 well positioned. This could be horrible. Look at the destruction. Serendipity, STX, both down. Empathy, however, opens up B.
Gap to work with.
Yeah, and actually jumping straight into the fight. Nice and important fight from Lulitens.
Oh, Forks here with the AWP. This is going to be tough to get into. Now, look at the time on the clock to work with, sure. But we'll have to try and isolate Jules one by one. And it's so early within the round. You'd hate to be going for a minute and 20 save, but...
What else are you supposed to do?
Exactly. And the little details in a round like that, Furia, they expected the T's to lob out the Molotov to stop the scaling close. They extinguished. That allowed that MP9 to get up in the face and shut down Elbow. So we will be sitting here for the next minute.
Well, I will, yeah, let's explore that further then, since we've got the time. Because the elbow smoke, sure, you're gathered in the elbow smoke, you're about to go, you're calling flashes, let's go, but you also heard the extinguish. So, you know, does that lead to this kind of momentary lapse where you're like, hang on, wait, they could be up close, you end up running through, so you start getting shot in the smoke, push into an MP9. I mean, that's textbook mid-control, and the protocols in place from Furia, solid.
Oh, well, 30 seconds left to just hold on to the AWP for Fox, and will be given the good graces to do so. Touched upon there is going to be with the lost bonus building, the residual cash and AKs available for, should be everybody on Comet, so they will get another full buy. And the focus is there. So now you might expect a bit of a change in game plan, leering away from that in middle. Oh, we might lose this. It'll be worse after time. Okay, Gabs just pushing straight through, mate. That puts a smile on the face as they remove everything. That is the possibility for an AWP to get dropped, but now the cash will actually be siphoned through. So maybe, just maybe, it won't be the full buy across the board. Zena, this is great. Perfect shutdown. Exactly what you want that SMG to do. It even now gets an upgrade into the AK-47. So just a one-round gap. Serendipity will be waltzing into this round with a MAC-10, and AWP for Forks has been gifted over as part of the drops. Three players to defend mid this time. Double mid mollies. So this one's secure as they look to leap up. Another extinguish for the fight.
Oh, big fight. Straight away, Gabs braves it, goes straight down to STX. Serendipity meets the fate and double kill. It's Bazinha with that AK put to good use, finally traded out by STX. It really hinges on this donut fight. Car with the AWP, gets it, gets out. She's done very well. Has the angle to maintain. Peeking into this should favor Car Sensei. Oh, just as she slips away, goes down the nade to dunk. Empathy has managed to equalize. Bomb will go down uncontested. Lulitens and Isa, and are they going to split up? Look for clues. Looks like we're getting big fights and all losing heads. That's good from Empathy. 3 HP left on it. Hold on, Isa.
Smoke for this.
Wait for it. Smoke going to immediately apply the pressure. Empathy, a decision to be made as she hears that sound cue. Walking. Too much walking. Oh, wait. The defuse comes through.
Ooh, nail biter right there. Actually protruding out of the smoke as part of the defuse. But they lose everything. They still grab the round, sure, but that's going to put questions into the next.
Oh, man. It comes down so close.
See that swing from Lulitens as well, tracking the smoke, and this was very awkward for Car. Gets tagged through the box, walks into the nade. Thank you very much. Another tech issue coming, so again, just the woes of the new environment we want to iron out.
It was close, it was close.
Moments of stress there, and
straight up, like, not even sure if they've won.
Yeah.
Like, that was like a half celebration until you realize, you glance at the top of the screen. Furia did take it. It must have been milliseconds in that one.
Okay, well, again, we'll refrain from talking about the action in the server until we have freeze time ticking back down.
We can review, and I will say that the timing on that fight there from Car, just as she's like pulled off the angle, going behind the box, spotted out by Forks, a nade combination as well. It's just Counter-Strike timing. Everyone is a victim of it.
I think the fact the bomb goes down in that situation with the loss bonus, it should garner them something that is going to be quite threatening yet again. So we'll see how long they can continue to keep the pressure out with the buys, and the longer this goes on, if they keep getting the bomb down, keep getting the rounds closed, then you can justify the investments and the cash will be there. But here it is again, just...
I mean, half a second. It goes... That, yeah, yeah. And it was, I mean, I think it was actually also empty, like worked it out, like started to see the protruding body, adjust the spray. Just a second too late. Okay, cursed PC, apparently. That's not the official word, that's just, that's just my conclusion. Yeah.
You've seen this unfold, you've come to the
the only logical conclusion.
Well, stop, start.
Someone get Lula 10's a nice PC. One that's fully behaving itself. Like a pack of hyenas.
Yeah, we had some fun moments with the Dallas crowd so far this weekend. Strong turnouts Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday to kick things off bright and early.
Yeah, you know the Lion King, the hyenas, those kind of goofy bunch?
The trio.
Yeah, I just kind of see the whole crowd as like a whole pack of them.
Look, you can really blame White Howdy for a lot of the antics out there.
He is responsible for
it's that bloody cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat and his Daisy Dukes.
He's got a vest on as well.
Yep. I do not envy this position they're in now. Again with a stop-start. We discussed it. I think they're going to replug the box.
They're going to replug the box.
That's what I would have done.
That's the IT version of have you tried turning it on and off again.
Yeah.
Well, we will try turning it on and off again, I think.
Of course.
That's the place that I'd be starting.
I have to say, I admire the dinosaur Vespa situation.
Okay.
There.
Is it a tricycle?
Perhaps it's a tricycle. I wonder. I guess it's not really okay for a dinosaur to use a petrol,
real
petrol
gloves?
engine. Whoa! You got the Vice gloves, IRL.
That's a Pokemon.
That is a Pokemon.
Is that some version of like Jolteon or something?
It's past
I'm
my...
boomer as all hell. I'm going to have a tough time.
I don't think I could
Bring back Cobble. That's a conversation we can start.
It is?
Not the new Cobble, though.
I mean, you know how long ago Cobble was in the map pool because Chad was competing. That's how long ago.
I was pretty good at it,
Yeah,
too.
you were. That was kind of your map.
One of my maps.
It was. Is it a tricycle or is it a Vespa?
The age-old question.
That's what I'm wondering.
Why is a dinosaur riding it?
But I don't think a dinosaur could use a petrol engine in good conscience.
Ah.
I mean, that's his friends.
Well, you go first.
Yeah, after you.
And we'll see if anyone follows, shall we? It's a bit cold in there to be doing that.
It's Arctic,
You're going to
man.
layer up when you're in Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the warm leads, thankfully.
They're using Dino's friends to get the aircon going, I'll tell you that much.
Yep. How do you stay warm in this situation? Would you be like pre-aiming bricks? I think I probably would.
Well, that's with the hand warmers, right?
That's what they're for, yeah.
But I'm really not sure. There needs to be like a scientific study done on them.
Well, okay. Do you agree that cold hands make it harder to play?
Sweaty hands make it harder to play. I'll guarantee you that much.
That's true.
Okay,
That's true.
is it a fox?
That is a spherical creature. That's all I've got for you. A little recap through the highlights while we wait this tech issue out. It all started with a very comfortable 3-0 for the Supernova Comets. Empty pistol prowess. Got us this far.
Yeah, now it's 3 on the trot, but not out of the woods just yet.
No.
Still going to be plenty of rifle rounds for Furia to have to deal with.
I do feel like the conversation throughout this map is going to be about the approaches to mid, how those fights are won. And an important defuse, just a second to spare prior to the tech pause called.
Yeah, I think the framing around the Comets is that they have the firepower. But it's in terms of the approach to the game, there's been conversation about their strap book and their ante into this one, and well, it's definitely helped them to get this far.
I think they've got some very creative names as well. Serendipity, what a name.
It is actually, yeah, strong. We are getting word that this may be an extended technical pause, so we will keep filling for now.
Do you think you could do it? You could define serendipity off
No
off
way
the
in the
dome?
world. I know it sounds cool, but if you had to, Alex, half of the words that I say, I don't know what they mean. I just know where they're meant to go in a sentence.
Okay, come on. This is almost poetic.
Okay, hit me.
The occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way.
Damn.
Well, they
What a
found themselves in a grand final. Serendipity indeed. Will Furia be able to crash that party, though, coming in as favourites?
Here's the part for me as the Furia players,
Yep.
because they can obviously see that the tech issues with their team.
Yeah.
And, you know, every fiber of your being, especially if you're like a leader type personality, wants to get up and help. Be like, what's the problem?
Yeah, what can
What's
we do?
going on
What
here?
do we need?
How do we
Cables?
accelerate this?
HDMI, I got one in my backpack.
Come on now.
Well, there wouldn't be any HDMI. We're on that high refresh rate. Excuse
We
me.
got the display ports.
I would hope so.
Getting all those hertz.
Well, one side of the stage will be hurting at the end of this final.
It's multiple boxes.
Multiple boxes indeed.
These little audio, look, they're great. You get
Well,
to use them.
when they behave.
Yeah, well, they normally behave.
Yeah.
Maybe it's too early.
That's right,
The boxes didn't get told, hey, listen up, we're going to be starting a little bit earlier today. We need you on your best behavior.
Yeah, they were still napping.
Come on, Regali.
Multiple boxes, you're right. That's the second box being fiddled with.
Are we swapping the box from point A to point B?
I would presume a full fresh one. Yeah.
Full fresh. Oh, okay. Couple of technical doohickeys today. Well, with this in mind, it does feel like things are going to be ever extended in this technical timeout. We apologize for the delay in match. And as you can see, we're enduring to do our absolute best to get things while we can. And we will. Can't make up their mind.
They're not sure.
They're not. Stop talking. I'm kidding.
We can sit in silence if you'd prefer.
Why don't we all sit in silence?
Let's throw it over to the analysts.
And they're going to sit in silence.
And they'll sit in silence for a
for
minute.
you.
That was a troll for Machine. We were in silence there, but obviously extended tech pause.
You can't make Brandon and Hanka shut up. You can't force them to be silent for that long.
You don't get to see it, but there were a lot of hand signals and threats of strangling if they kept quiet, but we got it there. Let's talk about what's happening right now. So we hyped this up so much about what a big moment it is for these two teams on the big stage. You start your first game, nerves are running. Hanka, you've been there before. Now there's this extended tech pause. That can't be fun for either side.
Nah, it's really frustrating because you get this momentum, you basically get things rolling eventually, and it's 3-3 is the best moment for the teams to kind of get into this mind games, and it's just from nowhere tech pause. No one like it, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's really tough as well because Fury has obviously stolen that round away. That's the time for it to build. That's the time for it potentially to swing, especially with the money sort of being on the ropes a little bit for the Comets. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
You're kind of sitting in that moment, aren't you? That was the last thing that happened. I don't know who that benefits more, to be honest, in this situation, right? Because for Supernova Comets, they've kind of now got 3 they've just lost. They're now onto the eco, I think. They'll have maybe some upgraded pistols because at the bomb plant, but it was not a good round for them. They're going to be feeling frustrations. We saw that visibly. And Furia, they're now 3 in a row. They should be feeling pretty good, even if it is this long pause.
Good news is we don't have to speculate about this because we've got Hanka. So what is better? Is it the fact that you have won that clutch and now you've got to sit in the tech pause, or is it you've lost that clutch but you can mentally reset whilst not talking about it?
Yeah, I think it's way better to win the clutch and go into the tech pause basically. I remember once even Angelica in the really long tech pause, she just fall on the chair and she was just meditating. You know, it was just perfect to take some time because we cannot speak obviously. So in the end, what else we can do basically? Nothing, just chilling.
You can't do anything, but now which side do you think is going to suffer more from this tech pause and the mental, I suppose the mental strain it's going to take on them?
Yeah, for sure Comet's gonna feel it more deeply, I think, because they don't have right now economy. They just lost really unfortunate clutch, I would say. So in their minds, they're probably more overthinking, more tactics, what they can play next, and they cannot basically set anything now.
Okay, so we now can get back into game, and we're going to stand here in silence while Machine and Sponge talk.
Well, thank you very much for that. It was a nice brief interlude. And yeah, the tech issue seems to have been resolved. The timer is counting down for now. But we're going to go straight into attack. From tech to tack. As they go toe to toe.
Just to recount the situation for everybody playing at home. Last second Diffuse comes in. Comets still have the money to invest. AK AWP, a couple of Mac 10s were invested upon. Guns are being juggled currently. And now we're into freeze time. 3 straight out the gates with the pistol and the conversions. Now 3 on the trot for Furia. He'll be donning the 4th. AWP of Forks. Going to be used as an opening piece. Will just be there to help flash them out middle, and we've seen them with a proficiency to go for these fights. This time Furia will not be thrust forward to take these duels early. Stalled on lane and extinguished there. Empathy looking to duel towards Cave, and they're out mid with a whole lot of bodies.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto Gabs here. Throws out Incendiary. Smoked out, pressure onto that red room, and oh, spammed on down. Empathy opens the round. Raven and Serendipity asking questions of Bazinia. She goes down. And Issa down as well. Wow, just straight through mid. They kick open the front door. Luna something back. A second required, and overlooking that tuck Serendipity Mac 10. Awkward now, recovered M4, no bullets, and being flanked. Empathy will close it down. And Car-Sensei, nothing more than a saver available, and that's going to be a question mark in itself.
Serendipity's already here, so the information's going to flow through. Car's going to take the fight, but that's just going to allow time for Empathy to get ever closer. And don't worry about that. Serendipity will finish off the round. And that hurts a lot because nobody survived in the Diffuse round for Furia. The cash right now is going to be very skimp. They're not going to have a lot to work with, and Pazina has already gone for the Force. I think they'll have to continue to do the full mid press on the CT side for these duels because they gave the space. The fact they get spammed through and the Comets didn't reroute. This is clearly a spawn call to try and pressure red. Just relentless in the approach on this one to get themselves up to the 4th. This is going to be an A-rush right now out of the Comets. So this is perfect. Yeah. You're forcing Furia to play heavy mid, not have anybody tending towards A, and you're rushing the A side. There's no AWP to lock it down. You're going to be in.
Oh, and it's only a Desert Eagle on Car. Spamming away, but the site is already lost. A fantastic and inspired call from Supernova Comets. They get into the site, 5 alive. Good catch, actually. Car does manage to find the head of Empathy.
No kit.
Not going to be an easy retake by any stretch of the imagination. MP9, sure, you've got a couple of smokes. But currently staring at one on Donut, won't fade. Raven onto Car. Issa back in, looking good. Pressure onto Raven. That MP9 farms a lovely double from Issa. Still boosted as STX. Not going to be easy to get past this Galil, but the frag comes through. Open a smoke, not a good mix for Forks. Spam with the Tech 9, does connect. That's the impact you've grown to expect from Forks. Closing rounds down, opening them up.
High intensity Counter-Strike here. You love the pace of this.
I feel like Fury did fantastic considering the situation.
Yeah, they brawl into it. They use their smokes very well. This one
nice
from Car is great to open the door on the way in. Using the side, jumping up to elevation. You win that fight, the round's over. I'm just trying to stick the Diffuse and getting fired up are the Comets. They forced Fury down to an eco, so 6 available now. And they did a very good job in the early piece dealing with the anti-force and the anti-eco. So you'd be expecting the Comets to walk away with this one with a whole lot of ease.
Hello.
Dink. It's just the one player over towards the B site for now for Furia. The rest of them stacking 8. Now, we've seen this before. They're happy to go these 4-1 splits and hope that the gamble pays off.
I mean, it just depends on if Isa can keep selling, puffing up her chest, saying that this B site is occupied by more than just the one.
They are walking a few into Donut right now, so if these are clean kills on the USPs, it's going to be weapons and then potentially player advantages.
Raven walking through. Trying to suss out this setup, and on the quick switch, your back is turned, the tracking's good, and the frags do come through.
B's open, they can get in, they can plant the bomb, but it's going to be a number advantage for Furia on this retake. They can give it a go, it's an eco.
How on earth? What is Isa supposed to do? A couple of opportunities and peeking into Empathy. Actually, a golden opportunity did present itself. Now STX ready. Unloading the mag. Solid find on the USP. Is this really happening?
Car is miles away.
She's miles away. Lula 10's just a Mac 10. Maybe Forks' back his turn. Yes, indeed. It's brought down.
Gotta go. Time.
Getting awkward now for Empathy. 16 HP at an Orpin Cave. This should be Car Sensei's Diffuse. An eco victory for Furia. Imminent. Empathy flashed off, run down, and it's their round. Supernova Comets shut down against just USPs.
Wow, that one is a fumble right there. The Clutcher got close. Some of these rounds that are falling against them are very tough to swallow right now for the Comets. They will not get themselves 6, at least not yet.
All that pathing from Car Sensei as well, like catching Forks was everything in the 2v2. It starts with their setup, which you have to say, looking at it from the T perspective, you turn X-Ray off, you think you're walking into a clear sight. So well-selected positions lead to rifles, lead to a round.
And this here, the flash comes in, trying to back away. It doesn't really matter where you go. You're going to be tracked down there by Lulu 10s on the Mac 10. So both in with the buys, but the emissions for the Comets are P250.
Here goes the battle for middle once more. Just serendipity here. Main focus is laid. And that's the same for Gabs. Ooh, nearly gets 2 on the initial excursion. Lula 10's onto Forks.
I feel this one peters out now unless Serendipity can find something in middle on the fade of the smokes. Empathy patrolling cave. Raven for the ramp. Serendipity can head over towards B and find something a little bit better than this P250, but they're trying to clear out mid together and they'll be given the space. So how does this inform the decisions? Plenty of smokes, flashes, Molly to work with as well, so there's more than enough for a finishing execute. Empathy's already out, red smoke lands. Do they want to try and go donut in towards A as a potential? Do they want to pip the gap and see if they can force through red and patrol the rotations? Well, either way, they are starting to group up. Car with the AWP, main and donut to watch.
Going to come down to the timing and, oh, okay. Info on Empathy. Missed shot, though. Pressure applied to this side of the map. Hand support arrives. Important connection. And this is how it had to close down for Fury. You had to get a convincing close. 4 alive as well. Just Raven remains.
I think hopefully looking for the save with 30 seconds. Not boxed in currently, but all that ticks on down, the likelihood will increase. Car's starting to push main, so the pennies drop that it is likely the save situation that's going on, and they're just clamping down on this position. First shot taken from Raven. There is now an open avenue in towards the side, so Car starts to dip back. Lula 10's heading over to box in towards Donut. They really want this kill, and after time, that would be an absolute nightmare. 1900 loss bonus. Flash fight and another kill, but now it could be after time, and it is.
Oh, that's brutal, Raven. Down to just $350. That hurts.
That one's going to leave a mark, isn't it? Not surprising we've got the support for the Comets, American team.
North versus South here.
Quite comfortable after the opening exchanges, wasn't it? It's tough for the Comets to get into this. They were able to get some space, sure, but not the incisions required. And yeah, the worst part about that for Raven is just losing it after time. The attempted save falls foul, as it is going to be the force from Comets. They're all in. Khalil, Tech 9, couple of P250s and a Mac 10, limited utility. Mid-control, sure, they've got that, but now edging into what should be a B execute.
Yeah, Fury seem quite content to give them mid in this scenario.
They're coming in.
They're coming to test the B defense. Issa needs one cleanly, does track eventually. There's the second as well. Onto the USP, trying to finish it right here and now. Forks recovered, weapon temporary.
Well, they know when Serendipity was, got the kill over towards middle, so...
And that's important. Finishes it off cleanly, doesn't let Serendipity start.
Well, it'll be another force now out of the Comets that look the same as that one. Maybe a few more bells and whistles, maybe an upgrade in a weapon or two. But all in all, it's tough to justify where the finances find themselves. It's going to be spurts of rounds. 3 out the gate for the Comets with the pistol, the conversions, then 3 back for Furia, 2 after we had that extended technical timeout. Now we're in a tactical. And can they tie things up before the halftime break? As far as the desk conversation goes, it feels like Furia come into this as the favorites. Bardolph calling it at the start of the event. It's always tough to call against the Imperial, but hey, the lay of the land, this is where we find ourselves today. A new champion will be crowned.
the hardest part of staying at the top. Is that just constant groundswell of talent with a target on your back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone's looking at the way you play. Everybody wants to take you down the edge. It slips away after time, but in with pace again.
Yeah, not going to get that same mid-fight. It's actually Cave quickly taken away. STX floods in with Tech 9. Lulaten's going to have questions asked of her, but smoke down to block will delay. Tucked. Very high pressure scenario for this Cave duo. Putting an AWP on it doesn't seem like it's the best play.
No, on the fade of the smoke, that'll get really tough for Cars, so she is just going to go for these jiggles. Molly not deep enough, not going to clear it out, so we'll have to consider the hard left corner. And there you see, swooping into it, actually gets forced back, so this is a B execute again.
Run this pressure, they've got a lot of territory. Flashing back in, no one's going to peek off of that. Confirmation of Cave presence. Here comes to wrap up the ramp. Car Sensei up close and personal with the AWP. Retake going to be forged. Good catch already. Issa, Lulitens cutting them down before the bomb goes down. Looking perfect. Just Forks and Empathy. Bomb will be planted, sure. Oh, but how much damage can Lulitens do on the way out? It's Empathy's Deeg that finds her. And it puts Empathy with just 12 HP. Sitting. Dark, a nice headshot, but brought down. Okay. We got a little bit of a lead for Furia on the CT side. Supernova Comet starting strong. Furia clawing back an advantage. Championship Sunday in Dallas. ESL Impact Season 7 Grand Final. Supernova Comets taking on Furia, and a new champion to be crowned at the conclusion of this best-of-3 Grand Final. Emotions have run high, delays have certainly impeded on what would have been a swift half, but a very competitive affair already. Furia with boasting 7, Supernova Comets just 5 after a flying start with a 3-0.
Yeah, that pistol was tidy from Empathy, who is having a field day right now. 17 kills, lighting up the scoreboard as we get underway with the second half. And the Comets make it 2 from 2 on their opponent's map pick. Now remember, they decided to start on the T side.
This whole setup is a perfect ante.
It'll be Empathy again to open up the account.
Yeah, solid clicks. Serendipity onto Bazinha. Do you cancel here? Gabsa's got space out mid. Fox fighting as well for the cross.
Bomb's rotating away.
Yeah, but this is an interesting exchange here. Empathy likely to go down. Oh, quick headshot. Rapid. Straight to the head of Gabs arriving late now. Oh, it gets worse. Just running around. It's like deathmatch for Empathy.
Molt. Already up to 20 kills, just running away with this map as far as the frag department is concerned, as Lilitens is in an unwinnable scenario. Either site that she heads to is going to have resistance.
Got the bomb on...
Yeah, if allowed to plant, I would be surprised.
Cleared.
Corner, that's a kill. Now with the Molly, they're going to run through it.
Okay. Oh, I got excited for a second. Nearly something absolutely magnificent occurring before our very eyes. It's Empathy and Serendipity that get all 5 in the pistol. But a valid attempt, you know, clearing out the cave player.
It's interesting to see how Furia responds in these situations. It was hard fought against Imperial in that semi-final. That train game that they fumbled, but you know, some back and forth of affairs after strong first halves. But right now, this isn't that. They're not getting what they want. They're having to work into these games, and without the plant going down on the pistol, it means that we're going to be seeing the fullest of ecos available. Likely to see standard operating procedure.
I mean, dream scenario, you get a plant here. But it is closer and closer to not occurring.
Very, very unlikely.
It's certainly not looking likely, no, I'll acknowledge that. Gab's going down in middle. They are just pathing towards cave as a pack. Just Glocks running into an M4A4. Empathy allowed to farm up further. Field day for Empathy. 24 frags and counting. The ace denied by Forks with that FAMAS.
There's 2 key players I'll be looking at on this T half for Furia. It's going to be Gabs towards elbow, getting set up for those initial exchanges to deal with the mid press, and then you're going to be having that of Bazinha, who's going to be the heaven player. That's what Empathy and Serendipity were doing within the first half. So how those 2 are able to combine to get this mid control is going to be very telling. But we're all tied up. The rifles are out. Again, the Comets find themselves in a bit of a bonus situation. MP9s, FAMASs, and 1 M4. No AWP for either team just yet. Elbow smoke, cave smoke. Red in the mix, the standard openings. You come to know and love with Ancient. Bazinha up the ramp into the first. Great entry. Can they find the second? Yes, they're in.
That's important info as well. STX, a 3rd body on B. Gabs and Lilitens suspect there may be a gap, and they are absolutely correct. But Empathy actually getting active, and with backs turned, Empathy finds the first. Gabs forced forward into Forks, and that advantage now squandered.
Still could finish over towards B, and, well, that's a heavy rotation from the Comets to deal with this, so trying to plug the gap.
Yeah, they're going to be here in time.
And do they play for info? The bomb's tucked in towards ramp, still searching on car.
I think STX's position may very well have won them this round here. He's headshot, important, very much so. Empathy overlooked, both doubled up on long. Quick headshot out of Forks.
Fumble from Furia.
Definitely.
Big advantage early with a double kill up the B ramp and then unable to capitalize. Trying to get tricky with it, thread the needle, play through red.
They had 2 people ramped there, and it was that slip from Empathy, just walking out cave, catching that red room push. That's a gap. That's a gap that's been punished.
This double is beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, against the bonus, they might just think a little bit more aggressive, and they did, but get shut down. But then some solid shooting to give the round advantage. 8-7 now into a partial bite for the Brazilians.
Okay, pacey. Empathy. Oh, so deadly. Gets 2.
28? Am I reading that right?
Your eyes do not deceive you. Empathy on a mad one.
Ripping them limb from limb right now, as it will just be Gabs. In a 1v5 situation with a P250, sure, Kevlar, but absolutely no hope in this one. The gap is being watched, and this is Furia's map choice, so being threatened on map number 1, as there you have it, clean sweep. Second tactical timeout. Just discussed staying calm. But how do you do that on a stage match? It's the grand final. It's the first time you're in this environment. The Imperial Empire has crumbled. There will be a new champion, and you go in as the favorites. You go in as the ones who knocked them out, the ones who have beaten them throughout this tournament. So all things point to you as taking the trophy today, but the Comets, they've got something to say about that.
Yeah, Empathy in particular.
29-7, and there's still plenty of rounds of Counter-Strike to be played.
Yeah, we're looking at a regulation 30 bomb guaranteed. At this point,
that's a scary prospect.
That is a scary prospect. What a way to start off your grand final as well. Just immediately communicating to, well, you, and communicating to your opponent. You're not feeling any extra pressure. How's that for an aggressive AWP move? Ooh, Car Sensei committed. Forced away into the spray. Empathy again. There it is. There is the 30th frag.
And a lot of them have been openings.
That's round 17, 30. Crazy. Okay, is there a way to claw this back in any way, shape, or form? Gabs lingering around elbow, but smoked. Bazinia, perhaps from heaven, can ask questions of them.
Like what I'm seeing right now from the Comets. They get the opening kill. Now they tuck in. They play the number advantage.
Trying to receive that information safely is Serendipity. Just on the jump spot. Does confirm presence.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, still want to fight this. Look at Empathy.
Okay. The confidence on display today. 1 HP, still taking fights.
Just got, where are they? Let me go kill them.
It's got like donk energy right here. I mean, I'm seeing that same energy out of Empathy.
Well, hold up. 3v3. B bomb site retake.
Okay. Is there more? Finally brought down. Empathy laid to rest. Issa, an important find. Bomb ticket. Are you even going to look at it?
Just as I was singing the praises of the Comets, they've overplayed their hand. They get aggressive in middle. That forces Furia into B, and they actually snatch one back to make it just a one-round game. So looking to save, hold on to their goodies. Triple kill in the round to draw it back, and we'll catch it in the replay. Great first. The second, mandatory to secure the site, but then this, spamming through the smoke as Empathy announces her presence coming through. Trying to be disruptive, but getting away with absolutely everything so far, so you can understand why you're seeing that type of play. Feels untouchable in this moment. Oh, so you hate money?
Yeah, I guess. That's like saying I threw my Rolex in the bin.
Yeah.
Like, congrats, I guess.
I gave my Lambo away.
Yeah.
This could be a pivot moment right now within this match.
Okay, so the lane util, heavy damage actually onto the mid fight. Gabs has done very well.
Oh, teammate!
No! Empathy takes down Serendipity with a little helping hand from Gabs. Look how far forward Issa is. Lovely headshot on top. SDX just booked into the site. The B site is theirs. Raven cowering in cave. Surrounded. And Gabs locks the door, takes the head.
Well, that's definitely handy when your teammate is, your enemy is going to give you a team kill right there to kick off the account. But I think that the confidence has really just changed for Furia. The fact that they won that 5v3 disadvantage situation, now with some pep in the step over towards B, they just brute force in again, entry the site. They're so deep, the Comets, they're not ready for that type of a move. And now we're all tied up again. I talk about being a tipping point. They've had a tough time trying to hold on to the AWP as part of these saves. So boxed in once more is Forks. Feel better utility, so you'd love to carry that through to the next.
Here they come. Forks is surrounded. And no AWP for Forks.
That might be able to get dropped or could go glass cannon. And look, the buy is going to be there, but the reason I say the turning point is because it feels like the flow of the game is changing a little bit. I think that Furia have slightly more depth in their approach to the game. They're going to take their second of 3 tactical timeouts right now on the Comet side of the server. So the defense Wanting the 30 seconds to talk this through. STX will be just operating on an SMG. Rifles for the rest, AWP diffuse kits. So the AWP, it's been dropped. It's going to then facilitate a little bit more for Forks to work with into this.
Team player.
Well, you need that standard operating procedure of, your AWP to throw the elbow smoke to help set them up with the flashes when they go for this mid-fight. So here it is, the nade again, and that's just so unfortunate.
Blind pathing forward. But yeah, punishing into B. Furia tie us up 9 each.
Usually if you're a little bit questionable about the buy, you don't really know exactly what they're going to have. You don't want to just go in all in for that mid-press, because if it is 5.7s, MP9s, you get exactly this. Them taking an aggressive Lear. So Empathy and Raven will call this clear. It frees up the rotation, but it's the AWP on A to be tested, and Forks passing.
The first one is perfect. Flawless from Forks.
Still going.
Committing into the AWP. Missed shot this time. Sweeping through the site now is Issa. Bomb still yet to be planted, not even progressing towards the site. Lunatens has that bomb. Important. Molly will force Forks further back, but Smoke is going to fade soon on CT. Bomb planted. Man, oh man, this is not going to be easy with just a 3v5. Good find from Serendipity. They're just collapsing. Okay, you got the site, you got the plant, but you won't get a single kill.
We know how retakeable that A site can be, and especially when you find yourself that opening kill. So Forks does a great job to get that first kill on the way in. It makes things a lot easier for them to be able to go for this retake, and they keep all 5 alive, which is a thing of brilliance. They're the first up to double digits. Bomb going down again is going to be the investment available once more, but third tactical timeout being burnt by the Brazilians now.
Looks too easy on that retake, well handled.
It's just the delay, really, that Forks enables with the opening kill. Can't push her off the line over towards Temple, means the bomb doesn't go down early. It's hard to set up the post-plant positions. The bomb's getting planted on the fade of the smokes, then you're exposed. You really want to make sure you have big box control, maybe somebody on the platform. A tree boost is a luxury. Getting stuck in the site, especially if you don't have Donut, you're thinking, this is going to be really tough.
Yeah. Double digits reached first. Supernova Comets launched.
Yeah, by Empathy.
By Empathy.
Into the stratosphere.
I mean, crazy. The
31
output of Empathy.
kills.
I mean, she has what? Essentially the output of 3 of her teammates.
Yes. Raven with 10, Serendipity with 11, STX with 6. So you add those together, it's not even hitting that mark just yet.
All right, big round. How's this one going to be going down? Looks like mid's going to be Gabs's for free.
Are they pushing cave again?
Yeah, looks like they wanted to. Smoke is up, though.
Spawns aren't as good, but here come the flashes.
Zinya's got to be holding this. Okay, flashed off, still has vision. Raven tucked in cave.
Red pressure.
Lots of pressure, and just going to be tucked for now is Gabs. Actually, no, upon the fade, flashed in deep red. That might be an indicator to Serendipity to be on high alert.
Looks like they want to finish B again, but right now the Comets have 3 defending. A main push as well, highlighted by the OBS team, so much information. STX can keep on pushing, no resistance whatsoever. That info is free.
Oh, this is going to be the little pop flash Bazinha was in a position to throw. Lots of info for STX, and may even catch a back turned, depending on the timing. Empathy and Serendipity in unison. Headshots are found, and the CT shooting very hard now. Back-to-back, convincing rounds from the CTs. Furia left wanting.
Gold, gold, gold. We got the Sunday Blues right now.
It's a nice P250 though.
Better than a kick in the teeth.
Yeah.
That guy shredded of a time machine. Come from the 60s, getting psychedelic with it. Well, Furia, this feels like it's getting away from you now. We've got Dust2 up next, the pick of the Comets. This is going to be tough. Are they just going to brute force in with a B rush?
Yeah, looks like it. That's the game plan, brute force. Solid test, STX and Raven. The cavalry on their way. Solid start, solid hold. Raven and STX repel the invaders.
No util.
They can't even get past this long player. Solid hold. Okay, wait, Bazinha through cave. Empathy has arrived. You've got to put Empathy down, and is Kasensei with one important frag. Ties us up, hang on. Flashes are good, so is the frag. Serendipity is tooth and nail, back and forth, tit for tat. Bazinha and Forks in the 1v1. Oh, just bowling from Forks. Scuttles the HE. under the toes of Pezinia, and that puts them on 12.
Just see strafing into it there. No way to avoid it. Didn't even know it was coming. And I think the fact that they start with a 3v5 disadvantage scenario and can fight back in, that's some great grit being shown. But the Comets, they are lighting up the server right now.
Just the fact that both Raven and who was the other player? STX on that setup, both get there first. Set up for success. You can see what that means to the Comets. One away from taking the first map of this grand final. Furia in shambles.
There's just no cash for full buys. Galils, Mac-10s, light utility.
Oh, on the reload. Mac-10's coming. Gabs a golden opportunity to punish onto Empathy. Oh, but Empathy's ready. Fresh Mac just in time, and Fox is up. Oh, sending them straight down. That's a clean round. That is Supernova Comets launching into the first map of this grand final victorious.
What a massive performance in map number 1 from Empathy. 35 kills to end in regulation with. That is a haul to be proud of. And Furia, they're on notice. That was their map choice. One more, and we've got a new champion of ESL Impact for Season 7.
Well, there we go. We mentioned the raw firepower of this team, how they will just swing and not miss, and that is exactly what has happened. Supernova Comets taking that map. It was a good fight from Furia. They were putting it all up, but unfortunately just not enough. I thought a little bit of nerves, Lucy, coming into that. I felt like Furia a little bit afraid at some points.
It was basically, I think, really strong start from Furia overall, but in the end we couldn't catch up with the Supernova Comets pace, maybe.
Yeah, we saw at the start, it took a little bit for Furia to come online. They did end up winning out that first half, and I really expected going into the second it would be a bit stronger. The pistol round was kind of where it went wrong. They ran the exact same pistol, I think they did against Imperial yesterday, and we talked about Supernova Comets and the amount of prep they did, the amount of anti-stratting they did. I could definitely see that in the server on Ancient.
Let's go back to the first half. Walk me through what we were looking at and how this map started.
Like basically on city side from Furia we saw it was kind of strange that Supernova Comets picked T side, so it only meant that they are pretty sure about the game plan coming into this matchup. But in the end, Furia found a way in the end because it was 7-5 right in the end. So it was really good half from Furia, in my opinion.
Yeah, there was some really critical moments that came through. We had that eco win in round, I think it was number 9, that really got Furia, I felt like, back into it after there was a bit of back and forth. Obviously, we had the big tech delay that kind of scuppered them too for a little bit there. So there was this momentum shift that came through. This was, I think, that round where we had, it was literally a full eco. There's nothing in this, but they managed to catch a couple of players off guard over at A. They pick up the weapons, and there's an early dink, I think, on the Empathy too, so she's low. And then Furia, this is the sort of gameplay we expect from them. And this kind of goes all excited in the green room. It's like, okay, this is the Furia we came to see, pulling off these sort of rounds and playing together as a team so well in this moment.
Yeah, and I think what's brilliant here is the fact that Furia are then able to build on it, because that was really tough, especially in those first few rounds. The fact that you did struggle consistently to find that form of momentum. Yeah, sure, tech pauses don't help, but at the end of the day, getting consecutive rounds on the board, that really helped Furia in this first half. It completely played them in the second.
Yeah, and it was basically start of the momentum. Basically, after this, they won every single round, so it was a really important moment during this half.
Fair enough. So they get into the second half. They're in the lead. They're looking a lot more confident, and we're seeing a lot more of the Furia that we expected to see on their map pick. But then Supernova Comets takes on over.
Yeah, it's again Furia with an uncharacteristic slow start to both halves. That's been the opposite to their story so far here. And yeah, sure, they get into it with some random rounds here and there, but I mean, you got to talk about Empathy. Like, what an absurd performance. We talked about with this team in general how in the early stage of the competition, it was very much Empathy, Forks having a lot of huge impact and kind of carrying the rest through. Didn't necessarily expect this sort of performance on the big stage.
No, absolutely not. The fact that it is now magnified at a great proportion. 35 kills in regulation. Are you joking me? I mean, you can do all the prep in the world. It doesn't matter. You can't stop that.
Yeah, exactly. The Furia were just basically shut down. But again, we saw rounds that they had huge advantage. They just got like 3 frags on the beginning of the round, and they still managed to lose that. So it's still the same mistakes we saw yesterday and a couple days ago. So it's really frustrating, I would say, for them.
Yeah, it was an exceptionally proactive CT side. I think we saw there was some really critical moments. STX is like pushing out main. He has the full read that this is going to be the B hit, catching out the mid players. They really had a great position on the game and were making the right calls in the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, Furia, it felt like they really adjusted to that game plan. Like, we've got a highlight potentially for round 19 where you've got Furia immediately reacting to where Empathy is in middle. They completely ignore her. They rush up ramp. They split fast onto B. It's the identity, it's the DNA we're so accustomed to seeing from Furia. And then they get their round on the board and they completely stop. They go back to what wasn't working. They reverted back to default, and it was just a complete misstep in the wrong direction, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think we kind of lost this aggressive start from Furia over this half. Basically, every fast start we saw, it was working for them, so it was maybe some misconcepts from them that they didn't realize that in time.
Yeah, this felt like the break point, right? And they do run this back, I think, in like a round or two where they just go for the straight B hit. It gets shut down. I think when that does happen, it does kind of throw you out a little.
Well, here's the thing. There's just no U2 on that hit, though. Like, they had Tech 9s. They deliberately invested in lesser weaponry to prioritize the U2. Where are your flashbangs on site if you're going to rush B? That should be the bare minimum, at least. A $200 flashbang.
How does Furia come back from all of this, though? Because what I saw, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is a team that they got some rounds on the board, they looked really confident, but the moment Supernova Comet had answers for them, it almost seemed like it took them a couple of rounds just to recover from those answers versus immediately being able to adapt.
I think they need to cut off Empathy in some positions she's playing right now, because it's just really good working, like just to avoid certain players on the map. So in the end, they maybe need to avoid the Empathy, and in the end it can work. I still believe that they have this power, like strength to win this next matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit more tricky on Dust too, I feel. Like that's the thing, right? There's a lot of moving parts, and I think that's where I don't actually even look at Empathy. The Empathy's kind of done her job. This is where I'm looking at Forks, right? Mentioned Dust 2 is her best map. Wasn't necessarily needed there, had some good moments, a delay on the A hit that set them up for success, but that wasn't a map about the AWPers. Next map will be, and Carl was completely absent on Ancient, and I think going to Dust 2 needs to be that.
Yeah, true, but look, Ancient's one of those tricky maps, actually, where it feels like the AWP isn't always necessary, and it feels like it can be really difficult to find impact on. I'm going to disagree with you. I think Dust 2 is actually going to work well for Furia, just because it is basically the same sort of default. You're going to go through this monotony of, we're going to take upper tunnels and we're going to go in towards short. And in Furia, we saw them really change up, and they did do this in these group stages. They were able to adapt, and we did start to see it on Ancient. It just needs to be more consistent. I need the coach to get involved a little bit more. I need to get him on the mic. I need to get Furia back on track, because if he leaves them in the dark, they're going to be outstranded.
Yeah, I think we need to see like individuals of Furia stepping up, like basically Dust is map that basically can shine and have like really important crucial runs. So yeah, I think it will not be about the fact, but it's gonna be about the Furia again stepping up, gaining some momentum again, and like trying to prove that they are the better team right now.
It's a bit of a tough question, but how the hell do you shut down raw firepower in Dust 2? What is the strategy that you can realistically bring to the table?
Shoot harder.
Be better, quick heads forward. Yeah, like there we go.
I wish it was that simple, to be honest.
What are you talking about, Hanka? We're analysts. We know best. You just need to shoot more people, right?
In the end, of course, it works like this, but I think they need to maybe even playing little bit slower. It would also give them some room to make less mistakes with this fast pace we just saw. But basically, I think Furia need to be ready for also aggression, and they need to get this one frag, maybe chill a bit, and then commit to the sides with basically numbers.
Implement exactly the same game plan as you did against Imperial, and you've really got to relax a little bit more in the mid-round, because the early stages of rounds for Furia have always been really good. They've been getting this entry kill consistently. It's then that next phase. It's remembering to actually just take that breath. You've got more time in the round than you think. Let them push. Let them make the mistakes.
Yeah, and that Ancient wasn't as bad as it looks either, right? 13-9 didn't get either pistol, right? So on the back foot, they ecoed into each second round. That's 4 rounds straight off the gate they missed. That's the difference between the two teams, right? So if they can get some of that early momentum, that's what Fury need right now because the slow starts are not helping.
Everything you've said. Empathy said this in the pre-match interview where they said we need to control the pace of the game with Furia. Furia needs to take back that control. Let's find out if Supernova Comets can obviously lock it down in 2-0 or if Furia can fight back. We first, though, have a little check-in with none other than MacMate.
Yo, how we doing? How are we all? All right, empathy, right? Precision shooting. Hear me out, though. Precision sitting. That's what it's all about. Of course, Anthros is the official chair of ESL, and it's exactly what the players are using up on the stage. There's crazy amounts of customization you can use with these things. They are so damn comfortable. I've been watching the game from here, and I can't wait to watch Dust 2 coming up just after the break. Remember, Anthos, where comfort meets the competitive edge.
drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
Excuse me, senor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón, ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? What do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter tomorrow, we will rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for map 2. The ESL Impact Season 7 Grand Finals and a new champion to be crowned. Will it really be the hometown heroes in the Supernova Comets? Or can Furia force us to a third map in this Grand Final? Dust 2 will be the battleground. An incredible output out of Empathy in map 1, Ancient. Her battleground. Furia coming into this one as favorites, but the favorites feeling that pressure under those lights. Big stage, big game. Can you bring your A game? Starting on the CT side is Furia. Supernova Comets on the attack. Let's play Counter-Strike.
This is the turf of the Comets. They decided to have the T-side style on Ancient, their opponent's map pick, and that worked out swimmingly for them. Mid-smoke is going to be deployed from STX.
Well, they came prepared. Raven pokes her nose across. STX the same.
Bit of information there, sure, but that clear comes in with no kills, so $300 HE somewhat squandered. Sensei will be rotating over towards A late long into Lulatense.
Yeah, Lulatense is actually in a prime position to not be flashed off. Still not going to be easy. How many can you get? One feels compulsory. Nice work from Isa. Oh, and now isolating headshots. Okay, both go down. Long flooded. Oh. And a good catch from Raven as well onto Bazinha.
Perfect alert right there.
Yeah, exactly what you wanted, right? Everyone's just taking their heads. Wow. Was that a sign of things to come? Empathy clearly has not let off the gas.
And this is 3 from 3 pistols now, something we discuss all the time, right? The early starts, and it's something that Furia, they've had in buckets and spades in their games earlier within the tournament. Really strong hubs to kick off matches. We're talking 11-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
And right now, they're just going to have to force buy again on the CT side. If Empathy drops a 30 bomb again, this is going to be over before it even starts. No scouts from Furia. It's just going to be pistol heavy. On Dust 2, you'd love to get a scout to get an early barb, an early jab in. HG's, 2 of them. Raven, low. We'll have to back off from that long fight.
Yeah, they both took heavy damage. Forks and Raven. Sub 50 to start. Bazinha will start to activate from an early long doors push. This is perfect territory for a 5-7. Have to catch that timing right, though. Serendipity currently holding pressure onto short. Oh, caught crouching. Issa sat down by Empathy to start. There's the aggression we were discussing, and Serendipity just enough health to survive and weather the 5-7s. Couple back, nice shots. Gabs with a double kill. Lula 10's on that flank, looking good for the headshot, puts it onto Forks. A second round forced by victory would be everything for Furia, and the bomb is hard to retrieve. Forks tasked to come up clutch, low HP. What can she do? The bomb to be picked up. You can't overextend this if you're Furia. You know the pressure is on Forks. Don't want to give them a way back in. Double swing. There you go. Have it. Second round forced by converted. That gives Furia fans something to cling on to, something to hold on to. We're not going to get that same crazy out-of-the-gate flare out of Supernova.
And this is a chance for Furia to actually get off to that good start. All they have to do is deal with this force buy. And I say all they have to do. These could be some of the toughest rounds demonstrated right here, right now, just by those double HEs kicking things off towards long. Empathy's got the scout. Pistol upgrades for everybody else with light util to work with. Oof, an attack there onto Gabs on the cross. It is actually going to be a B play, so that can pay dividends quite early.
Yeah, already Gabs walking wonky. Good HE damage, though. Solid connection onto 3 players. Here comes the pressure, though. They're committing. ISO off you got. MP9 in hand. Sprays down 2. There's the M4 on top. It's exactly what you want to see from your B defense. Despite the scout tag, no problem. Gab still leaves with 2, still leaves with her life. And Lula 10 should be able to put a bow on this. Just finish it off neat and tidy. Empathy
at the moment,
on the prowl.
It's Empathy.
Yeah, she's looking sharp. And ooh, not sharp enough for that one.
Okay. Well, Lula 10 isn't going to be able to get her hands on anything better than the Mac 10. That'll be carried through. There'll be upgrades now for Isa and Car Sensei, who gets the AWP, but will be the eco for the Comets. There's a talk about this CT side defense that we're about to see. It's going to be Gabs and Isa. Isa will be the mid to B, Gabs will be the B anchor. Car Sensei is going to be the AWPer, likely over towards A an awful lot in the car position. Lula tends to lock down long. That means Bazinha is going to be the A rotating rifler. The most responsibility on any of the riflers, I'd say, is the A rotating player. Very deep volley. And just sets him up for a double kill. So taking care of this eco. Unarmored opponents, very light upgrades, and should just be a walk in the park. He's just going to poke her nose out from the lower tunnels. Hello, hello, hello. MP9 announced.
Nice, composed as well on the collection. Finishes it off with style.
Said MP9, Mac 10. They're essentially the same thing. Close enough.
Regardless, it does do well to connect, and they keep their finances flush.
Okay, well, Forks will not have an AWP to contend with. Empathy's gone into a scout again, so they still want some form of a scope rifle. But just great for the confidence, putting a force buy win into a force buy conversion, and then having to get yourself across with an eco. So great for the stats, even better for the confidence.
No connections this time from the Empathy scout.
And maybe a late long with the complexion of the Comets early.
It's a well-placed nade.
Beautiful again.
Back
Drop
on the
damage.
money, yeah. The util damage from Furia to start is good, but the flash is brilliant. Oh, doesn't matter! Lula 10s unloads with a white screen and puts 2 in the grave. Perfect. The 2 players softened up by the HE. Oh, come on.
And Lula 10's playing perfectly for a late long pop. That's what you want to see. You need to make sure that you're close doors so that you can keep them in that choke point if you're playing the pit angle, corner angle. They will be able to get out and start sprawling. Empathy through the flames will dip back, so damage done, sure, but they could pivot into a mid to B, especially if SDX had gotten that kill.
Yeah, feels good for Fury. Feels fantastic now. And okay, 5 alive again. Dominance from the Brazilian side.
And it's the Argentinian to kick things off over towards long early. So it's just going to be the partial bite for the Comets.
Boom, insta double
Round-winning
headshot.
double.
Yep.
And then the round just becomes a tailspin for that point forward. So we are likely to see the Forks AWP come out into the next rifle round. But how much damage can they do? Again, heading towards long.
Okay, just brute force, I suppose. Lulaten's going to be able to unload her mag, but nothing initially connects. They break the smoke, swing through, and only one. Forks an important find with the dig. Doesn't want to overcommit here.
Great info play by Gab. Straight in towards the upper tunnels, gets the info, and actually just holds W all the way through T-spawn to lock this one down. So that means very good info from Lulaten's. Not only is the kill good, but the info on how many that she spotted. Comets are about to be boxed in and they don't know it. Nobody's backed off through. So if they do want to come back, the timing actually.
Ooh, yeah.
Raven might get out.
Camp's just arriving now, and there's a whole team on our screen. Okay, well, that's info. And surviving is integral here. I mean, for a T side, you don't want to be chasing ghosts, running after Gabs, but the info that you've received from long, that flows. CTs, they'll start to account for the other potentials. You've got Car Sensei posted up with the AWP for mid.
If there was a smoke, it would seem possible for Comets to get across, but right now they're just working with flashes. They need to hit a banger of a shot onto the top side A player, and they're not overstepping the mark right now.
AK retrieved. Only
and a
7
smoke
bullets.
too. They picked it up. They can cross now.
Okay, they will. Issa with an immediate smoke break and good headshot as well. Skull break from Bazinha. Double trouble. Not letting that AK wreak any havoc. Okay, even a USP filling the feed. Solid multi here out of Bazinha. Job done, quad kill. Fury here to play, not letting anything happen and occur on that half investment.
Good to see some Brazilian fans in the audience for this one. North America versus South America going down in Dallas. As mentioned, the guns will come back out. That smoke not placed perfectly, but the clear was there regardless. And shrugging off the loss of map number 1. Fury looking more like themselves now. 5-1, 4-round lead. Gap still continuing. This MAC-10. Over towards B, heavy presence from the Comets.
Ooh, an opportunity presented itself there for Forks, but came up short on the first. Can't say the same for the second bullet. Gab's down, awkward, rotation immediate. Demanded of Car.
SDX dealing with the long push if Lulaten's was to think about cracking this thing open. Deploys another smoke. Short presence next.
That flash looks like it's destined for glory, but Bazinha ahead of the play. Oof, serendipity.
A's open.
Well prepared. Lulaten's is activating for that flank. Car sticks around.
You need that. Oof.
Yeah, allowed
through the
to
doors.
mantle up. Not easy. Orb flashed off the line and tagged up. Do you even go for this? This feels like it's got save written all over it. But Issa catching that late lurk. Forks gone.
In fact, that's the Orb. Now you can take some jewels that are going to be favorable to Furia.
Double trouble. This is the fight. If Issa can get one here, the round is up for debate still. Hidden his empathy, uncrouched, good trade, and backing away. Lulaten's isn't. Onto the side steps now heard from the Gandalf position. Empathy good for it. The nade won't finish the job. Lulaten's down. A combination of empathy and serendipity, both with a pair of frags to get the Supernova Comets their second round.
All right, well, handling business with that one. Gifted a second shot on B was Forks and connecting, so very well done to get the opening incision required. Plenty of money for the Furia buy, and this is the perfection right now. The bait and switch, you take contact, I'll pop up, and I'll make sure that we win the round, says Empathy. Both teams again with AWPs. Still residual cash for a few of the Furia members, thanks to their successes. Heavy presence in the upper tunnels, soon to trundle down into lower, and this boosted AWP, it could profit.
Not far off the mark. And how patient will that AWP on the boost be? Ooh, oh. Whistles one past the shoulder there. Still 5 alive. Short to be taken. Looks like CT smoke lined up. How does Kasensei approach this? Oh, just unlucky on the damage there. A shoulder shot, both of them low. STX and Raven, can they finish the job? Spamming away is Bazinha.
All on Gabs.
Just Gabs on the site. Nice headshot found onto window. Opportunity to elevate. Oh, and damage again. Forks, Raven, 17 points of health, dipping into the smoke. They are just right next to each other. Who's aware of this? Certainly not Bazinha. Goes down. Still getting output out of Raven despite that low HP.
Liliten should save and can't even get away with it. Raven finds her through the smoke and secures the 3rd round now for the Comets. Back in at just a 2-round gap. Tactical timeout taken by Furia. Opportunity to talk things through. Finances aren't done just yet, but they're on the cusp. Loss bonus building short. First timeout taken of this map. That's very heavy tunnel presence. 4 in upper tunnels, 1 just towards Suicide back cat to deal with for that round. But right now we're looking at long spawns, and looks like the AWP has been jotted across to Empathy to go for a long pick. On the other side, you need to take a look at what the CTs are working with. Is it a standard A defender to try and get that early utility in? It's Issa, traditionally playing over towards B, so maybe they play 4 long. There hasn't been a lot of long traction right now. If that's the adjustment coming out of Furia, that would be a great and inspired call, because the flow of the play has been quite B and mid to B heavy, at least in the last patch.
Does look like Empathy will take a pot shot.
Pick.
Yeah, and not playing scared at all. Sticking around in the incendiary for a moment. Long is Furious.
Oh, Mr. Molly there. Could have been a little bit disruptive, but Comets have the space that they're looking for. Again, they can lob out this mid to B. They can pressure back short. Just the push-pull of Dust 2 on display.
Nade break a little premature. Gab's ready. Herself in combination. A wide swinging actually, but does bait and set up for Issa. 2.5. Okay. Everyone chips in. Car in the back of the site with that AWP. Cherry on top.
Yeah, nice shutdown there. So much space out the mid to B. Felt the time in the util was off, but still just that meat grinder of the mid to B. It can get tough. The Comets want to take a timeout. Both teams were back and forth with those, and yeah, it's going to happen again. I like this, right? Okay, we're back on a spree. We're winning some rounds. They take one. They make the adjustment. Our turn. Keep the question marks going. What are they moving into? Can we predict the play? Counter-Strike, at the end of the day, a guessing game. You're making assumptions based off imperfect information. I think one of the keys with the Comets is they can set the tone. Right? They like these faster plays, but so far on Dust 2, that hasn't really been the port of call. They do have long spawns again. Empathy given the AWP for the same pick. And normally when the AWPer goes for the line, it doesn't mean you're going to brute force out towards Bluebin. It means you're going to take the angle. If you can get the kill, if you can get the info safely, then maybe you'll come out late. But if not, then we'll just see them go into a bit more of a standard default, most likely.
Yeah, Gabs has that long spawn, but she's not looking that way.
That's the B anchor.
So it will just be a little bit more passive on that long fight.
Okay, likely to see Liliten's Molly Blue bin, because we've seen the door smoke come out.
Molly Blue. And concede long.
Oh, the smoke's missed.
Info.
The smoke has missed. Look at this. It's gone way too deep.
Yeah.
They're out for free.
Okay.
Have music. Cut. And back.
Forward on long.
Up long, about to cross. Defensive smoke from Lilitans.
On the cross. Smoke is solid on the defense, though. Lilitans can play around that, but losing teammates. Issa the first to fall. Raven dispatches of the opening kill. Just like that, Bazinha cowering. Falls away. The job is done. The Comets will seize this one spotless.
And that round right there is only possible because of the missed smoke. Right?
Yeah.
When you talk about it, you think, okay, well, yeah, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But yeah, because the molly's for blue bin, the smoke's meant to be for the doors. Right? It's a late take. What you're hoping to do there is if they do want to come out long, you're going to catch them late as they're peeling out. But the fact that the smoke misses, it means that the Comets see it. Okay, nobody's anchoring down long. Let's waltz out. We'll just Na'Vi. And we don't even need to do it with the question of we're going into danger. We have this clear. So an unforced error there. Furia, they flubbed the lines with the U2, and it cost them a key round. Gap will close. 2-round gap. Empathy can't secure a kill, so they will get away with the saves. AWP, a couple of rifles, and they can drop those across to make it another strong round for Furia. Good shooting, even with the clear of the smoke there. Raven's had some impactful moments so far into the second map of the series.
Yeah, Raven, another view model abuser.
4 long start.
Okay.
Actually, 3 long start with the AWP up cat early to be a mid-bar, but again...
Check out the comments. They love this starting like 4-1. Straight just like Forks goes fishing. Oh, I thought she was going to pull the trigger. Okay, not far off. And Carl is this time not boosted, but is playing for that lower tons fight. Boom! Somehow, that hasn't connected. That looks bang on to me. Perhaps a little bit of the moving and accuracy.
Might just walk through this. Empathy is so brave. Just straight through the mid-smoke, out and looking for a fight.
Xenia down and out. Empathy delivers. A comfortable opening kill. Now the Supernova Comets have them right where they want them. Gabs alone, isolated, feeling pressure and scrutiny from either side.
So
Issa trying to lend a hand, try and keep Empathy honest.
Yeah.
But they're accelerating in. The whole team, they want Gabs, and it's going to be an easy trade for Raven.
3v3, going through
they can
tunnels,
play
2
this.
of them.
2 tons, no, Lunatens looks to join Issa instead. AK found, but a util as well. Incendiary could prove useful, but so will the AWP pick.
Pressure's on now.
Yeah, Forks gone. Serendipity forced to focus on the tunnels. They might double swing. Oh, and Carr gets away with just 1 point of health. They're running them down. Carr, missed shot. The pressure's too much. Run down by the Glocks. And now Lunatens, can you do anything to save your team? Yes, you can. 1 versus 2 and can't do it. Just asking too much. It's Raven. Multi-kill, clutched and closed.
That's tough right there because I think the response from Furia was correct. Cargo's fast tunnels, gets the kill, gives them the number advantage, then says that she's tussling with a fight in upper tunnels. This one right here against Serendipity. The other 2 remaining CTs, they push in window and doors. They try and clamp down the single fight onto Raven, but they just can't find her. And she wins out the clutch. That comes back to haunt them. Furia now working with very little into the final round of the first half.
Oh, Lunatens immediately going to be tested. The corner smoke lands, the flashes do too, and Empathy is out. Stretching her legs on long. Will we just see the full 5 commitment? Gab's tunnel's completely clear, so that's info flowing for the CTs.
But what do you have to work with?
Exactly.
MP9's limited utility is going to have to be the kills.
STX is actually, not
going to get caught though.
Throwing that mid-util. Seems cognizant of the potential timing.
Walking back Gabs. Will she catch her? Well, she should now.
Yeah. Should be a guaranteed frag. MP9 back of the head, though not easy. Little bursts. Gets the job done. Important pickoff.
Still time to reroute. Utility there, weaponry too, but now the number advantage in favor of Furia.
Gabs is hearing all this. She'll be able to relay this information. Trying to clear her out. Empathy. Overlooks it. Perfect! That's a high-impact round from your B anchor. Gabs, proactive with the MP9. And it's fallen apart, ripped to shreds by Furia. Serendipity 1v5. Good luck. Furia with the edge. 4K out of Gabs. Confidence is flowing. Will we need the 3rd? Furia making a strong case. Well, howdy, folks. We're back from Dallas, and we're bringing you the Impact Final, Season 7. And a new champion to be crowned. Whether or not that is at the end of Dust 2, that's up to the Comets. They have 5 to work with as we swap sides. It's their map pick. Fury are trying to take us the distance here. An incredible first map, especially from some of the individuals. We've heard about the firepower of the Supernova Comets, and it was on display in map 1 of Ancient. Now we find ourselves Dust 2. You'd think this is where the individuals are going to have a field day, but Furia, a solid defense. They've got 7.
Yeah, and those rounds came in the lighter buys, forced by after the pistol round loss to get the systems flowing, and then tail end get a nice little MP9 round there from Gabs. But this is to be 4 from 4 for the pistol round department as far as Comets are concerned. Forks over towards Car. Serendipity long. SDX to pivot quickly. Raven locking down B, and Empathy staying as that bomb over towards middle. Here comes the A execute.
Okay, well, Forks primed and ready for a couple of one taps, and not quite the case. There's one from Serendipity, though. How about a pair? Lunatens and Issa put down. Long maintained for the Comets on this retake. How do you approach this? Car is actually looking to go all the way around the world. We're going to be flanking the long player. Time is of the essence, though. Xenia calling the gaps, closing. Gaps needs to try and draw attention to herself, has done so. They're closing the gaps and they're hitting the shots, though. Oh, it's a nightmare. Too many targets on the screen. Serendipity and Empathy. I swear that's not the first pistol that they have together aced.
That's 4 from 4.
4 out of 4.
And look, if you really want to put that round under the microscope, Carsense's gone all the way around long. It's playing for short. There's absolutely no way the contributions are going to come in from there, especially if you're late on the timing, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, wow, some
banger of a shot there. Just keep hitting hard. It's going to be a one-round gap, so the Comets setting themselves up to have a very, very strong second half of play and get this done in 2 maps. Bomb goes down, but it's not going to be the full force. It's just going to be some lighter pistol upgrades, so the AKs will be acquired next round by Furia.
Okay. That's a lot of damage from a single nade. Wow, put on notice. Straight to the throat, Car.
effectively up short, and this is a great time for us to be able to discuss the CT setup that we will be getting out of the comments. Serendipity to anchor long, Empathy to be the A rotating rifler, Forks to be the A AWPer. Well, the AWPer. You get to go wherever you want. Raven to anchor B, and then STX to be supporting that as the mid to B player. But this is light work for the Comets for staying alive. And we tie things up 7-7.
Okay, the guns will come out.
Looking at the spawns, not great for a long go right now. Issa has the best of the bunch. Gabs could support. But what's the first rifle round call going to look like? Do you get into the defaults immediately? Every single half, the Comets, it's felt like they've had the luxury of a bonus this time. What can they do with 2 MP9s? For a long start to make sure this is their territory, and no question about that.
I mean, that's heard by Furia, right? You hear 4 flashbangs popping on long, you're going to operate under the assumption it's heavily guarded.
It's just hard to capitalize upon unless you want to try and trundle quickly up catwalk, and then how sure are you? Well, Isa is. Boost for the mid to B. That's set up. STX needs to get across, likely while that smoke's up, but as they're hearing steps towards short, a gamble's being made. A lot of pressure on Raven, sure, but that doesn't look like it's going to be the finish.
Yeah, it looks like the Comets have hedged their bets.
Oh, if STX can get to Goose, that would be perfect. Gets the boost in, rotates back, delays short. Doing a lot in this round. And there it is. You can see the thought process.
Okay, we're dropping Issa down. Straight into CT with legs broken. Boost pays off for Forks. Good awareness, and now we're looking for that belated trade. Tucked. Raven down. That's an important frag from Gab. She's opened up an avenue into the B site. Now the pressure onto Bazinia. The whole team has to get past Bazinia. And an MP9 will try and start to break. Oh, okay. That's a multi-kill. Triple out of Bazinia.
That's a shutdown right there under so much pressure. Yeah, the whole team coming her way and denies the way back in. First rifle round for Furia. And it didn't start well at all.
High pressure, and high output out of Bazinia.
What was that, like 13 bullets when this spray started? Had a full mag, could have had every single one of them. And you feel for Raven anchoring the B site. Forks getting the drop onto Issa, coming down into spawn short. Tactical timeout, second of the 3.
Ink on the mic.
Okay, I like the call that's being made there. You want to be disruptive to the default, so conversation about doing something lower. So the best spawn right now for that, I believe, is Empathy. Oh, and actually it's Forks, so...
What, with the orb?
Yeah, I don't think so. Empathy actually the best for long. My radar reading skills need a bit of a education course, I do believe, but let's see. Maybe it is Empathy to head in towards lower off the back of a smoke.
Yeah, she's feeling it, at least having a look at it.
Yeah,
straight in.
So it was a premonition.
Okay. Not going to force the issue. Car is thinking about forcing the issue, though. Raven, the frustrations, they might compound. Again, they ask questions of that MP9. This time, Raven's got some output, gets one. Brought down. Retake is already demanded.
I'd have to save. I don't know how you get back into this. You'd risk everything.
They got nades for days, Chad.
Feels like you'd risk the map if you went for this right now.
They got it all on log. Empathy hoping that like maybe a stray bullet connects, it incites you to go for it, but they are sticking around.
I'm surprised no one's called this off.
There's more smokes. Gabs has just replenished the door smoke. There we go. There we go.
Okay. They went fishing. They didn't like what they saw. And they're going to try and get out of there with all the goodies.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if I was fishing and I saw a Panther.
Look, in that situation with Empathy and lower, I thought there would be a fast flank coming through to be disruptive. But the rotation back means there's only one way in, doors and window, and that's very, very tough, especially as you pointed out, all the extra nades, because that was a B pop. They do it with such limited resources, and now Furia take the lead by 2.
I mean, Raven was put in a real tough position there.
2 of these consecutive rounds.
Back to back, you just kind of feel like you're on an island.
Yeah, good luck.
Like, thanks, guys.
Shut things down on your own.
What am I supposed to be doing here?
And one's good. That's output. That's look, as much as you can expect from an anchor with an MP9 on B in 4 players coming through fully rifled out of their minds.
Ooh, it feels very similar, at least in the opening. Bazini's going to be throwing out that mid-util short molly, door smoke. Fox fires off a warning shot, so the orb's position noted. And just trying this walk again. This time with Forks in support. Peeks through, loses the head. Okay, team kill as well, but just flattened. STX behind a smoke, only a P250 to her name. Good luck, have fun. Oh, makes it work anyway. Carp investigating that window. Burnt down is STX, forced away. Bomb will be planted. 3v3. Bazinia has your tunnels. It's Gamps and Lulaten's responsibility to ensure the doors and window is held, and now replenished util. Okay, looks like they're going to give this a go. Empathy to throw the flashes. They'll flood in behind them. And Lulaten's... Okay, perfect from the two of them. Both hit their shots. Empathy forced away. Just going to try and save. Big one with her.
Oh, Empathy coming back over.
Got smoke, got kid.
Yeah, this has still got time.
I suppose. Oh, nice from Lulaten's. High alert.
Okay, well, that
Fury
was
at 10.
Yeah, and that was a mixed buy out of the comments. I'm interested to see what they do now. They are going to partial. That's confirmed in the comms right there. So nice little insight into what comes next. Comets likely going to give over the 11th. And look, it's not going to come easily. They're still going to have some investments here to force Furia. With a tag on the cross. Raven can't catch a bloody break.
That's lovely.
And they'll be out long for free.
So you get your full long control. Molly Carp, Forks, just a scout. It's going to be hard to get output out of this, especially versus that car AWP.
Yeah, having that oversight as everybody else just trundles up behind the smoke should be perfect. No utility either. You can't flash through. There's no HEs on the clear. So right now, Furia have all the advantages in the world.
Okay, and smoked away. Forced to elevate. Car knows that repeak's coming. Hard shot. Forks just zipping around with that scout movement speed. And that's a headshot to start off proceedings. A second would be a real condemnation. Why is the feed looking good for the CTs? Forks now down. Important from Lulaten's. They're congregated in that elevator position. This could be disruptive. If you go for the plant, a jumping pistol could hit a stray bullet, but looks like it was lucky to be a deagle.
There's a kit in the mix.
Yeah, there is. Look at the health, though, on two of them. Raven, Serendipity just hanging on by a thread. HE looks like it's destined for a little bit of damage. No, not going to catch him. Touched on Goose. Bazinia with the reaggress. Lovely, fine. Furia appear to have done enough.
Still having a look. Will find some damage. Was Raven, and it's just going to be STX, the last to fall. 11 now, 2 away from pushing this into map number 3.
And on home soil, the Comets find themselves a map up. You suddenly feel like it's all too real. You feel like you're closer to the trophy than you've ever been before, and now the pressure is amplified on your side. Ancient, it looked like they were completely, free from pressure, playing their game their way.
Empathy's having a decent map again, 14 kills so far, but not shutting things down in the same fashion. In fact, you've gone 4 from 4 with pistols.
Ooh, and you've lost Forks straight out of the gate. That's the output we've grown to expect from Car.
Brute force.
Okay, Gabs. Just like that, I guess. Walks in, she claims the B-bomb site, says, I'll be having that, thank you very much.
And good luck saving, because the bomb's going to go down, 40 seconds on the clock. You're likely just to get peeled apart here. Serendipity and Empathy already thinking about a save, I'm sure. But they're boxed in. Lulaten's is out long. You've got a player still patrolling around middle, and now the 40-second timer begins.
Now it's the game within the game. Furia know by taking these away, they really set themselves up.
Great shot.
For the next round of play, perfect pre-aim. Crosshair bang on the money on that jiggle out. And Serendipity, same fate. Bazinia puts her down, job done.
Okay, 5 in a row now for Furia. 1 more required to lock things out. And sure, max loss bonus is in play, but you're on the CT side. You're going to be lacking a little bit in the buy department. This was the opener, just head-to-head, AWPing duel. Forks goes down, but it's B. That's where the action is. They brute force their way in a beautiful double there from Gabs. And just smothering them in the final stages, making sure nothing to be carried through. Comet's going to burn the last timeout, and understandably so, because this is it. You need to use them, and I'm glad they are, just giving them a moment to take stock of how this has fallen apart and look forward. Just 5 more rounds required, and we could take this to overtime, but it's going to be hard fought.
I just don't know. I can't quite process how convincing of a run this is from Furia on their T side. We're talking 5 consecutive, sure, but we We talked about it. Comet's got both pistols. Furia, without a single pistol to their name, still looking to pick up a convincing win on Dust 2. This is impressive. This bodes very well for that third map decider. Should Furia pull it across the line here? Look at what they're working with, Chad. No warp in sight for the CTs. Oh, and Raven can't catch a break.
Long control. We saw what this meant within the first half for a round for the Comets. Now, Furia's turn. They've got double AWPs.
Ooh, get out of there. Little lick of the flame on Forks. They have got that early mid intel, but it's long the focus and serendipity. Just a jiggle smoke defense. Okay, there you go. Get the info safely. We'll throw out this kind of mid-long smoke that will buy time.
Good info being highlighted here by the ops team. Raven and STX in the tunnels, so they've confirmed that it is likely just going to be this long Na'Vi-esque finish from Once Upon a Time. Ooh.
What?
Yeah.
That's MP9 burst.
Just dueling over the lip of that smoke there. So they've stalled them out, and they've actually got significant damage. Unfortunately, it is against the AWPer.
Okay, well, I see the cross smoke in the air. A replenish from the CTs.
They can clear it.
AWPer might be set for success. Yep, that's it. Patience prevails. Car onto Forks in back-to-back rounds. Now they flash. Now they go. It is occupied, make no mistake, there's multiple bodies, multiple elevations, the flame's well placed. It's Car again that finds Raven, finishes what she started on that cross, and Furia show tenacity, show resilience, and show they won't go down without a fight. This trophy, they won it just as much as the Comets. A third map to separate these two. Season 7 Impact Finals continue on a third map.
Brings it back. They take the map pick of Supernova Comets, and now we have a series on our hands. It's going to come down to one map. This is exactly what we wanted for a grand final. And I'm getting pretty damn hot now, Lucy.
Yeah, we were all getting a little bit excited in the green room, weren't we? We wanted some fight back from Furia, and in this one we finally got what we asked for. Not just the fight back, but we got that good start from Furia that's been lacking. It felt like they were playing more like themselves in that first half, and in the close was just classic Furia.
Yeah, and look, you've also got the individual moments chiming in. So many games for Supernova Comets, you've seen individuals step up, have these multi-kills. We saw it in the semi-final against NIP. We saw it in the first map, here in the grand final on Ancient. Here on Dust 2, completely different story. Bazinia gets those kills, locks out CT, the game's over.
No empathy, no focus on the server, and game is already easier for Furia. But basically, I said something in the beginning that Furia need to play slower. You know what? Doesn't matter. They just showed up that they are completely fine playing aggressive. They eventually know how to close out runs. They know everything. We finally see old good Furia.
We did see a good Furia, but let's talk first about Supernova Comets, what they were doing right. It's the same story time and time again. Damn it, when they shoot to kill, which you should always do, but they don't miss very often either.
They were missing a little bit there, though, definitely. I know Forks in particular was one that you mentioned there, Hanko. And I'd say going into this, Dust 2, Forks' best map, 1.44 rating this year until this map. Let me tell you, that's probably dropped a whole 0.1 or 0.2 after that. That was a horrifying performance from Forks, who is meant to be the star of the show on this map. And that, I think, was the main reason they lost. Car was out-AWPing her in the head-to-head constantly. Car was getting the legs through the door. A much different performance from Car, and that's exactly what was needed.
It's interesting because on Ancient you did have elements of Forks, but you also had empathy. Obviously 35 kills, you kind of come off that if you're Furia and you say, look, life game, that's the way you have to address it. That really has to be the mentality. And again, proves it here on Dust 2. Raven, STX, I think were brilliant, and the stars you normally expect to shine for the Comets were eclipsed.
Yeah, I even checked in the meantime like stats from Empathy, because I was really surprised by the stats from Ancient, and it was basically live game. And in the end, we can see that on map like Dust 2, it didn't even matter because Kach was shooting really strong. In the end, individuals finally step up, gaps, crazy entry frags over the T side, and in the end, finally we saw a aligned team.
And that was a dominant map from Furia with, again, both pistol rounds going the way of Supernova Comets. Yep. 4 for 4 so far in this series.
Let's take a look at some rounds, because round 12 was one that you wanted to focus in on, Lucy. Why do you think this was pivotal?
Yeah, this is where we started to see Furia get into the comfort zone on the CT side. This was Gabs going for that aggressive push out from B, and it's a little messy on the actual first fight she takes, but this is the very final round, in fact, and it's just the way she disengaged from it. She absolutely had them chasing her down, running, and we can see that I think Supernova Comets love to, I don't say overreact, but when this sort of play happens, they feel the need to immediately respond to it. And Gabs just tucks here. Every single player is hunting her down. They completely lose focus of their game plan. They know we need to kill Gab so that we've got that way out.
And based on the way the pistols have been going as well, it's actually such an important breakpoint round for Furia to win because it gives you that little bit of respite. Because coming into this, you kind of expect Supernova Comets to keep winning these pistols. So suddenly, you eco one, it's 7-7. That's completely fine. It's still an equal game.
Yeah, I think after this round, they kind of felt that they are really close to close this round and like map in general, because this type of round gives you a lot of energy for the like confidential picks and like everything. So in terms of like match, it was, I think, the most important round for like confidence for Furia players.
When you mentioned that confidence and you mentioned sort of the change in play, I think that's best shown in round 15, B-Dog, because Furia was able to continue this momentum after the half.
I think what was brilliant in round 15 is we get to see sort of an insight into the way Supernova Comets are trying to set up their CT side, and it's active problem solving from Furia, because when you have a look at this CT side from Supernova Comets, it reminds me quite a lot, to be honest, of the way Cadian calls, the way that they gamble stack on towards CT side. It's 3-4 players just hedging their bets on one side of the map, hoping they get that reaction, then knowing what the common reaction is going to be as well. And Furia, it's brilliant because what they do here is they fake out, and it's all about the timing of this utility. Fake out that they want to take short. Around about the minute mark, you can always deviate away in the mid to B. And it feels like Supernova Comets have got a good example here of how you can set up because you've got that boost on the box, and then Bazinia just does everything. Bazinia needed to live.
Yeah, the setup to this was really great, but Supernova Comets actually have all the advantage here, and they even know Bazinia is stuck here. But I mean, check that out. That's the highlight of the map, hands down. 3 from that position is unreasonable, and we've had so many of these individual moments from Supernova Comets. It was about time we got one from the other side.
Absolutely, and it really goes back into what you were saying about round 12, where Supernova Comets know that Bazinia is here, and they want to fight. They're so tunnel visioned in on this, they lose sight of the bigger picture sometimes.
Hanker, what could Supernova Comets have done on the CT side to get to close this out 2-0?
Like, I think it's really hard to play without Sniper. Like, if Sniper on Dust 2 is not feeling comfortable enough, it's pretty hard for like rifles to make this first calls, first frags, basically. So I think it was lacking of like this proactivity, what we saw in like previous maps of Supernova Comets. And in the end, yeah, like it's about individuals. We were just lacking firepower.
It's also just about the macro of the game, right? How many retakes are you going to go for if you're Supernova Comets? How many times do we actually see that AWP for Forks? Not a whole lot of chances because you keep going all in and you keep coming up short.
Yeah, I felt like they really wanted to go for a lot of retakes there on B in particular, where they just had no reason to go for it. They got scared off eventually, but even there's that one round where Empathy just kind of hangs out at the end to try and maybe catch a player in Ninja Diffuse. It feels like there is a bit of, I won't say ego, but a huge amount of confidence that they can just win any situation, even when it's unfavorable. And I think that comes off of how Ancient played off, and that really was maybe a mistake in their gameplay there, going for a lot of these unnecessary retakes and moves.
And that's fine in some respect. Like, it's good to have a little bit of confidence, it's good to have a little bit of arrogance on the stage, but it's coming back to that grander picture, it's coming back to your macro, because the moment you lose sight of that, one round suddenly bleeds into 2, suddenly bleeds into 5, and you've completely lost track of where you are in the game.
We saw many times in this tournament that Supernova Comets were going for retakes where they didn't need to, and it completely broke their economy. It happened also in this map. So I think coming into Inferno, they need to more think about like big picture of the like matchup, and maybe more likely save and just try to build this economy, because it will just give them more chances to win in general.
What do you think Inferno is going to look like for the side of Supernova Comets?
I think it's going to be again about like firepower, because we basically had like 2 maps which proved us that firepower is like everything in this matchup. But I'm really curious about banana takes and how Furia gonna take it, because I saw some games where they basically leaving it open, but I saw some maps they were fighting it for like with 4 people, right? So I think it's only about game style and like game plan they're gonna throw. It's really interesting.
The good news, at least for Supernova Comets, is going into this map, it's not about the offers, right? So if Forks is struggling here in the big stage, it's not going to be as big a factor, because Empathy clearly isn't. Even on that map, sure, it wasn't 35 kills, but we're still finding a lot of impact, and we saw some moments from the other individuals as well. I think STX is quite strong on this map, so I don't want to write them off on Inferno without their main superstar, but it does feel like the stars are aligning on that Furia side.
I think they really need to as well just remember and go back to that quick book, right? Go back to your fundamentals, because in that game versus NIP, on Inferno in particular, they're really good at actually slowing the pace. What did they say in that pre-game interview? You need to control the pace against Furia.
I really like how Supernova comments were like getting one frag and like coming back to like passive setups, and on Inferno is like basically super important to get this one opening frag and basically coming back to like passive setup. So I think it can be really hard for Furia to adapt to that, but we're gonna see, right?
How does Furia normally play Inferno?
Like, I think they just want to get the one side of the map and like kind of fake it, do something towards A, but ended up towards B because they just like to fake with util a lot. And it's gonna be main point because some players from Supernova comments, as we heard before, they are prepared for it. They're not going for the first calls, right? They're waiting for the bomb to show up. So it's gonna be really interesting how they're gonna manage to take space and maybe fight for it back.
Yeah, it's all about that on Inferno really on T side. It's all about setting up your primary zones, taking top banana, taking top brackets, and there you've got a baseline to work with. And we did see it with NIP as well. They're having a lot of success on that T side where they were feigning out one area of the map, waiting and just pausing, seeing if there was going to be a reaction from Supernova comments, and then just picking and choosing directly where you want to go in that mid to late phase of the round. And that's something Imperial was struggling with because Furia are always so direct, they knew exactly what to do. That looks way better on Dust 2 as well because Furia had the clearest picture in their mind, and when Furia are ready and determined, they know exactly how the round's going to go.
Let's see how that plays out. And if they are going to be ready for this, of course, one map stands between Supernova Comets and Furia and that ESL Impact Season 7 trophy. Who is going to take it? Well, we'll find out after this.
Dallas, are you with me? You ready for Sunday? You ready for your Sunday Counter-Strike? Yeah, we got Impact Season 7 champions to be crowned at the conclusion of this map. IEM Dallas later on. It's a battle of North versus South. ESL Impact Season 7, the gap has closed, and a new champion will be crowned. Furia, a new stride in form. They slayed their demons in Imperial, the perpetual champions. The past was their proving ground, the present their stage, up against them hometown heroes. The Supernova Comets stand between them. And of course, like any good grand final, it goes the distance. A third map decider on Inferno, iconic. It's time for us to do what we always do. Let's play Counter-Strike!
Trading map picks to get to this point. Dominance from Empathy on map number 1. And dominance in the pistol rounds for the Comets. Can they make it 5 from 5?
Gonna be early tests for Gabs and Car.
Auto smoke and flashes seems the most likely to come out between Forks and STX.
This is a big test, a lot of util and a lot of bodies. Gabs is just completely open to this. Okay, gets the intel, gets more than information, gets headshots, double kill on the USP. Empathy will trade, but Car, the unknown entity, you're not clearing. Oh, they spot it up. Just like that, Car down.
Empathy's sharp on these pistols.
Yeah, that's again an impactful pistol already from Empathy. Double kill once more.
40 seconds on the clock, no kit, tough retake.
Yeah, that flash from Bazinia could very well be the difference maker. Where does she elect to take it? Pathing, Lulatens and Issa both opting to elect to walk short. Forks will be jiggling this. Better be one hell of a flash. In front and swing into the site. On the back turn, nice find from Issa. Okay, double, but they need to be diffusing. They're charging her down. Forks goes down. Is there time in the round?
This is going to be close.
Diffuse. I'm not certain. Chad, I am not sure. I am not sure. Down to the last millisecond! Is that their first pistol?
First pistol, and it comes in that fashion. Gabs doubles up out of the app pot. Beautiful work there. 3v3, that's very tough, and I think having the discussion now that we need to be holding on to those retakes. The first time the Comets have dropped the ball in the pistol department.
I just love the team play there. It was drawing the attention. It was Bazinia's flash. Draws attention. Empathy both looking towards this library side. And it does facilitate that gap from Issa with those dual Berettas. A fantastic start and Furia's first pistol in a third map decider grand final.
Okay, well, this is going to be the force out of the Comets. Galil, AK, and AK on Empathy. When we get into the rifle round, seeing Empathy go for the banana control is something that we need to be keeping our eyes upon. If there's the performance from map number 1, should be able to push the team across the line. Jump spot. 4 members of the CT side are holding nades right now. Just everyone ready to get the intel safely and to delay, because they know if a flood of Mac 10, Tech 9 start breaking open the door. Well, it's only MP9s to defend this B site. Contact play, first spotted. Util, exchanged.
Empathy's AK. Oh, the spray puts Bazinia down to 8. This is why you equip Empathy with that hero gun.
Okay, well, forcing out Util across the map. Another smoke replenished top banana, one also used middle. One remaining on Iza, who bunkered down towards A. The float point is going to be Car Sensei, the AWPer. And round number 2, just equipped with an MP9. So the MP9's to defend B, and that's where the finish will come through.
Yeah, they're lying on Util now. There is that one additional block. 30 seconds, smoke does fade. Here comes the pressure. How does Car approach this? Spots one on the cross, STX back turn, burns from the molly, and aggressive. It's Lulatens and Car. Mow them down on the assault. Now STX should be able to get this bomb down. Raven active, lurking. Running though is Car. Just get on the bomb. Raven is a mile away. A country mile, an acre, an hectare. Whatever it is, it's too far away. Unless... No! Where's the cover? Oh, that's ridiculous. Raven comes up clutch. So far away. But they planted for CT. They planted open, and that a heartbreak for Furia.
There's no way that there would have been time to rotate Banana. It had to be the play through CT spawn. The comms must be in a mess. They know that the kill went down on the long side.
Oh, the timing, look at that. That's a nightmare for Issa. She'll be seeing that in her dreams tonight. Make it nightmares.
Oh, that's so hard to explain.
Looking the wrong way, Raven, a beaming smile because they know they've just completely rumbled the Fury momentum. They win their first pistol and then they get this horrible twist of the knife of a second round conversion for the Comets. There you go, Bazinia. Maybe we can wipe the slate clean. The force buy of your own.
Yeah, again from Fury in these force buys. They love doing this 4-1. So they're doing it again. This time they find the opener. It hasn't actually forced out a rotation. They're still sitting on their haunches right now with that early incision. Car's going to have some U-tilt to block over towards A, sure. This stack over to B has to be on a timer, especially with all the Banana information.
Oh, gosh,
you feel like you need to be at least sending someone elsewhere.
Car is really in trouble. Just a Desert Eagle to her name. Legs to go up Alk, not a bad idea. Here comes the cavalry. Gabs and Issa will arrive in time. They're setting up for the go here. And they will be in the right place, Furia. It will come down to gunfights, something we've seen an awful lot of Supernova Comets gameplay revolving around just straight duels. It'll happen again here on the A site.
All the squeeze is on.
Yeah, this wrap is perfect. Oh, even better! Serendipity! As many kills as she has syllables.
Look, if you want a demonstration of the aim on display, look at the util remaining. And they just walked in dry, so they are just looking for these fights. They could have actually gone for an execute, used their nades, made it a whole lot easier, but instead they just delete them in an instant. And Furia will just have this one Galil to hold on to for Bazina. She is also, you're just checking the syllables, aren't you?
There's 5 of them. That's a lot of syllables. I'd like to apologize, my maths was off there.
I don't think they're going to be hunting this one down, so a 5-7 can be dropped. The Galil can be carried through, but that's all we're going to see into the next round of play. Comet stopping Furia from getting off to a hot start. They win the pistol, sure, but you have to win the follow-up, and the Galil will be retained. There it is, an extra kill, an extra $300.
I can't help but question whether or not maybe a timeout just to kind of stabilize after what was a very disruptive second round.
Yeah, look, I think, again, this is the first time they're playing on this level of a stage in this environment. They're going to potentially become the new champions, or at least that's what's on their mind with Imperial Valkyries no longer in the event, eliminated by Furia in the semis.
And I mean, for Furia, that probably felt like a grand final in its own way. The opponent, the win, and now just one single map separating them from a grand final trophy. Get out of there, Bazinia.
Well, Furia smoked to enable the Banana fight, but needs to back off. No damage found. Just chipped on way out down to 42. So a gamble stack again, and understandably so, as the Comets just spread out in the default. They're getting the Halls and Boiler control now. They'll be able to garner Banana at a later point, but up mid.
We did see Furia with a USB conversion on Ancient. Unlikely that lightning strikes twice, but certainly not impossible. Understandably patient here, waiting for the CTs to make their first move, but that nade looks great. Ouch. Issa brought low. Raven's patience rewarded, flushed out as well by the flames for another.
Info on at least 2 more players, so that sent them over towards B, because Empathy, while searching out, finds no contact, but the Galil is here.
Yeah, it is. It's Bazinia with 42 points of health after that early spray down Banana. Empathy looking to clear corners. And a little lazy on it. Could have been 2.
Coming through.
Yeah, they will. STX, messy spray, trying to stabilize. Looks good, though. It should be Forks and Serendipity comfortable.
At a moment of worry there, that Galil gets 2 kills. That could have been the difference maker within the round, but now the rifle's to be reinvested upon. AWP for Carp. Same to be said for Forks. The Comets are going to make sure that investment is made.
Important trade from Forks.
And interesting, after these winning spree of rounds, the Comets are going to take a tactical timeout. The coach wants to get involved in the conversation. What are the adjustments looking like?
So there's a couple of questions we've already laid out, right? We're going to keep our eyes on whether or not Empathy's going to keep fighting for top banana and taking that space, winning those early engagements. I also want to ask questions of Car. Keep on my eye on that AWP now in the CT side. That is going to be a very valuable piece. If your opening engagements do go your way, it frees you up to be really dynamic and unpredictable.
Well, the B defense is Lulaten's alongside of Bazina. You've got your pit anchor of Gabs. These will be rotating around, and the same with Car Sensei. 3 starting over towards the B side of the map for the defense. Looking to lock down this banana control. It's just util donated by Iza. Going through the standard motions of Inferno. One of the slower maps in the pool. You feel each other out, you wait out the util. You exchange the nades for map control, and that's exactly what you see unfolding right here, right now, as the half-wall boost has been mounted. They will maintain control. Empathy ready for this.
Oh, Bazina doesn't know how close she came. Well-placed nade.
Taking a look at the CT setup currently, if it is a B finish, the rotation for Furia is miles away. Potentially the longest setup because they aren't heavy porch side. Nobody floating long and staying very static. They still have the mid control, sure. That informs the B defense they need to be on their haunches. But if everybody loads in from the comets, that means they need to defend multi-kill mandatory.
And that's an important shot to be hitting on that boiler swing. Raven goes down.
Has to be beat now.
Orb now revealed, yeah. So now Bazina and Lulitens are on high alert. That's the last of your block smokes.
No HE to clear this for the comets. Okay,
so either you wait it out and you run into a God Flash from Bazina. I love this. Seems like a perfect, potent two-man setup. And actually, wait, we've got Car Sensei rotating through. 30 seconds, still making a presence on B, clear. STX is trying to kind of maneuver through the flank, and it's a gap.
Oh!
Car just looked away. This is getting scary. 19 seconds. Car's back turned on that flank. They're committing into B now. Lulitens at the back of the site. One kill could be all they need onto that bomb carrier, but Serendipity hits the headshot.
Got a plant.
Will do so. Bazina trying to spam. Could maybe deny. Oh, what a push! What a play! STX late to the party. Reveals her position. Spammed out through. Wow, an orb shot straight through. First bullet out of Car's orb.
Oh, tough one, tense. Right down to the wire there. And that's even after the exchange of the top mid control. You understand what comets are going for. Banana control. Then we get the brackets. Standard operating procedure as far as Inferno is concerned. And I'd agree with that.
Yep.
I heard Cash is coming back.
Don't say it too loudly. The Americans will start salivating.
Well, they're already frothing at the mouth.
They are. Whoa. I mean, that could have really gotten awkward, right? If those first couple of bullets on the spam from STX did connect. A different story. Well played from the AWPer there. That's a doubling her output.
Well, even though they're still down a round, Furia have won the key rounds. The pistol didn't get the conversions, and now the first rifle rounds. Can this winning way continue back into the guns for the Comets? The money is there for another investment, but we'll be humbled if they lose this round.
Double nade looks destined for damage. Empathy fortunate to have mantled up onto the barrels, so just down to 69. That's the funny number. Raven down to 72.
Well, Gabs is on the jiggle under halls, and Empathy just searching contact again. So a lot of util remaining right now for Comets for the finish, and they've gotten a lot of space just with bodies.
Not going to be an easy defense, that's for sure. Car, again, with that AWP in a position to find impact. Lisa, okay, in support of that AWPer, just the one important trade, and a flurry of frags into the A site should mark the save.
Look, the bomb is down towards T-stairs, but it's not going to cost them anything. Bazina and Lulitens, they can't even risk starting to head over. You can't give anything away. You need to hold on to these if you want to stay threatening into the next. So the A defense not able to pass the test in the same way that the B bomb side did.
I will say as well, this is a nice upswing in form when they need her most. STX, 7 frags on Ancient, 7 frags on Dust 2. Now into the third deciding map, and STX with a double impact kills on this brackets fight. Very important to put that 4th round on the board for the Supernova Comets.
And both teams happy to lay down their guns here. I think the Comets, because they lost that retake on the pistol round, aren't taking any chances in this 2v4 situation. Saying, hey, it's all good. Let's start establishing our economy as well. We don't want to give this round over. Let's get ourselves up to 4 and hopefully push deeper and deeper into this T half.
Bit of a hunt.
mean, he's not going to find anything with this unless Furia overstepped the mark. It is going to be confirmed. Everybody keeping their goods. Now, having to take stock right now with what's possible regarding the Furia buy. Gabs could buy herself. Some lighter drops are available for Ka and Iza. Famises or MP9s. You're going to have something to work with. No tactical timeout taken. Coach is just going to let them fly by the seat of their pants right now, as it will be a Deagle for Ka, Famises for Iza and Gabs. The Comets can really take over this first half with this round win right now.
Yeah, and Senior starts to get aggressive. Forks having absolutely none of it. Cancels the early aggress.
Again, this heavy porch setup, but now down a player. This is very tough for Furia.
I mean, it's going to be tough for the B defense, right?
You have to gamble correctly.
Lulatens just has to somehow hold on to your smoke and be solely active on B.
It's tough because it's Inferno as well, so the re-aggressors for the CTs are quite limited. Unless you have like a good pop flash to fight down middle, or you're already in Boiler and Halls, which we can see they're not. But the fight is coming their way. The setup is going to get traction.
See how they fare. Already at a disadvantage. Can't up close with that Desert Eagle. Turns the flash, hard to track. Do connect. Looking good. Looking great. Issa with 3. Forks down last. It's Cast Eagle to collect it. Just when it looks like the Comets have wrestled and jostled for control in this first half, Fury respond.
We always talk about it, Inferno, right? It's all about the information. They get the opening kill, but they still go in with the lion's share of numbers into the Lion's Den, or maybe the Panthers. They bite down and hard. Beautiful work on the elevation, and just body after body teaming out into brackets. So this back and forth affair that Inferno is offering, this is what we want to see.
This is pacey out of Raven.
Up the guts.
Straight. Oh my gosh, this is too much pace. Car caught out, overrun. Just bulldozed. Empathy kicks open the A site. Gabs is cooking. It's being held though. STX caught. Forks trade, necessary, site loss, retake, a conversation. That's an important starter.
It's on now.
Yeah, Lunaten's finding Forks. 3 on 3 now, retake util lined up. Plenty of util from the CT side here. As the last is thrown out. Empathy still with a resmoke for Moto, perhaps. Serendipity. 2 pits set up. And that's a headshot out of Empathy. Not easy. Lulaten's down to 39 on the short side. It looks like Pazinia's backing away. And I just want to remark on the pace and the shot from Lulaten. That's
look,
lovely.
I don't want to point fingers here, but Car got stuck in spawn.
Oh, really?
Dropped their extra rifle, then was trying to resell it, and that's why the swing on long side was so late.
Oh, nightmare.
There was just a fumble with the weapons based off of freeze time. Found herself in an awkward situation, wanting to make sure that there was the sell back of the gun.
Right.
By the time that she gets to long side, they're already up. And that right there is the pressure of the environment, the moment getting to you. You have one player on A as the rush is coming, and it's merely just because of a fumble in CT spawn.
Oh, that's tough. That's
I don't think we can catch that in the replay, but I was on her POV and I saw it all go down.
I mean, we all know how that goes, right? Like, someone's dropped an extra rifle, someone takes responsibility for it, but then it's being cognizant of, like, the new gaps. Your normal internal timer is off, and you get caught out in a big game when the pressure is at its highest.
It's just a tough round for it to happen when you know that the buy is going to be lighter. So the risk versus reward, the way that that changes, the way that that scales for the T's. Let's go faster. Let's get in their face. Let's use these lighter weapons. So tit for tat, back and forth. Only a 2-round difference, but consecutive rounds for the CTs. Yet to see it.
Empathy on the warpath once more for early top banana control.
It's okay to exchange this if you have top mid, which they do. That was in Boiler. As it was Porch again. Car was over towards long. Late top B control being vied for now.
Bazinha just looks so in the open if a good, well-placed pop flash was to occur.
And we can see all the bodies behind this. There's no present second mid. Nobody is a late lurk. This time it's grouped up from the Comets,
And
looking for a team-based
fallback
finish.
Into a more functional setup, both playing backside.
Oh, this is a problem against a full execute. There's still
is.
2 mollies. If they molly backside, it'll be all over Red Rover.
Luliten's can be the footstool and has that smoke available to extinguish.
This is insane.
This is very cheeky. Completely unannounced. The boost is a good play though, and they will have an extinguisher. That new box molly comes in. Uncrouch, opportunity, messy spray, trying to stabilize. Bazinia's got no bullets, but it's oh my god, her teammates actually bailed her out. Lovely, lovely! Lunitens! Pop it off, defend her side valiantly!
I can't believe with all the util that Comets have just contacted in to the B side, putting their aim on display and getting sat down. Furia, stand up, and Lulitens with the moment so far of the map.
I mean, she has just said, you want to do that again? Let's go, aim Jules. A massive round out of Lulitens, and she starts as the base of this boost. As soon as her teammate dismounts, she's free, liberated to go farm some frags. Quad kill out of Lulitens. Makes it a 1-round game. Okay, early friction. Car not playing scared, straight towards that bedroom window, and already...
Oh, look at this. Gab's just leaping out into second mid. We're fighting fire with fire. This is old school.
Yeah, they're having fun with it.
Taking Jules against the Pistols, putting Comets in their place, going to tie things up, 5-5.
Oh, perfection. 5 alive, not playing scared against the Deagles, bringing the fight to them.
And now for the Comets, it is just going to have to be another partial investment. Furia will get a chance to guarantee 6 rounds at the half at a minimum. Next round, 2,400 loss for the Comets when the buy comes back in, and said lack of consecutive rounds. Well, there it is, the Brazilians. And they're going to opt for the similar aggression. Gabs again, just furious. Maybe an art fan.
Yeah. Oh, well, it looks rather artistic right now, just flying into the fight. Get the job done.
Stop the clock, referee.
That's a speed run. What's the clock read?
Minute 37.
Okay, round done. Might be a new record.
Wow, surely they don't meet fire with fire into the final round of the first half.
I'd be tempted, you know. Up against the guns, though, I'm sure Gabs will probably play a little safer.
And they've had some moments they know they should have converted. That 1v2 clutch from Raven on the lurk was a thing of beauty earlier in the piece. The pistol, they didn't get the conversion against the Force. They also lost to pistols again with Carr with the flub in spawn, but either way, they've still got 6. Can it be 7?
Time to find out. Final round of your attacking half for the Comets. Try and keep this dead even. Empathy tested. Head to head, the pop flash was there, but Bazinia doesn't care. Okay, she'll take both of them. You said would they keep it up into the last? Well, in essence, they have. Bazinia decides to take and claim Banana with aggressions of her own. STX and Raven left wanting. Car holding for STX's arrival.
I feel like this is a sitter.
Oh, and a leg shot, or rather into the hip, just through the corner of the concrete.
Blocked this Raven. No way forward now. 50 seconds, still lots of time for the Supernova Comets to work within this 2v5. Very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, already.
They'll give it a go.
STX might just have to be the hero, step up, try and get himself, get 1 or 2. As there's a nice defense. Just STX, down she goes, and we've got a 7-5 half. Okay, Comets, you came to be disruptive. You've got 5 to work with. Furia, hot favorites, but made to work. A single half of Counter-Strike separates us from crowning a new champion. Season 7 of ESL Impact. The Supernova Comets with 5 to work with, Furia 7. I feel like I've said that a couple of times coming in to the second half.
Third map, and all of the first halves have ended 7-5. But it was pistol rounds that were perfect for the Comets up until, well, Inferno. Can they turn the tide again and make it 5 out of the 6 in total? That's a great stat line to have next to your name, but you're after the win. You're after the magic number of 13, and that'll help you get there.
Especially if Empathy and Serendipity continue where they've been going with these pistols.
Stacks in the right place.
Yeah, you're right, STX and Forks. Playing for that one tap, perfect from Forks, STX, and everyone. We'll just do a roster rundown while we're here. Serendipity bucks the trend with the double kill.
Well, Red Stew and the bomb's the payment. Down to the apartments, a 1v5 situation for Car.
I will say the P250 is the sniper of the pistol.
That is, but think where the bomb is. That's not a long-range duel at all. You got to get nitty, you got to get gritty, you got to get in their face.
Okay. I don't fancy your chances here.
I think it'll be leveled up, likely 7-7, because to think of a T-side force buy after not getting a single kill or a bomb plant on the pistol, not something I'm sure that Furia can justify. Can't give it her all. It just must feel hopeless in this situation, hoping that an overpeak comes her way. Empathy steps out, and again, Empathy and a pistol round. It's been a recipe for success. Was insane on Ancient, but has been quieter now on Inferno. That'll be the 5th kill for Empathy. And it should be the Eco, so an opportunity to keep things quite clean for the Comets.
It's just, it was the perfect setup for the call.
Exactly, and there was no probing either. It's just walk in and you're committed. The CT setup was also very committed. They're the ones that hit the kills. It's going to be 5 MP9s, not a single rifle invested, so the Farm Fest right now. And actually, that does make things quite awkward for the first rifle round of Furia, because we've already seen Comets take some risks with their bonus rounds. They like to push in and get in the face, and you're going to be liberated to do even more so when it's MP9s across the board.
Yeah, kind of, you know, a little bit a la Gabs from that first half, flying out of the apps with an MP9.
You could just go for a mid and banana crunch. You're going to have a lot of utility as well, and then if you lose it, with the kills that you should be farming in this round, might get you the buy potential once more.
Tell you what else would accelerate your buy potential is a bomb plant in this round. It's certainly not going to be easy. Raven and STX to be tested, but still full belts.
You have to give us a reason to throw the utility.
Yeah.
Not just going to do it for you, the Comets say.
And already at the 50-second mark, that smoke will be thrown. They'll accelerate through. How many is she getting? It'll be 3.
Oh, caught off guard there with Serendipity, but finishes the meal. And secures all 5 staying alive. Let's check out this bonus round now. I'd actually be quite worried if I was the coach. Look, they don't know exactly how many MP9s, but the only players they died to had exactly that. So this is going to be rough around the edges.
Oh, let me double down on that, because now attack timeout called by the Comets. 5 MP9s, and you've already kind of sowed those seeds, Jad. There could be a very disruptive, you know, are we channeling them down mid? Or do we have the audacity to get a couple deep SMG pushes?
And you don't even have to do that.
Right.
You could just use your util, delay, force them through the default, and then just play on the sites with a couple of nasty stacks.
Yeah, first orange, second orange, suddenly there's nooks and crannies and MP9s. It could be brutal for Furia here. Yes, you're coming into this one with a distinct weaponry advantage. However, Comets, they could accelerate into a very quick second half here. That trophy could be closer than it's ever been if they can pull this bonus round off.
Four starting towards A. All right, this is out of the box.
We are going to be seeing STX test with some mid-aggression.
And apartments too.
Yeah, it's all over the shop. Okay, so Lulatens, Gabs, players on stairs, swung through. Good find from Serendipity, but Bazinia, she's done better. Finding STX empty-handed.
Empathy's entrenched in the backlines. It feels like this funnels them towards the B site.
It does.
Raven's going to get help. Forks on the way.
No nades on Raven. She'll have to fall away, play the site, set up something functional. They are quite quick about this. That CT smoke lands. Okay, Raven active. Forks will rotate through, but immediately isolating the duel. That's a good find from Issa. Forks down after one. Sight lost. Empathy versus Car. Perfect. And from the Car position, no less, she delivers.
Strong map for Car so far, 14 kills in total. How many more is she going to get? And that right there is them dealing with the bonus round, the tough round, the flux situation that comes your way, mid-aggression, apartments aggression. The comms are going to be crazy. But it was the bonus. They did keep it quite clean on the eco, so now it will be a full buy. AWP for Forks, rifles for the rest, diffuse kit in the mix, the util is there. The rifle rounds begin.
Huge round out of Issa. Stopping that bonus round from being too threatening. Well, that's a very clear indicator that apartments has been taken. 2 HEs explode in unison in boiler. Steps are heard top banana, and Forks is posted on this pixel gap. Not going to connect. Nice wide swing out of Furia.
Well, brackets control comes next, doesn't it?
You know where the AWP is, or was?
So they've just smoked off towards long. Pressure applied to Empathy. Smoke's missed, I think. Able to play ahead of it. Empathy could and does.
Ooh, okay. Falls away now. They're accelerating into the A side. Serendipity, Empathy. 2-woman defense. Okay, Empathy solid onto the first. Bazinia, however, and kicking open the door is Issa. Job done. Round 1.
Convention says save. Ravens coming to have a look. At least they're jarring with some utility, but you're going to risk an awful lot if you go for this. Again, we saw them on Dust 2. They went fishing. Didn't find anything, then saved. It looks like they're finding a similar approach right now in a player disadvantage scenario. Lost bonus 1900 into the next, and there you go. The grim reality of the scenario sets in as Furia will accelerate up to 9. 2-round gap manifests. And the Imperial Slayers looking to establish a new world order as far as ESL Impact is concerned.
Yeah. South Americans are here.
It's just insane to think this is the 7th season it's been the same winner time and time and time again. And this time they're not even there to defend their throne in the grand final. They have to sit by the wayside and watch it. I think if you're the perpetual champion, you can't even watch.
No, I'm sure that would be very difficult. This is the day you've taken for granted. You assume you're going to be there at Championship Sunday.
Oh, this is burning the 3rd of 3 tactical timeouts, so you can just tell the pressure that the Comets are under.
Interesting.
You save the MP9, you have an M4 and the AWP, so you have weapons to work with. It's more about how do you get the most out of them? How do you set Forks up for an opening pick? How do you enable Raven to get a multi-kill on the M4? Well, they've actually gone all in. So MP9s are plenty. You need to maximize the potential of these pesky SMGs. Otherwise, the floodgates open and Furia, they can almost taste the victory.
Yeah, 4 rounds separating Furia from new territory, new champions.
Oh, big nade damage. There's a chip down. Forks to be boosted. This is how you enable the pick. Oh.
Yeah, I thought I heard chat, but it looks like gameplay is still going on. Flash in. STX removes the head of Bazinia.
Oh, flash work is perfect.
Just as easy as that. Car eventually provides the trade, but the damage is done, and in fact, even still done to Car.
But there's a gap right now Gabs has found.
You're right.
There's only one defender on the A side, Serendipity. Needs to get back over towards site or pit to bunker down. I don't think a mid to B split would be what's on the menu, as Gabs has been able to rotate in. I don't think Serendipity got the information just yet, but maybe now.
Closing the gap. Car brings the bomb through Abs. Gabs has worked it out, removes the only presence on that A site. Can they make this 2v4 a reality? An opportunity! The Gabs is not letting go! A quick headshot onto the first rotation! Raven watching through her fingers as this 2 advantage, what was a 4v2, has swiftly become dead even. Car, 7 HP, it will fall to Gaps for the close here. Molly to delay, it's well placed. Chips away, the HE connects, Empathy starts to advance. Forks not the perfect weapon for the job, opts for the pistol, losing teammates, and they've done it! Miraculous from Furia! The Comets had them right where they wanted, but Gabs finds hope, finds a gap, and pulls that 10th round out of nowhere.
The money was on the line in that situation. The finances are in the bin right now for the Comets, and remember, they burned their 3rd tactical timeout. They've got nothing left.
This one really ignited the home. What a lovely controlled AK burst.
And then that late U2. Car with the smoke towards Moto. The molly towards short side. Stalls it out, makes it awkward, sets them up for 10. And you may as well call it 11 when you look at what Comets come into the next round with.
Oh, they are going to be mentally broken. You call a timeout, you know how important that next round is, and then you squander a 4 versus 2. Comets on the back foot now. Can anyone ignite hope? Little Desert Eagle headshot, perhaps.
And they put a lot of pressure on Raven, anchoring down these sights. She returned to Dust 2 over towards B, and was always getting mid to B or B popped upon. That smoke is well timed. Look at this flank. Who is holding it?
This is one of those ones where timing can really be your worst enemy. But not for Gabs. She's done well there, and then the backup arrives. Just a hail of bullets down Banana. Empathy tries to stand her ground, but overrun, and now they pivot. Never mind, the job is done.
All 5 staying alive. Looked dangerous for a moment, but the Brazilians in the crowd making some noise. Furia, 2 rounds away. I will be back in for the Supernova Comets. Don't you worry about that. Forks' AWP will be invested upon this. Rifles across the board. Empathy, however, just working with the FAMAS, but the U2 is there. Even a diffuse kit, make it 2. Free up second mid. Xenia for the Banana control. I'm on the back of Car, 17 kills, continues to have a strong map into the fight. Gabs again.
Oh, that's a great start from Empathy. FAMAS v AK still comes out on top. Forks is up, dips away after the first. Lula 10's gone. Audible steps from Car. Makes it clear more bodies occupy that bracket position.
With the information that they have, how do they retool into a minute 20? Still 2B, 2A, but Furia aren't to know that. They're walking into a fight. STX could be overextended. Raven coming to support.
This is a brave decision from STX. A stray bullet through the boards and you're a goner. But that confidence rewarded. Raven sets the trap. And STX tries to clamp it shut, but actually, Issa, she's earned herself a bomb plant. Doesn't know it, but the bomb site is unoccupied and will elect to try and get that bomb punched.
No util to channel them into either coffins or CT, and also worried about Banana.
There's no way, right?
This would have to be a couple of quick taps.
6 HP. And despite that low HP, getting aggressive. Serendipity loses her head. Oh, it really comes down to a 1v1.
Sharp shooting limits the finances. Frustration, sure. 8 now for the Comets. Hard fought round.
Comes down to that. Issa gets much more than she was worth.
So much pressure on the CT buy. Forks is able to drop one. They're going to be able to get out M4s, but it's going to be lacking utils. So do they go FAMASs? Do they go SMGs? And the belief was there, but the fire's not over yet. This one's going to go right down to the wire.
As all good grand finals do.
Lutens with the half-wall smoke. That's going to help get this space for Xena. She's going to be charging up. Logs control. Very light damage done as they come through the flames. It extinguishes, the boost comes up. This will give them a height advantage. You could see Issa just push on through this smoke if nothing is thrown their way. The B defense, very, very passive right now. STX on the jiggles. And 3 towards A for the Comets, who don't even have the brackets control. So in the dark currently.
like Empathy and Serendipity will partner up to claim brackets control. In the same breath, you can see Issa and Lulatens acquiring top banana. Who moves first? Gabs is so close to friction, as is STX.
Forks rotating over. Oh no, just for you two.
Large gap.
Yeah, okay, so still gonna hedge. Playing between the sites as they execute lined up. How good are the flashes?
They better be brilliant. STX lined it off. Coffin's player out, acknowledged. They commit through, and the headshot's found by STX, traded out. Raven forced away. Gab's forced to go scoop that bomb up, but they have successfully taken the site. This bomb plant will be delayed, make no mistake.
They don't have another smoke. Do you even finish B? I guess you are, but they're gonna start fading. This is gonna get really tough.
Especially with the CT already so close. It's Raven. The spam. Whoa. Oh, and it connects. The bomb still goes down. Car commits and just takes the fight heads on. Empathy caught on the rotation. Aggressive AWPing. Car sets them up. 4v3. Oh, and extended further. Raven.
Look at this!
Puts her nose into the AWP, and it's Car again just farming.
The audacity! You peak CT1, sure, but the second time around, you've got a point to prove!
It is very impressive, the form we've seen out of Car. We've heard about the impact of Furia's sniper, but putting it on display, third map. Combat AWPing. That signature Brazilian flair. Let's see that one again. Into the site.
Smoke's fading.
You planted the bomb.
Spammed on the plant.
Instantly.
And just getting stuck in with the AW.
Like,
what is this about?
This is just, I want to end this game. This is my trophy. I'm going to go collect it in 1 round's time. That is what she's just said.
And the buy right now, sobering for the Supernova Comets. They're working with very little. Starting 4B. They're all in.
Is this really where Furia are crowned Queens of Impact? Serendipity will do everything in her power to hold on to that top banana control. They're not playing scared here.
Very light on Util. Down to just smoking a couple of flashes for this defense. Bracket's taken now. No smoke and mirrors just to keep the rotation, keep the Comets guessing. Handling the basic map control very well. Now they return to Banana. Both players for the Comets playing CT spawn side. If it's an execute and they don't do damage on the way in, they will be locked out. Gabs up to back, gets the first on the info crawl, doubles up! And Gabs gets 2 on A. Do they still finish towards B?
That's the question, Chad. Especially STX. No, found. Okay, info. Gabs was alone. Serendipity and Raven on high alert, but you still have to somehow defend this. You don't have the util, you don't really have the health. Do you have any hope? Furia trying to piece it together. Closer now than they've ever been to that trophy. 3 kills all they need. Serendipity kicks up a fuss, backs away, low HP, and has to respect the flame. Bomb will be planted. Post plant to be adopted. Car spams through. Raven brought down. Oh, they can feel it. They can practically taste it. Their trophy at the end of this bomb timer. STX, Serendipity, low. As will their mood be. As this 3-map affair concludes, it's Furia's trophy. Champions in Dallas. A magnificent run across the 3 maps. Thrust down. You start asking yourself questions after Ancient. Is this supposed to be our tournament? You brought down the Valkyries.
And look at what it means. On the 7th season, ESL Impact, it has a new champion. Furia to hold their heads high. The Brazilians with the Argentinian flair. Bathe in the glory, soak it all in. Today is your win.
The amalgamation of a lot of hard work. You come into this tournament knowing there are big dogs in this tournament. A team that are always in the finals, and you face them in the semis, you bring them down. an unknown opponent. A North American underdog on home soil, the last fight. And you prevail across all 3 maps. An intense inferno to finish. Individual stepping up. I have to say, that 3rd map from Car, stunning. Impact out of Gabs. The whole team delivering. Dallas, on your feet. Your ESL Impact Season 7. It's your champions, Furia!
Succeeded. You played at the first ever LAN here in Dallas. Then in 23 and 24 you didn't succeed in qualifying. But now you're on the big stage, you have the trophy, you have the title. Kai, how does it feel?
I don't have words actually. I am very, very happy. We always dream with this. We practice a lot and every year we show up to win and we won this time. And I hope it's got more Furia now.
I never get to talk to Isa, and right now I will not force you to speak in English. I will let you to have an opportunity to address the Brazilian people that are watching you online and that are here in person.
Gente, meu Deus, quanta gente aqui. Nossa, eu quero agradecer a vocês pela torcida, vocês são incríveis. Eu amo vocês, estamos juntos demais. Vocês fazem parte disso também.
Parabéns. Everybody, let's hear it one more time for your new champions, Furia!
As Hector said, as Machine said, new ESL Impact stars. Always the bridesmaids, never the brides. Now they are the queens, and they've lifted the trophy. B-Dog, what a moment for them on that big stage.
Absolutely fantastic to see. Look, this is 3 years of hard work that ESL Impact has shown, now brought live to you on the stage ahead of the grand final of IEM Dallas, and so many more years behind this. So much work has gone into this for every single one of these teams, and I'm so happy we get to showcase an amazing, amazing series of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, basically historical moment. Like, I couldn't be prouder of the whole scene. Like, for player like me right now, it's just we see the outcome, we see the win, but basically I'm so proud and I need to appreciate the amount of hours and like preparation Furia did for this tournament. Like, hats off, girls.
I'm so happy for Furia. Like, this feels so deserved. They have grinded for this. They were in every final in that first year, could never get it done, came so close in Stockholm. And they finally do it, and it's in front of the arena. So a massive congratulations to Furia for finally dethroning Imperial. We have a new champion for the first time. And ESL, thank you so much for having us on the arena to showcase what Women's Counter-Strike is about.
And we did definitely showcase that. There you go, new champions. You got a little bit of fun, and if you enjoyed it, make sure you let ESL know that we want to see the ESL Impact Finals on those big stages one more time. I hope that you're well warmed up, because there is another banger of a game coming up. Vitality up against Mouse for IEM Dallas. From all of us here, though, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting Season 7, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Go get your drinks and your snacks ready for that best of 5. Goodbye.
Bye.
believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Play to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion, got no use for caution. Hope you're ready for a fight. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Every single moment, caught up in the motion, got no use for caution. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Show up, complete and repeat it. Press play. You know I feel the same way. Something crawling under the surface. Snap your fingers, we'll go there. We can find your inner furnace. Keep pacing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain pour. No need to know tomorrow. Run into the light. Run into the night. Run into the light. You don't have to hide no more. Melodies will guide you. Take my hand to the dance floor. Feel the energy make you new. Keep pacing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain pour. No need to know tomorrow. Run into the light. Run into the night. Run into the
the ref. Fuck the ref.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay. Go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now under the table. Okay. This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry.
The
what? The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah. Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker.
Okay. Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's not really from my teammate. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction and I feel ready now.
Okay. Oof.
156. I don't know if it's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this. Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
Oh, the consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
He got in his head. You got in his head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywer. All right, Apex up to bat. Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
You see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was really
long. You're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle.
I'm not good at holding angles. You are not used to be long like
but
this.
Still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No. It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120. No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywer's getting by
he's younger.
Nothing.
The best player in the world. I'm just being consistent.
Okay, so let's set the scene. 12-11, map 5. Major on the line.
Oh, mate. 12-6.
Apex has just gone 1 for 1 on the opener. You're in a 4v4.
Okay.
You've bottled it. You missed an AWP shot.
Again?
He's dead.
Again? Okay, I'm dead. Okay.
So 3v4, Mezzi gets a triple kill, wins you the series.
Wow, that's wild.
You've just won the major. You ready?
Nice!
129. Are you happy with the length?
It came from deep. Yeah, I saw it like... Okay. Nice!
129 as well. Ooh. They hit the same levels. We haven't had that before.
Good job.
History made today. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Whistle goes off, hands come off the table, you grab the water.
Okay.
Lid needs to come off, sip of water, lid back on, back in its place. Time trial.
Hands back on the table.
Oh, the lid! 6 seconds. Could have shaved a second off there. Could have shaved a second off
under
there.
pressure, I'm not good at it. I need to, sorry, I'm stretching a bit.
Limbering up here.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this technique
warm-up
yet.
is really key. Yeah, that's why I wasn't that good. I didn't warm up before.
Are you thirsty?
I am.
Perfect. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh. Well, okay, it's faster than me, for sure.
4 seconds.
Yeah. Good job.
We knew Zywer could have shaved you.
Sorry.
When you're ready. Referee. 46.5.
It's not that good, no?
Second highest today.
Okay.
Are you ready? I don't want you to hurt your hand here.
Nah, fine.
All right. Gotta be sensible about this. Major's coming up. Here we go.
Oh!
It was
45.3.
Was close.
Very close. Very close, gentlemen. Very close.
He's going to gym every day.
I knew it. I knew
I'm
it.
not.
I knew it. I knew he would say that if I win.
What's
we don't
next?
work on this, mate.
This is the strats in this book to win the major.
Okay.
Now what's going to happen is, I'm going to call out a number.
Okay.
I will
need to
then
find the number.
blow the whistle. Okay. Once the whistle goes, you open the book to the page corresponding with the number I give you, and you must read the strategy aloud.
Okay. What's the page?
Wait, sorry. All right, here we go. Page 41.
Okay.
Oh, it's long already.
Okay.
It's a lot of pages.
Yes, go B.
9 seconds. A lot of pages to handle there. It can get tough. Cumbersome. Page 52.
He's losing time.
Yeah, but you got
got
lucky.
stuck on the pages.
Shut!
It was worse than him, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that strat. It probably won't work.
Yeah.
Okay, 11 seconds.
Yes.
Did fumble on the page as
Yeah,
well.
he struggled
But
to take
you got lucky because you went straight to 42.
The fortune's in the pages. Okay. Okay, banana speed eating. How do you feel about just taking a bite of a banana?
Now you know
He's gonna
I have
win.
a
He's
secret.
gonna win.
I have a really big secret, but I can't say it.
Whoa. Speed peel technique there. Whoa! 4 seconds?
Okay. Can I disqualify?
Well, you don't have to compete if you don't want.
I think you won already. I mean, I can try, but 4
So
seconds.
it's not DQ, it's no time recorded, unless, do you want to give it a go?
I will try.
Okay, he's going to give it a go.
But
He's fumbled on that. Oh, quick on the chewing, not bad, 5.5. Not bad though.
I'll finish the banana at least. Yeah, good job. You 3 bananas.
So right now, you're going to get these basketballs. You're going to get 3 shots. We want to see how good your utility is. So sometimes it's not a set nade. Sometimes it needs to be on the fly, and you need to be ready with the distances.
But there's no time. I can
3
take
shots.
my time.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's easy.
Okay.
Look, little surprise if you want. I can do it with my feet.
Oh, again. No.
0-3 there.
At least I have no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It gets up now.
Oh, that's an extra point. I tried to dunk and it went down.
Right.
Oh no, again.
What do we say about that, Rush? The fact that it fell off on the shot. Are we going again?
No.
It's done? He's going again? It's done. He's called it there. He's called it there. The referee.
Fuck the ref.
Gentlemen,
Fuck the ref.
how do you feel about your performance overall?
I had 2 shots only and I beat him.
Yeah.
Fuck the ref. I think Zaiwu paid the ref, but it's alright.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you're ready to win in Dallas?
Yep. I think we are ready.
What's the last one?
That's it?
Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, I hope we're gonna win. 6 tournaments in a row would be nice.
Yeah, okay, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Amongst the Dallas skyline perches the Pegasus. Symbolic of wealth, power, and fame, it originally landed downtown all the way back in 1934, calling the rooftop of the Magnolia Petroleum Building home, the tallest building in the city at the time, standing at 29 stories high. Coincidentally, that's also quite the iconic number for Vitality. Having bested the Falcons just yesterday in the semi-finals, their series win streak now standing at 29 unbroken. Question is, do Mouse have what it takes to take a swing at the Kings? It's Championship Sunday here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Yes, the fans are beginning to pack into the arena right here, right now. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're well into that last day of the playoffs. It is a grand final day. We've got Mal's Vitality. We've also got so many fans packing out the concourse out here. And something needs to be noted. Something has to be said about the creativity, because they've always got it coming on down here with these fans. Speaking of which, buddy, what are you working on over here?
I got some CS2 move challenges going on here.
Okay. How's it going for you?
So far so good, but there's always a little bit more challenge than it lets on.
And speaking of challenges, talk about like the challenge we're going to get today in the server. What do you think in the grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters?
Oh, that's going to be Team Vitality. They're going to win that.
Oh, they're winning everything, it seems like.
That's right.
Well, let's see what you got. As I said, there's plenty going on around here. So much that, hello friends, how are we doing?
How are you? Good.
All right. Where y'all from?
Austin.
Okay, cool. So not like too far.
Not too far, just a little ways away.
Not too far. Still hot outside, so I don't blame you for wanting to be out there.
Texas, man.
No doubt. Speaking of Texas, we do have the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Finals today. So who do y'all got?
I am putting everything on Vitality. Vitality for the win all the way.
Pretty fair, actually. Pretty fair. Y'all feeling the same or what?
Yeah. Vitality. With a win streak like that, how can you doubt them? 29, right?
It's a lot. All they can do is win. But hey, I appreciate it. I won't take up too much y'all's time. Like your outfits. Just a little bit more, though. You. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm having a great day. Here at IEM Dallas. This is awesome.
Man, you sound a little different than us. Where are you from?
I am from the land down under, where Sponge J represents Aussie.
He loves that. He loves being called Sponge J. Hey, speaking of calling things, call this game for me today. We have a grand final. It's all come down to this. Mal's Vitality, what you got?
Look, I'm a big fan of the win streaks with Vitality, hey? Like, there's no way they can't lose this. They can't. Because we haven't had a win streak this long since, I think who did the long win streak? Nip. We're going with Vitality for today. Absolutely, man.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you. And be careful out here. I know it's hot in Australia, but it's definitely hot outside.
Hey, every day is like this. We got it.
Every day, just like this. The Intel Extreme Masters Grand Finals.
Good morning, Spinks. I saw you guys playing football this morning. Who's the best at football in Mouse?
Between the players only, I think it's me.
Yeah?
And I'm not good, so it says a lot.
You know the next question I'm going to ask. Playing against your former team, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, well, they beat us many times. Actually, I'm really confident about today. I don't know why, but lately when I'm confident we were losing, so we are going to get crushed. 3-0 for them. Apex is going to bully us, and yeah, that's it.
Vitality, do they look on their A game right now, or do they look beatable?
They are definitely beatable. I think so far this tournament they didn't show their best like they did before. And it's of course understandable after a long streak, but they're not on their A game yet. And I think also Falcons and the Mongols said they were really close to beat them, so yeah.
I'll let you get on your way, Spinks. Thank you so much. Good luck. Good morning, Zaiwu. I see you have one AirPod in. What are you listening to this morning?
Listening to rap music like always. I never changed my habits, so I keep listening to this.
In terms of yesterday, you finished playing at 7:30, grand final, 2 p.m. today. What's kind of the turnaround for Vitality? What do you guys get up to in the evening and then this morning?
I think it was mostly for the staff, like trying to prepare the game because they didn't have enough, I think for them, enough time to prepare like really good. So it was mostly to be prepared for them mentally and for us to be prepared like to be ready to play game at 2 because it's really rare to play that early for a final. So for us, we just thinking about this way. We are not even thinking about how we playing right now. We just need to good mood, good good vitality. If we play our A game, I think we have a good chance to win.
I mean, if history's anything to go by, it's looking good for you guys. Mouse, how strong are they looking right now? Because they haven't dropped a map so far here in Dallas.
Obviously, they look really strong, but for us, it doesn't matter. I mean, we are mostly looking about ourselves for now. We doesn't play the good CS, I would say, for now, but we know if we play our A game, we play like we do for the last 4 months. I think we're gonna beat them, so I think we just really focus on ourselves for now.
Anything you want to say to the crowd? They had quite a lot to say to you yesterday in that Falcons game.
Actually, I don't remember. I remember fuck you Apex a lot, so hopefully we like you guys because we are making fun of that. So keep saying fuck you Apex, and we're gonna love it.
I love the energy, Zaru. Good luck in your game.
Well, here we go, the Grand Final Sunday. A rematch from Lisbon in March. Inferno, a non-starter in that Grand Final. 13-0 smash burger served up by the ever-in contention Vitality. And after all 5 maps, Vitality won. And again, and again, and again. Because this is Vitality's server, and we're all just living in it, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think this is a completely different final to what Dallas has seen the last 3 times, right? Ever since we came back post-COVID, there's always a Cinderella run. There's always an underdog who comes out on top, who has a sort of a miraculous run, capping it off last year with Stewie 2K actually getting to lift a trophy. But this time, a completely different script. 2 of the best teams in the world. With Vitality, we're witnessing history in the making. You know, no one since NIP at the start of CSGO was able to do what they're doing right now, and no one will break that record, not even Vitality. That's like the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game. It's not going to happen in today's Counter-Strike, but just the fact that they won 5 tournaments in a row, that they haven't lost in over 120 days, tells you how insane it is what Vitality is doing at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing a great job overall. Obviously, so far this tournament haven't really played up to the A game. They came in a little bit rusty, said they didn't practice leading into it, and I think that's part of the story as well, Josh, you know, for this specific final. Every time Vitality has been at a tournament so far in 25, we've been seeing them firing on all cylinders. We've been speaking about the A game. We've been speaking about them being obviously the best team in the world. So far in Dallas, I don't think they played an A game yet they're still in the final. So if Mouse is any good for it, if they can continue down the trend that we've seen so far, I think we need to see Saivu and the boys today play the A game if they want to win.
Yeah, Josh, we've seen these guys play several games. A game is just, you know, a formality at this point. So let's talk about some of these times here in terms of them head-to-head.
Yeah, the head-to-head, obviously, Vitality have the clear wins over the side of MOUZ. MOUZ haven't looked too good against them in the 13-0 as well, in one of these best-of-5 finals, a 3-0 as well. For the side of Vitality, MOUZ has been getting a little bit better and better each time they play against Vitality. The scoreline gets a little bit closer. They get some more rounds. They get some maps going in it. And not included here is obviously another BO3 loss. These are the grand final losses that they've had in the head-to-head. So this is the 3rd time that they're going at it just in the last couple of months here. And MOUZ, they do look a lot sharper this event. So that is one thing going for them. And Vitality, as Jacob pointed out, have looked like they haven't been completely on their A game. But I mean, we also have to take into consideration that other times Vitality have played where they have won either entire tournaments or have won against other teams. There have been times where they've been up against the ropes and they just hung in there. The other team wasn't able to close it out. And it's all a matter of, is MOUZ going to be able to push it over the line this time and get, once they have Vitality on the ropes, close it out, which is what other teams have been failing to do. It's not like Vitality's blowing everyone out 13-0 every match.
That's the thing. They played plenty of times against each other. This ain't a rivalry, right? Vitality beats their ass every single time. And the best-of-5 final, the 3-2 wasn't close, because on 3 maps it was 13-7, 13-7, 13-0, right? Just because you won 2 maps 13-11 doesn't make it for a close final. The team that has pushed Vitality the most was the Falcons, right? And MOUZ sort of fell out of contention in the last month, dropped 2 games to Falcons in the playoffs, didn't even get to face Vitality. So now it's about getting back to that stage where they didn't have too much fun this year.
Let me ask the question to Dallas. What do you say to Apex in this moment, Dallas? I just figured I'd ask.
Well, I think this is the first time we're going to have 2 away teams play each other. Somehow both teams are going to get booed.
Weirdly enough. Hey, and speaking of Apex, let's hear from Apex.
just had a chance to catch up with the Vitality camp because obviously they played the last semi-final just yesterday, so it's a bit of a tight turnaround when you're coming into a grand final starting at 2 p.m. today. So pose the question first to Apex. What do you get up to in that evening? He said the players, they take some time off. He goes with the coach and the assistant coach to be reviewing the games. It takes him about an hour and a half to do that. Then we come into this morning, 10:15. It's time for an hour team walk, get your steps in, get some fresh air in your lungs, then have a little bit of lunch, go over the notes, and arrive here at the venue for the grand final.
Pretty quick turnaround time is the least amount you could say about that.
When you're looking at a team like this that it kind of has everything going for them, the thing that they're looking at is just what Zywoo said earlier, right? It's about just being mentally and physically prepared for the game, not so much about this heavy, let's look into them and set up a complete game plan where we counter-strat them and everything. Not much has probably changed of the side of MOUZ from the last time these guys played against each other, and they're no strangers to each other, so not a huge amount of effort needs to go into just sitting there and breaking down every round by round.
And I think this is where it gets interesting, right? You look at the playoffs performance this year for MOUZ, the top-rated players are Torji and Exertion, right? No surprises for Vitality. Zywoo has been lights out this year, without a doubt the best player in the world. Robs has been, you know, that game changer for them. But then once you move on to the grand final performances, it doesn't change for Zywoo, actually the exact same rating, which is crazy. Rob steps up in the finals. Apex is their third best player. But you look over to the side of MOUZ, this is where you have a significant drop-off from the sides of Exertion and Torji. It's Pinks who's their best player. Actually, Jimmy does a little bit better in grand finals, but that has been the problem for MOUZ. We know they're a great team, they have great teamwork, you know, they have good openings, good protocols, everything, but once you get to the biggest stage, once you go up actually against Vitality, this is where they tend to fall off. This is where the stage becomes too big for them, they stop playing their own game, and Vitality just puts them in their pocket.
And that is a good point to bring up, because one of the massive win conditions for MOUZ so far in this tournament has been the fact that Torsi is the highest rated player, has been the fact that he's been playing lights out, you know, he's been playing with confidence, he's been addictive on the server, he's been all over the place almost with the AWP. Now, we have seen the tendency in grand finals and in playoff of him dropping off a little bit, but if he can continue what he's been doing so far this tournament, that's something that can come in and screw the picture. Yes, I agree with you, Janko. The 3-2 grand final where MOUZ won 2 maps, 13-11. On paper, it looks close. It wasn't really that close, but if you have Torsi playing at his absolute best at a tournament where we already established that Zywoo is only at a 1.19 rating, where Vitality is maybe playing their B game, their C game, that could be enough for MOUZ to make this super, super competitive.
That's one of the things I'm looking at, actually, is that Spinks and Torsi are two of the the highest rated players at the event so far, and historically against this head-to-head matchup, these two players are going to be relied upon heavily. So if they're having a good performance so far this event, and then they're coming into this grand finals in this type of form, and Zywoo is also having a muted event compared to his normal 1.3, 1.4 rating type of event. If he's not here to perform really well, then that is a concoction, right? That suddenly MOUZ could do an upset. Vitality had this struggle last year as well. Zywoo there, when they got upset by G-Stu, also didn't have a great performance in that grand final. So maybe we're seeing kind of all the same stars aligning at this present moment.
Well, at least for Spinks, you know, in this sort of an environment, he can't see or hear Apex getting up and screaming at him. So maybe that will help him perform a little bit better in the final. But I think considering how Vitality has been playing and that no one is popping off, if MOUZ doesn't beat them now, they're never beating them. Like this is poised for them to win. They've had a great run. They haven't dropped a map in the tournament. Your individuals are playing really, really well. Vitality is struggling. They're looking mortal. They sort of don't feel as the most confident because they didn't practice as much as they usually do coming into this tournament. So it's going to be pretty damning if they just sweep you again here.
And then plus you might be saving strats for the major, but we're not going to do all that. Anyway, speaking of strats and strategery, I know y'all like that one out here in Texas. We're going to hear from Brolin. Let's do it.
Back in the grand finals, of course, Brolin, you go up against a team currently on a 29-series streak. This is their 6th consecutive grand final. As an in-game leader, what goes through your head when you know you've got such a beast on the other side of the server?
I think it's just a pure mental game. I think they're obviously one of the... Of course, they're playing a really insane CS, but I think it's just pure mental. I think Messi said it as well, that when we're playing them, it's based on the mental game. But yeah, I will see how it goes. But we are really prepared and we are really hungry to win this.
Obviously, you're very familiar with them as opponents. I want to throw it back to the last time you faced them in a grand final. Obviously, it was at Lisbon, went all 5 maps. You were even up 2-1 at one point after getting 13-0'd on that first map. Can you tell me the biggest takeaways you had from that final versus Vitality?
I tried to get, I mean, of course, I had the hunger of all maps. I mean, of course, it's going to be a really long day, and hopefully it's going to be an easier for us, of course. But yeah, we just need to keep up the pace, keep up the hunger to win the game, and have the of course, just try to always want it more than them, basically.
Since that point in time, where's the biggest area that you've improved as an in-game leader since that Lisbon matchup?
Everything, I feel like. I mean, obviously, calling-wise, try to prepare as much as possible for the games, and yeah, be in the zone basically, and try to reset as soon as possible after the rounds, like freeze times and these things. So yeah, it's just basically everything. But yeah.
I think you've been proving that definitely here in Dallas, having not dropped a map so far up until this grand final. And looking at Vitality, do you think they look beatable? Are they in beatable form right now?
They're always beatable. It's just, I think, as I said before, I think it's pure mental in some scenarios. I think past two matches we have been pretty closer than before. Since we've been actually like winning maps basically, but I think Vitality, when they are facing people, they are a mental advantage like since the beginning of the game. So try to get it flowing and try to always have the hunger to win. And yeah.
Very excited to see you guys in the server. Best of luck, Berlin.
And let's focus a little bit on that journey here in Dallas. We've all come down here several times here for the Intel Extreme Masters, but for this year and for these two teams, Vitality has made it to the finals before.
Vitality was here last year, same time. They had a close engagement yesterday with Falcons, actually, pushed to the edge. It was a 13-11 on that third map. Same thing against Mongols, actually, in the arena, 13-11 to close out the series there. So dropping maps, very close affair where they could have gone out. Maus, on the other hand, haven't dropped the map yet.
No, and obviously that's something they have to keep on to. Obviously, they have to farm a bit of confidence from that. I do think a lot of the maps they have played, though, have required them to go the full distance. A couple of the comebacks they've made throughout this tournament, the one against Falcons as well, I believe they're down 12-5 on Mirage, have to fight their way back into it. You can look at that in two different lights. Obviously, a massive comeback, massive resilience shown against a world-class team like Falcons, but also a bit of weakness in the sense that if you go down 12-5, you didn't play a good game up until that point. So as much as I want to hype up Maus having not lost a map, I think there's been too many close maps for me to say that they're dominating so far, but they're looking good.
Yeah, but you look at Vitality. They play against the same two teams, Mongols and Falcons, who actually push them 13-11 final map. They lose map 2, right? But Maus plays the exact same two teams. Sure, you might say 13-11 it's too close, 11-round comeback to win 16-12 in overtime against Falcons. That it's not good enough, but it's still a 2-0. So there's something to look at. There's resiliency. There's some sort of thing to push them over the edge. Whereas Vitality,
it's not that it's not good enough. It's more so that it's not dominating your opponents.
But Maus played Falcons in the group stages and Mongols in the playoffs, which was the opposite for the side of Vitality. So they got them when they're weak, while Vitality had to play them where they're strong. I think that takes that into account. And listen, here I think it's going to have to be. Braun was talking about the mental. It basically means the players need to have the mental strength to play the way they do in groups or even in other playoff games in this grand final. It's going to come down. Your protocols, your strategies are not going to save you from Vitality. You have to be able to take risks as an individual, to take space, to react, because they can make the game chaotic. You know, Apex, at times when you take some risks, whether you're going to stack bomb sites, re-aggress, right, you're going to constantly have to. Counter-Strike is just educated guessing the entire time. You're dealing with imperfect information, and sometimes you're going to be wrong, you're going to get punished for it, you're going to lose an important round. But you can't lose faith. You have to keep going for it. You have to keep playing active, good Counter-Strike. And sometimes for Maus, you know, they get into their shell. If they get shut down early, or if they start winning, but then the other team comes back, like that's where they start playing constrained. Like they're not as free-flowing anymore, and that's when other teams have no trouble playing against them.
Yeah, when you play, like, when you talk about the A game and the B game, when you play normally and you have that confidence to go and do these pushes all over the place and it works out for you, then everything's all like smooth sailing. But as soon as that doesn't work one or two times, that's when it's like you have to be able to fall back to something else, because you can't just be like, okay, this didn't work, so I'm not going to do it anymore, because at that point you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And if you don't know how to play that style as well, if you haven't developed that part of your play style, then now you're completely off kilter. And that's when things start to spiral out of control. So you need to keep doing the same confident plays. But we've seen that from these guys recently, where they can make these plays and keep that confidence. I guess it does in part matter how their start goes. But as Brolin was talking about, you know, one of these head-to-head matchups that they've had was kind of when Brawlin just took over the in-game leading role, and maybe he wasn't good at helping the team reset after a bad round loss, and now he's more equipped, and maybe everyone's more equipped now that Spinks has had more time in this roster.
But let's be completely honest, right? The reason why Vitality have been beating Mouse all these times is because individually they are the better players, they are the better team. I think that has changed a little bit throughout this tournament. When you have Torsi playing at that level, when you have Spinks playing at a high level, then your point is excellent, right? We need to see them do that in a grand final. We need to see them do that in the playoff. But I think in this specific game right now, with Vitality lack of practice, with ZywOo not having a great tournament, the individual playing field is evened out a little bit more now, which gives me more confidence in Mouse actually pulling up the offset.
I don't think it has changed. I just think Mouse players are in a little bit better form this tournament. ZywOo and Robs are still the two best players, and it is players on the server, and it is guys like Exertion and Torji that every event is another chance for them to prove to us that they are elite, right? They are the next generation of your, Exertion is the next generation of your Nico and your space-taking riflers and your aggressive riflers. Torji the same thing in the opping department, right? So every tournament, every grand final is another opportunity to prove yourself.
And I'll just put this one out there too, because obviously there's a lot of familiarity in the server, and I'm talking about a little bit of the idea that Spinks did used to don that Vitality jersey. So now you're going up against them in this grand final, and what is the final boss currently in Counter-Strike, we can call Vitality that.
Yeah, he's been having a tough time in playoffs so far on the side of Mouse. We can see that he did perform a little bit better in groups when he was on the side of Vitality. In the grand finals, it fell off a little bit. But here, he hasn't really found his footing. But this event, we talk about kind of like recency. Their form this event is really good. And that's kind of giving me hope. I think realistically what it comes down to is the start of the game. If we end up talking about maps, like where's Inferno going to fall? The last time they went in the best of 5, Inferno was the first map. It was like 13-0. That wasn't the last time they played. I think it was close to like 13-9 or 13-7, something like that. But the time before that was a 13-0. So getting a little bit better every time. It's all about where that map is going to lie, because that's been the weak point for Mouse, and it's been exploited here as well at this event so far.
Yeah, Jacob, you can't get much lower than 13-0. So
no, that kind of sucks too. To start off a grand final losing 13-0. Let's be completely honest. But when you look at the map pool and when you look at how they played head-to-head as well, it does kind of suck for Mouse, because there's not a lot of different ways to go for them. There's one map that sticks out from this graphic right here, and that's obviously Mirage. Out of all the maps they played against each other, the 5 ones that we're going to see tonight, because there's 2 permabans, we don't need to talk about them, but Mirage is the one map where Mouse can come in and be like, that's our ticket into this matchup. That's the golden ticket to remain competitive and continue that win streak. Now, Vitality is a good team on Mirage, but we have seen Mouse beat them 2 out of 3 times, and then there's a couple of maps in here that, yes, you look at Vitality, they won 4 times out of 4 in Inferno. I don't think that's going to change today. We've seen Mouse struggle on the map. They haven't really had time to practice enough on it leading into the major, but you have Dust 2, you have Nuke. Those are maps that should be able to be competitive enough for Mouse to believe that that's our golden ticket. You win Mirage and you win one of the other 2, and then you're part of the game.
Speaking of the game at hand, let's talk about the maps at hand. And we know permavans, we know how that's going to look, but in a best of 5 and in terms of sequencing, tell me how this works.
I don't think it matters really all that much. I think for Mouse, if they're going to win this finals, it has to be 3-0 or 3-1. I think if it gets into another long 5-mapper, that's where the experience from Vitality kicks in, if they can just hang in there, right? I don't know what Vitality is going to do. I don't think they're going to pick Train after how it went yesterday for them against Falcons. Probably going to stick to Inferno with how comfortable that has been throughout the matchup against Mouse.
But I think that's exactly why it matters. I think it matters for Mouse to get off to a good start, because I agree with you. If Mouse is not winning the first couple of maps or getting into a 1-1 scenario or 2-1 scenario, I also don't believe they're going to go all the way to 5 maps and have that resiliency and keep believing in winning, because they've seen that before. They see what happens. So for Mouse to get off to a good start is mega important.
I actually agree with Jacob here. For once, maybe I feel like usually, like when you look at the decider match, it's usually like the last map of a BO3 or the last map of a BO5. I think Inferno is going to be the decider map here, not in terms of where it falls in the sequence here, but it's that if Mouse is able to pick that map up, I feel like that is the turning point. If Mouse get that map, they can win the series. Without that map, I don't think it's possible.
Honestly, I also would have liked to see Mouse pick T-side on Dust 2, right? Like just come out of the game with you having control of the game, you dictating where the fights are going to happen. But, in the grand scheme of things, might not matter all too much. And also just Vitality, man. Like we've been talking about, ZywOo hasn't, no one's been lights out. You know who's been very good? Flamesy and Mezzy.
Yes.
Like this is just crazy. They have 2 of the most overqualified support players in the world, it seems like, right? Like they're in a perfect situation where all eyes are on ZywOo and Rops in the in-game performance. Then you have Apex being the loud guy that he is, takes a lot of spotlight on himself. That's perfect for these two guys. They can just fly under the radar, sort of play. Mezzi especially has had a resurgence with Robs taking some of the anchor roles. He can be more mobile. That suits him a little bit better. And they are the two players that have sort of made up for a little bit of a drop-off from Zyvo and Robs.
Let's hear from that Mezzi fella. He's a merry fella. Let's hear from him.
Vitality once again back in the grand finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Mezzi, we've been talking a lot about you guys as a team, but I just want to poke a question in terms of your individual form. How close to peak Mezzi have we seen so far here in Dallas?
I think there's still a long way to go. I think I'm showing more consistent form, a much better like floor level in this year so far. But I think peak, I think I've still got a lot more to show for sure. I think I can be much better individually for sure.
Rob's had a really nice interview quote where he said he feels like you guys are mentally a step ahead of every other team. Has there been anything that you guys have been doing, behind the scenes, outside the server, to make sure your mental is always super sharp, always in check?
I mean, nothing special. I mean, all the talks, I think we're super open as a team and not afraid of conflict. I think it's important to be able to say what is needed, and if anyone feels uncomfortable, and just to say whatever they feel. And I think everyone in the team is really comfortable in doing that. And also the staff behind the team, Jack, our performance coach, is doing a great job on make sure that we're ready for these type of games. And of course, when you're winning, and we have the streak that we have, I think it always plays a mental aspect in terms of when you go up against a team that you've beaten multiple times already, it kind of plays on that as well. So I think for us, we just kind of, past experiences also help build that mental strength as well.
Got a hell of a lot of experience under your belt. When you come off a semi-final that finishes, 7:30, 8 o'clock last night, what's happening with the Vitality camp, right? I heard from Apex, he goes straight into the server, he's reviewing the demos. What about you? What's your routine prior to coming into a grand finals that starts maybe a little bit earlier than we're used to, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just trying to get as much time in the game as we can. I think, so for me, it's just, I like to play just deathmatch. So for me, it's, after the game last night, straight back to the practice room, get some deathmatch in. Also important to get good rest, good sleep. I think it's a best of 5, so it's always going to be. You never know how long it can last. It could be all 5 maps, and we've got to be ready for that. So make sure we're well rested and mentally strong for this game, because it can always be really exhausting. So yeah, get the timing in the game, but also prioritize sleep as well.
One more question before I let you get back to your aimbots that you're doing there. You have your family out in the crowd. Anything you want to say to them before you head into the game?
Just hopefully we can win in front of them as well. I think, I just want to. I'm just happy they can share this experience as well and enjoy it in front of this crowd as well. So just a big shout out to them for all the support, and let's get the win.
Shout out to you as well, Mezzi. Best of luck in the game.
Well, I told y'all he was a merry fella, and that's because he can barely keep that smile off his face. But if you're Vitality, it makes sense. You do happen to be winning just about everything. We just covered them going ahead and picking up that ESL Grand Slam. And guess what? They have the chance to run it all the way back.
You know what I like about this whole Vitality entering Dallas with no practice, no lead up, taking a vacation leading into the tournament? They're also treating the tournament a little bit more chill, and I feel like you sense that in all the interviews, you sense that in everything they're saying. Obviously they had to win, obviously they had to compete. When you're in a grand final, you're going to give you a 100%, but Messi bringing the family, making sure that it's a nice and lenient way getting into the major. It does feel like Vitality are treating this as a bit of a warm-up, where you're chilling a little bit more. You're maybe not preparing as hard as you normally do. You're not practicing as hard as you normally do, which should give a little bit more of that eager and more of that motivation heading into the Austin Major. Yet we're still seeing Vitality in the grand final. Yet we all agreed that are favorites to win this entire thing. And it gives me flashbacks to the good old Astralis days, where they were doing the exact same thing, where certain tournaments they didn't prioritize high enough. They brought family, they brought girlfriends, and then when they were showing up for the majors, that's when they were giving their 100%.
That is true, but at the same time, it's like if they actually win here, if they take this one seriously, it would be a chance for them to win 2 ESL Grand Slams within one, just in 2025 alone. And the same thing happened last year, where they choked out the finals, and then they weren't able to it took them a while. It took them longer to be able to get there at the end. But one of the things that Mezzi was saying was the brotherhood situation with the team, just being able to talk to everyone and not really have an issue with conflict and being open with each other. I think that's something that both these teams have going, actually, because Mouse is the other team that everyone talks about how close they are out of the server, how they're able to get along, and it's really important these days for kind of all 5 people to be on the same wavelength in that regard. And the other thing on top of it is just how the best of 5 is. It's going to be exhausting. It's going to be an endurance race, and how do people kind of manage their energy throughout that entire portion? It seems like Vitality are pretty good with how they manage their sleep and manage their exercise.
With each Vitality game from here on out, we're witnessing history in the making. And history doesn't happen overnight, right? Like the core of this team has been together for 2 years now. And it started by bringing in Flamesy after you won a major to replace Dupree, the 5-time major champion. That took some guts, you know, to do that. And they were struggling for results, but behind the scenes, they were putting in the work. They were creating that chemistry. They were building a team. You know, you're bringing in Mez, you're like, Mezzy, like, you know, you sure about that? But that's a guy who's one of the most versatile players out there, who had to in-game lead, who had to do a lot of different things, and just his demeanor was exactly what the team needed. They won 2-3 tournaments immediately after they added him, and then last year was a little bit rough. Internal strife, Spinks is unhappy, you know, you only have the Cologne win to show for it, which is a massive win, by the way, and then the last piece of the puzzle, right? Rops, also for free, by the way, just like Flamesy, comes in, and to get a player of that caliber on a free transfer, you could immediately see the impact he had the first map of the grand final against Spirit, where he was the best performer. It also frees up ZywOo. He doesn't have all this pressure on his shoulder every single time. It's like, I have to be out of this world for us to win and for us to play well. Like, it allows him to just play the game that's in front of him, and everyone has stepped up. Apex somehow plays better than when he was a star player. He's their third highest rated player in the grand finals. Definitely had maps where he carried his team over the finish line, and that's why they're always going to be tough to play against, and the most difficulty you will have is in the final.
I'm glad you put a bit of spotlight to that, because we often, you know, talk about mismanaging organizations. You know, certain players should have been re-signed, certain players should have been kicked, but Vitality have done a tremendous job. But part of that is also the fact that you have ZywOo. If you have ZywOo in your lineup, and your Rups and your contract is running out, you want to join that team, right? It's the law of attraction. If you're nice, if you're good, if you're the best player in the world, everyone want to come play with you, and that's exactly
unless your name is Spinks.
Or Pimp.
I guess so. I guess so.
Look, guys, we have to get to a break here sooner rather than later, because there's this grand final affair that's going on here. It is Mao's taking on Vitality. I know that Dallas is ready for some Counter-Strike. Is that right? But are you really ready? Are you really ready? That's the biggest question I'm going to have for you today. Also, we go to a quick break. We come back on the other side of it. We get this bad boy started. Let me get a yeehaw!
Glory and the glint of silver. The trophy lift on the stage. These are the moments that every Counter-Strike player dreams of. This is what they yearn for when they set foot on this stage. But it's not always the victories that stick with you, but the memories of defeat, the moments where you were so close to this trophy, yet let it slip. One of the teams about to take this stage knows the feeling of defeat here in Dallas, Texas, all too well. And though they've done a lot of winning since, to wash that memory away, one moment still needs correction in their minds. On the other hand, Maus have spent the moment watching Vitality stride towards that trophy far too many times for their own liking. And every time that's occurred, you know it's added just that little bit of fuel to the fire. A fire now so bright that it might just burn this final obstacle in their path. It's been a hell of a week here in Dallas, Texas. We've had some amazing games on this stage, but now I need to ask you one more time at this Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas, who's it gonna be?
Are you ready to show strength, stamina,
agility, precision.
So far, so good for Messi. He is just tapping heads.
Discipline. Endurance.
And we have to go again. The never-ending war.
Pace.
Fakes it out. It's the shot. Has to isolate the joint. Fantasy, you beast!
Take a leap of faith. Peak performance.
Mazinho. How does he get three?
The final stretch.
To build your dynasty. Don't mess with Texas.
A peerless streak that may never know its like, but their work's not done. Put your hands together for Team Vitality!
It's pretty funny, to be honest. Every interviews, people say that they will beat us. It doesn't happen yet. And we know we're not perfect here. We didn't have the best preparation, but we're still in final, so we know that we have the hurt, and that's the most important for me here. As I said, I think we're gonna lose at some point. Huh? It's normal, and we can't win all the time. We're not thinking we are the big guy around there, and we're just giving our best at each game once again and try to win as much as we can. We just expect close game against them. They're a great team. They play great counter-strike, so we're gonna be sure we're gonna give our best, no matter what.
Too often the bridesmaid, but now might be their moment to step into that spotlight themselves. It's the moment for Mouse!
I feel about facing Vitality. Well, there is some storyline to it. We played against each other a couple times. They came on top every single time, which is definitely annoying. So I'm just really hungry for revenge. I want to beat them, and that's it. If we have what it takes to beat them, 100%. We were really close in the last couple games, in my opinion. I think we should have won some as well. 100% confident that we can beat them. Yesterday against the Mongols, you were not cheering for us, and it's fine. But just remember, f*** you Apex.
Colin said in an interview, it was really weird to see the crowd started booing us when we entered, but also Dallas just cheered for the Mongols and they're not even playing today, so who knows? And away we go. Imagine that. Grand final right here, right now. Yanko, let's kick it into your wheelhouse, buddy. Let's start talking about Dust 2 just a little bit.
Yeah, I think for MOUZ, they're going to have a good start, but they picked to start on the CT side, so it's going to be to Vitality to dictate the pace of the game. MOUZ has to start aggressive. They have to be really fast with their reactions. They have to show Vitality that this time it's going to be different.
This time is going to be a difference, and the man that can make that difference is none other than Torsi, the highest rated player so far in this tournament. He's been shown to be very assertive, very aggressive, and has involved himself in an awful lot of opening duels throughout the tournament as well. Now he is going up against Saivu, who so far haven't had the best tournament, but when we speak of not having a great tournament for Saivu, he's still at a 1.19 rating, I believe, and that's by no shape of the imagination steal any bad.
Look, MOUZ has a chip on their shoulder. They want to beat Vitality so bad because they've lost to them in the head-to-head in Grand Finals already 2 times this year, whereas Vitality, they're just like, it's just another tournament that we're in the Grand Finals of and we're probably going to win it again. They're probably just walking in here, relaxed, chilling, and that could actually play in their favor a lot. But if they don't take MOUZ seriously and realize how badly MOUZ want to actually beat them, they might not be ready for MOUZ to come out swinging. And I'd love to see them do what Yanko was talking to. Just come out and be aggressive, get in their face.
And let's be completely honest, right? One of the only things we haven't spoken about just yet is the in-game leader duel between Apex and Brolan. And people may forget, because Brolan is off to such a good start for MOUZ, that he's done a good job, but he's experienced, and he's experienced in losing Grand Finals. He hasn't really won too many within the MOUZ camp, and I think for Apex, that's something he's going to feast on.
They have fallen off. Vitality was here last year, losing to G2, but Exertion and Torji were both here 2 years ago when that MOUZ lineup lost to ENCE. One of the two will lift the trophy today. Is MOUZ going to be able to step up and break the streak of Team Vitality?
Well, all I do know, Yanko, Steel, Pimp, is thank you very much for that. And I know that it's time to get this grand final underway. Dallas, hello! Let's play some Counter-Strike, shall we? MOUZ, Vitality.
One more match, Dallas Grand Finals. Once more into the breach for MOUZ, once more to stand up against the demons they have been unable to defeat all year. 5 straight series wins for Vitality in this head-to-head, 2 of them in Grand Finals. MOUZ has not been able to turn the corner, but a win here today, that is the edge MOUZ would need heading into the major. For Vitality, they continue marching forward, undefeated for 121 days. No one has been able to topple them. And they step into the major looking like an unprecedented, historically great team.
Over 120 days of winning. But Vitality's last 3 best-of-5s have gone to all 5 maps. We're in for a good show. And every year we come to Dallas, you guys deliver. So as we get into this grand final, show us why Counter-Strike keeps coming back to Texas.
Live into the pistol round. MOUZ defending on the CT side. Spinks is going to get a little bit frisky. He's already pushed towards Xbox. And you've got Vitality grouped up into the B tunnels, all 5 players. That's going to be Jimmy they're attacking into, and it looks like they're wasting no time.
Yimpat under a little bit of pressure, even more so now that his teammate is gone down. Spinks to step up, and Yimpat, good damage. Not bringing down any of his foes as he goes for the reload. Finally, he'll strike, and plenty of help from Torsi, who comes in with a triple in this pistol. And what a tournament he's been having. He is rising up, he is becoming a star, and perhaps in Dallas it will be enough to topple Vitality.
He's a favorite for the DHL MVP after this as well. #1 player rated at the event so far. A good message to send if you're Torsi to your team, to your opponents, that you're here to play. The last time these 2 teams met in the grand final, it opened up with a 13-0 loss for MOUZ. Vitality just absolutely embarrassed them. They've already avoided that fate, and MOUZ gets a chance at a hot start up against just the Glocks of Vitality. Apex getting a little bit of love as he's been all week. Spinks gooshed up. Oh my lord, you've lost that duel to a Glock. All right, a little bit weird. That Spinks taken down by his former teammate in embarrassing fashion, and then Exertion follows next.
Oh, this is way too uncomfortable for Mouse.
Look at the HP on Jimmy and Torji.
I know, they're within touching distance, these pistols straight away. Brolin looking to try and clean up. He's the player with health, and he's the player with a kill on ZywOo. Now Apex makes his play out A-long. Rob's waiting at short. Brolin coming towards him to fight him, and Brolin needs to unravel this, and he's done so with a double at short. It leaves Apex in low HP.
He just saved the day, but I mean, if you're Mouse, considering how much you've played Vitality, how much you've lost to them as well, that round had to be so scary. You know you cannot let that one slip. No investment from Vitality, and they've done such incredible damage. Brolin still not considering the A-bomb site, now aware and should have no issues.
Yep, no issues. Brolin saved the day for Mouse, and they've already done better than their opening map the last time they played in a best-of-5 grand final. They got 13-0 by Vitality out in Lisbon in the opening game. Still went to all 5 maps. But Mal's hoping they can get a strong start into this final, something to play with, something to build with early, rather than playing from behind.
Well, they've got that start. They've got an op-out on Torji immediately. Round 3 underway. Bang! ZywOo right out of the gate. First time with an up, first shot, and Jimmy's down.
Great work from the ZywOo AWP. And here come Vitality into the B site. No one's there. No one's home. They've got the site, and right now, unless Spinks can do something about this in the tunnels, it might just end up being an early safe call, especially with that kill from Apex. They bail out. They can't get back into this round. It is going to be a comfortable start in terms of the gun rounds here for Vitality.
That's a nice easy one. Not even really having to think about it. ZywOo gets the pick. You know it's going to be a weakened B bomb site. Test the waters, and you've got access. Exertion can't put a stop or slow anything after that. So 2-1, Vitality on the board. And back-to-back rounds that have got to be oh my lord, they're getting deleted. Apex and Flamesy.
What a rough feeling that you call a safe call so early. You have 3 weapons still up, and all of those weapons get taken out of your hands. Now Torzi trying to hang on to his. They're not coming towards him. They're going to long, and he hides in short.
I like the conversation on the desk too, because normally you'd come into this and you'd mention all the pressure. We could talk with Vitality, all the things they have riding on this, between the ESL Grand Slam for a second time, between a historic win streak, all the various things they have weighing on their shoulders and weighing on their minds. But they've actually mopped the floor with Mouse a number of times throughout this year. We mentioned 5 series, but it's been so dominant. In terms of the maps across those 5 series, 12 won by Vitality to only the 3 of Mouse. So, I mean, if you're Vitality coming into this, you're just saying, this is the team we've handled, this is the team we've destroyed and deleted a number of times already. Nothing's changed. We're still 10 times better.
Boosted, and another shot. Both oppers landing, but none to lethality.
And nothing aggressive from Vitality, so Mouse's defense gets to breathe. Brolin out towards long behind the double doors. Torji in support with the AWP. And that smoke will signal that Vitality want to start moving up catwalk.
And Brolin wants to start moving up long. He's already pushed into the longhouse, up to the door now.
Torji's got a flashbang to activate him, and he will. That's the low HP Alper, but didn't swing out wide enough, so ZywOo gets away with his life, gets away with one in that exchange.
They know there's a player committed long, so Vitality starts to put a little bit more pressure at short. Exertion with the flash, landing in front of Flames' face.
And there's no smokes on the defense or Molotovs for catwalk, so this hit just has freedom to begin whenever Vitality choose. Mouse can only lie in wait, knowing exactly what's coming, and the op is out of position. Torji might be trying to hide it over at the B bomb site.
Smokes are up and Flames on the charge in. It's going to be Exertion's Deagle, ready to strike upon them. Half HP, quickly the headshot in the end, and eventually taken down by Mezzi. Brolin to filter in. Can he do enough on the MP9? You better believe he can. Chiming in with Torzi. And now Rops, the savior, comes out from long. Vitality still in this fight because of that. And it's the ZywOo Rops show. The 2 best players in the server today looking to close out the clutch versus Mouse.
And let the retake begin. Yimfat and Torji are moving out through the double doors. They're going to wrap around middle. They can go up catwalk, they can wrap long. And that's exactly where they're going to go. The second option, they'll have ZywOo's AWP to contend with at car. No kits on the Mouse side.
And this new pairing have been winning rounds all season long, pulling Vitality closer and closer to victories. And here's another shot from ZywOo, ready for the next fight, but it comes from CT, and so Rops will fall, and Mouse come back into it. They deny Rops and ZywOo, And it'll be a 3-1 lead for Maus.
That's a really, really sick sequence on the retake as well. The peek from CT to take down ZywOo, which activates the long player. The second player at long was never found by ZywOo and Rops. So an easy cleanup. And Maus keep the lead. And they extend it up to 2. There's the op shots exchange in the early going. We don't get that optimal too often, but Torji coming over have an impact with the low HP. Look at what it means to him as well. Torji, highest rated player at the event. Chasing down this trophy.
Apex, he's got the long spawn, so he gets to bring the AWP out. Let's see if Apex can grab the opener. And just about misses out on taking Torzi down. The AWP returns to the hands of ZywOo.
Both teams really labored in terms of their money, so this round has massive implications moving forward of what they're going to be able to bring to the fight in the next couple rounds. Winner of this can go on a little bit of a streak. Apex and Flamesy taking control of Catwalk.
Torzi lying away. Molotov gonna land in front of it. Oh, doesn't see his opponent, takes the shot. As Apex starts rattling off a couple of his own, Torzi knows to pull the trigger. Good response from Flames, up short. He'll be here all half long.
Yeah, Maus tried to fool him, try to put up a little different weapon in the defense after they've spotted the op, but Flamesy just too prepared. He was sharp yesterday with impactful openings, starting out Dust 2 that way as well. 3 kills for Flamesy in the 5 rounds of play so far, and Spinks coming in for a flank, cutting the map off, shrinking it for this defense, and Maus is going to start to know everything that's happening.
Torzi coming away with Flames, no problem. Spinks is flanked. Oh, it's going to get spotted. It's going to get unraveled. Drops for the kill down into the lower tunnels. 40 seconds left. And Vitality think about leaving short and dropping back into middle. Impact will be the man tasked with dealing with this, spotting this.
Yeah, I like that he got away though, because that was an awkward position that he was committed to. Now he can fall into the B bomb site and he's going to call them over. 1 lurker in mid, 2 coming from tunnels.
Impact gets in behind Carr. He knows he's got the support of Torzi watching that mid lurk, so he can focus fully on the tunnels fights. And here they come. It's Mezzi up first. Rops comes in on that mid plate, and just Torzi left. Rops is just baiting him out, and eventually the final shot rings in. It's ZywOo to close on it, and a second round for Vitality.
Look how fast it can come crumbling down. Maus at one point with an advantage in terms of manpower, with all the information on the map, knowing exactly what execute they were facing. Rops gets 1 kill on the flank, and the round opens up in a big way. And Apex is able to call his team back to the B bomb site for an easy waltz-in victory. Unfortunately for Maus, it's them who have the money problems. Pistols, an MP9 and a scout, and a fast long take from Vitality. They just don't have the resources to fight back.
Yeah, very fast, and Rops gets down into the pit, no problem. Mezzi spotting the push from Yimpat. Knows that he lost tunnels control. Maus don't have the weapons to fight at that kind of range, so they're gonna have to sit back, allow Vitality to come to them. Oh, rolling with some head skills.
That's a huge block. That's actually everything for Maus at the moment. Complete vision. It's gonna get re-smoked, but now the flashbang's set up.
Flash to allow the swing. Rops to come out on top. Brolin only getting 1. And with 55 seconds, that bomb site is taken by Vitality. And Torzi can't do much about the outcome. So a tie game we have here, 3-3.
Vitality seems so composed and so calm so far in this game. It's been a very cool look and a very cool conversation considering, I mean, the eye test for Vitality, and everyone kind of feels like this event more so than any other they've played, and they've looked the most mortal, but still nobody able to beat them. And that's a scary prospect when you think, you know, we heard Apex talk about, we're not as well prepared. We took a little bit of a break. We needed a couple extra days before we go on a crazy grind. So they didn't, it wasn't as hardcore coming into Dallas, but they're still handling everyone that comes up against them, which is just so intimidating for other teams.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see them composed, though, as this is their 6th championship Sunday where they've been playing in the grand finals. And when we talk about Vitality, one of the things that always comes up is about the mentality that they've got. And that was the big conversation between both of the in-game leaders today coming into the event, right? Is this final is all about mentality. Brolin was saying that every day they're beatable. Every game, Vitality are beatable, but it comes down to the mentality in these grand finals. And Mezzi was saying that that's the advantage that Vitality have over every other team right now.
the advantage you get when every game is high pressure throughout this 29 match win streak, looking for 30 today.
Not going to be too much resistance in the next round either here for Mouse. They don't have a whole lot going into it.
Which is great, because Dallas, I wanted to have a chat with you guys. I usually try and get a sense during the walk-ins of which way you're leaning, but it was a little bit confusing today. Out there in the crowd, are you guys rooting for Mouse to win this championship? All right, what about Vitality? There's an equal number of cheers and boos both ways, and I'm very confused.
What about Apex? All right, well, Rob straight through mid. It's going to be Torzy going down. And the opening fight here for Vitality is won. There's not going to be too much to get through at this point. Exertion and Impact going to push into the tunnel, so give it a good go. But Vitality about to grab the lead here on Dust 2. Up next, Mirage. Miles' pick into the best of 5.
Yeah, this will be Vitality's first lead of the game as well, but they're starting to build up quite nicely. Look like they're not having any issues moving around the map. Changing things up when they encounter difficulty. It's going to be 4 of the last 5 in Vitality's favor. I mentioned the map score across the series in 2025, 12-3 in the favor of Vitality. Dust 2 is one of the maps that Mouse has been able to take off of them, 13-11 back in that Lisbon Grand Final. But Vitality won the 3 Dust 2 matches previous to that. So there's just no real cool advantages that Mouse can look at and feel like they have.
A pretty tempered start into the final as well here. The gun rounds have looked very solid from Vitality. Impact doing some damage on the way out, trying to hold on to the AK. And even that is taken out of their hands.
That's a dangerous side in this arena.
Got the rifles coming out for Mouse. No AWP yet for Torzy. We've been talking about how pivotal that is, how important it's been.
Especially on Dust 2. So critical to have an op that's able to move around the map and hold the angles, and not with that luxury at the moment. They're going to have to fight it back and maybe pry it out of ZywOo's hands. Round 8, smoked across the double doors. ZywOo is going to take an early angle into the B bomb site.
A shot from ZywOo.
Does force a piece of utility out early, which is a nice thing for Apex to think about as he works this round. He knows the late B, they're going to be missing a smoke. Now utility to look like they want to take Catwalk. It's only Flamesy though, and he's just throwing it as a fake. They've taken Cat a number of times in this half. This time they're passive with it. Down mid we go. Double doors smoked off just as Vitality gets 4 players in position. Feels like that's the idea that they wanted to take, now denied them by the utility. So time burns off the clock as Vitality wait this out. Break the smoke to check for information.
Trickling the smoke out mid and now accelerating into the B split. Spinks waits behind Car, pops his head up and gets it popped off. So Impact, the only player left, he's gone, and these rounds just feel too easy for Vitality.
Oh, there's no disruption at the moment. This is a very passive round for Mouse. They sit far back and they kind of have 2 players parked at long, 2 players parked inside B, no one with eyes on mid. So, I mean, Vitality had so much freedom at all times to work that map. Even when their like ideas are denied, there's no one actually pushing into them, trying to find a kill, trying to do damage, and gathering information. So Vitality got a relatively easy round with not a whole lot of pressure. And Perolin is found out at the end of the day.
Well, the problem is right now for Mouse, these rounds are so easy for Vitality and they win them so quickly. They have enough time and enough money to hunt them down. So you're not even getting to see Mouse hold on to these 3 weapons, which you so often see on Dust 2. So if you call off the B retake opportunity, you at least have 3 safe weapons. You can get another buyout, but there's no mercy from Vitality right now. And so these rounds just keep getting easier.
It's got to feel really rough for Mouse. I would imagine we're going to get a timeout in the next gun round. But I mean, coming into this after the group stage they had and how good they looked, how cohesive they looked individually, how strong everyone was. You come into another grand finals on the big stage and open up with a flat performance, and you're just sitting there as those players. You're like, not again. How can we not get over this? And they've got to show Vitality that's a different Mouse. They haven't done it yet. Once again, Mouse starting to push into double doors. Patience from Vitality, spots out the one jiggle peek. Damage is done, sees two more, kills them all.
Spinks waits on the A-bomb site, just hiding behind the default boxes, 5-7 in hand. This pistol can be deadly. And Spinks shows us why. Robs to respond from short though, and Yimpat once again alone in a 1v4. He's all the way back on B with a scout. They don't show him anything in the early round, and that bomb goes down. So Vitality up 6-3 now at this point. The scoreline has just kept beating forward.
A very convincing 6-3 as well. Only losing 4 players in the last 3 rounds. Yimfat's gonna fall away with the scout. Shouldn't be able to save it, but next gun round is everything for Mouse. Next gun round is where you can still recover this. I'm assuming there's going to be a timeout from Cyclone, and that'll be the conversation to inject some energy into the team. And then you're going to look towards your individuals who have been playing so well for you. We mentioned Torji as the #1 rated player of the event so far. Well, Spinks is #2, and Yimfat is #7.
There's a timeout you were talking about, Jason, needing to get it out early here for Mouse, because they've fallen flat. It's been 5 rounds in a row here for Vitality. None of them have felt competitive.
Well, Mouse, their conversations. Torji has the AWP back in his hands. Still looking for some of those incredible performances we got on the group stage from Spinks, down at 3 kills. Exertion, a huge piece of this Mouse puzzle, 2 kills. Very important players having quite starts to dust too, and that's what this timeout is here to resolve. Cyclone trying to calm everyone down. Trying to keep his team composed. A 3-round lead, going to be challenged in round 10. The buy is back. It's going to be Brolin coming out long just for utility, and narrowly. A narrow glimpse of the arm that Apex misses.
Yeah, second time he's had the opportunity to go for the long pick. He'll give the all back to Zywoo immediately. I'd rather throw it down on the ground. They've got so much money. Zywoo is going to be over at B. Looking for the jumping Yimpat. He's not going to put himself in dangerous way. He's going to smoke out Zywoo.
I like this defense though from Owls in this round. If you look at the minimap, it's far more aggressive than what we've seen previously. Exertion was just playing close up on Catwalk, throwing utility. He's backed off, but you have Spinks close double doors. You got Torji deep with the AWP. They're paired up. So you have players in positions to grab information, to listen to sound cues, and to activate with flashbangs when you feel the moment is right. Up Catwalk we go, Flamesy leading the way. Molotov is going to delay the attack. Zywoo paired up with him. Torji's AWP nowhere to be found. It's on the B bomb site, away from the action.
Oh, Rops has found the gap in mid. Starting to move through the smoke, getting in towards CT. A risk from Rops. 25 seconds. Eventually, it has to be the push forward from Vitality. Spinks very aware, but how long can he hold this? How long can he think about this? He'll call it off now and go back to short, allow Yimpat to deal with the potential of Rops. As Spinks tries to stop that bomb from getting to the site. 10 seconds for Vitality. They're now just arriving, and the shutdown comes in. 6 seconds for Mezzi. No bomb on his back. Round's done. Mouse will go up to 4, finally ending the streak of Vitality's round wins here on Dust 2. And they just run thin on time, and so it has to be a perfect finish, and it just isn't from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good job from Mouse out of the timeout as well. The words from Cyclone really helped out, obviously, with this 4th win. Vitality gets stalled out due to good utility usage from Mouse. I feel like a lot of that comes down to having Spinks close towards double doors, able to listen to their tracking, like where they're going, their pathing, the timing in which they're taking different parts of middle, and they're able to deploy enough delay utility on Catwalk to make that a very difficult hit at the finish. Now we have a fast long play. Aggression at the corner. Mezzi's going to wrap around, jumping in towards Pit. And all of Mao's backs away from the defense. They want nothing to do with the fight. So long controlled by Vitality. Rops lurking on the other side of the map.
Robs trying to stop Yimpat from taking one step further. He will do so. It scares off the AWP of Torji as well.
Both sides happy to take the stalemate there. But for Vitality, that kind of gives you notice that they're starting to get frisky after that long take, that they know what you've done. You've parked 4 players out there, so they bring 3 back. They change up the approach. Mezzi lurking over, and Pit can buy his time to pop up. And actually, oh, if Maus reaggress here, Mezzi has a chance in this grand final to put his name on Dust 2.
First peek is good. Couldn't get the second though. Spinks able to respond to his former teammate, and now we've got to play forward with 55 seconds left. 4v4 as Vitality go for a finish up Cat again. This time they'll have Apex coming out long way. Perhaps that'll be the difference.
Yeah, the follow-up behind Mezzi's death is actually really smart from Apex.
Xerxin steps out into the open. He's got no cover, and he's got no life. Spinks deals with Apex and long, but all the A defenses have fallen. And so Vitality move into an empty site.
Yeah, good heads up from Spinks. I thought Apex might play that a little bit slower once his teammates got the kill on the bomb site, but keeping things even at a 3-on-3 and controlling long for the retake, it forces Vitality to play towards Catwalk to defend.
Flasher on the corner, Robs looks into the corner to dodge it, comes back, there's a quick headshot from Robs. And is there a second? Well, it looks like Torzi is not going to get away with it. 2 players pushing down short, and once again, Maus lose everything.
They cannot build any momentum. They're just not good enough to string them together. They won round one and round 2. That's the only 2 rounds they've put back and forth together. This has been so dominant from Vitality after the pistol.
But if you somehow win this last round, due to the start that Maus had, you know, you have a nice buffer, a nice foundation built up. Even though this hasn't been a great half by any means in terms of the gun rounds, because you had 3 rounds early on, if you can win this last round, 7-5 is not a bad scenario.
Yeah, scoreboard-wise, it wouldn't look bad. Obviously, having seen the game play out, Vitality's just been so dominant once the guns became a factor. The rifles were brought out.
Got to give yourself a shot for the second half, though, Maus. Can they squeeze a 5th round out here? They've got the weaker buy. Holes in it. Lack of utility. SMG's a scout.
Doubled up in middle, Spinks and Exertion, a new look for the defense. Now doubled up on Catwalk, Brolin, and Torji. Very mid-centric setup for Maus. If Exertion and Spinks can slow them down at the mid-double doors, it can set Brolin and Torji up off Catwalk.
Here comes Flames through the doors. Exertion, no problem. Execution with Spinks. And it falls to Zaiwu and Robs to close out the half, and so Maus will be getting themselves a 5th round unless Zaiwu and Robs rip it from their hands, and that is what they're doing! We knew it would be inevitable. Eventually they would have a round together.
Oh, you spoke way too soon. Got Molotov. It's going to prevent Spinks from getting into the A bomb site. A 5-on-2 into a 2-on-2. Maus has got to be stunned.
And how many times do they do this? Robs and Zaiwu, most deadly duo in Counter-Strike right now, looking to break Maus' hearts at the end of the first half of the Grand Finals. 2 players against your entire team.
You have no kits if you're Maus, you have no utility whatsoever, and Zaiwu's going to be peeking for information, so you got his AWP you have to scale against.
Maus getting closer, Zaiwu goes down, so it's Robs to close. What if half he has had? 16 and 6. What's 18? In the face of Robs, and he just can't do it, he can't keep it clean. Zaiwu and Robs denied at the end of the half, and a 5th round picked up for Maus to keep this going. Not a close half by any means in the gun rounds. We'll see if Maus can turn it around.
Rops was the final piece of this Vitality puzzle, joining to start the year. He's brought them 5 trophies already, and in his opening map of the IEM Dallas Grand Finals, he's got 16 kills to lead the way and have Vitality with a 7-5 lead into the second half. Team switch side, Vitality to defend against Mouse's attack, but the question everyone's got to ask right now, where's the Mouse we've seen all event? When are they going to arrive? When are those individuals going to start punching back?
Question they will be asking themselves during that 2-minute break, and now we get back into the second half. Morsey's going to be carrying the brunt of the utility. Miles would love a good start in the second half. An injection of energy required to try and close this gap.
It's going to be hard. Vitality want to be a little bit disruptive. You could see Zaiwu pushing up on Catwalk right now, so holding off onto this. He's got some teammates behind him. Apex is there up on the boxes. Rops and Flamesy back in the site, but actually Mouse is just going to head towards middle, so away from the entire defense. Mezzi's alone at the B bomb site. If they can't do anything to slow this down in mid, Mezzi is done for.
Smoke at the cross. Exertion accelerating Brolin. Running in behind him, but it's Mezzi to pick off Yimpad, and Flames coming through the smoke. No problems here for the early kills of Vitality, but Spinks still into the site. And a bomb plant coming up. Zaiwu arrives in the tunnel. Spinks, in the meantime, is given a small chance to fight to the doors. He can't add anything to his collection. Flames with a further kill and Rops to the window. It is a pistol round for Vitality to kick off this second half.
Actually, Mezzi does a spectacular job in that pistol round. You got to give him credit. You sit in that B bomb site and do nothing, you're just going to get split and taken down. So Mezzi gets aggressive, and he says, I got maybe like 10 seconds before I die. I'm going to try and grab one on the way out. He does just that, and keeps a lot of space for Vitality to rotate over and get involved in the fight. Beautiful shooting still from Rops. I think a pair of kills to close out this pistol. Just filthy. So Mal's buy up into the second round with that bomb plant. Running out of opportunities to get into this opening map of Dust 2. Both teams kind of feeling out how the game is going to be played in the early stages of this best-of-5 grand final. And Vitality's come on top of mostly everything, 8-5.
And Vitality understand that Miles have a force buy. Got that early information from the mid poke, just seeing that Torsi had the scout towards top middle. We'll give this round the respect it requires.
They're already up Catwalk though, Mouse. They can actually pop on this pretty hard. Apex is going to start shifting, but Brolin wants to peek at this timing. Zaiwu over at the rail. Galil against M4. And it's Zaiwu to come out on top.
Nice and clean. Inside of mid, it's Mezzi to topple another. We're looking at Yimpad Exertion, the final 2 members here of Miles' force buy. They only get 1 kill so far. Yimpad will make it 2. He's got an opening to the B bomb side all of a sudden off of that. He's not sure about it, but he's going to try and make his way through middle. Next up is Zaiwu. Okay, Yimpad.
That's exactly what they need. We needed a heroic performance from somebody on Mouse, somebody who could reignite them. Yimpad with these 3 kills has a chance for it. Flamesy on low HP. Timing is everything. It gets a good clean fight against the low HP player. He can do this.
Oh, another one! Oh my God, Yimpad down to the 1v1 up against Apex. A 1v5. Yimpad gives him the Jimmy jab, and that is a huge round for Mouse. The Lone Finn in the Lone Star State.
Shirley back at home, his all-star brother smiling as he watches him deliver this in the grand final stage. Monstrous performance out of nowhere. No business winning the round, but Mouse You needed that so much.
Oh, if you're giving that one away, that has to be the catalyst.
And look what it's done as well. Introduced the first piece of stress into the Vitality team. Apex furious in the moment of losing a 5-on-1. It should never happen, but now they gotta pay the price. 2 scouts, a Deagle, and 2 5.7s for Vitality.
Exertion. Building on the previous round success. Going to be an opening kill on Mezzi. 5v4 now for Mouse.
I know it's an advantage for Mouse, but be careful. 2 players are now tagged by those scouts. Yimfat and Exertion are both going to be easy cleanups for the Pistols. So you're not out of this just yet, despite taking down Mezzi. Mal's going to move slowly towards middle with the cover of smokes. Vitality have no clue what's happening on the map, no clue where Mal's is headed. They have stacked 3 players at the B bomb site. That's looking like the right call at the end of the day.
Oh, big shot from Zywoo. Next fight goes the way of Spinks. It's on a knife's edge. Yimpat 1 HP, Exertion down to 30. Still a shot at this for Vitality.
You can tell how tense and nervous Mal's in, but now they have their final play. They've made noise about it.
Oh, there's 2 players here. It's Robs and Flames. They could double up. They could shut this down. Round the corner, they go into the 5-7s. They need to build off of Jimmy's success, and Robs' Deagle rips them apart, but Exertion's there to save it.
Exertion on his horse to arrive at the B bomb site. Robs almost got into safety. That got weird. And Vitality, with the diminished weaponry, are still able to put up quite a good fight. Nothing is easy for Mouse in this game, and it's the problem of playing against Vitality as the best team in the world. There's no rounds that come simple. They're always going to have a chance in them. They always find a way to work themselves over and figure out what you're doing.
Mal's about to tie the game. There's nothing here for Vitality. This is likely to be a very convincing round win for Mouse. A little bit of damage done on Exertion, but he's still going to win that opening fight.
And for the first time in this game, Mouse gets to play with momentum. This will be 3 in a row where previously they've struggled to string 2 together. They've done that, and here they'll add another round on it. Yimfat going to grab 2 off Catwalk, continuing his success. 15 kills now for the Mouse Finn.
As we talked about at the start of this year, Yimpat's performances haven't been as good as they were last year, as last season. It's been a step up from the other players in the squad. You know, Spinks coming into the team's getting better and better. But last year we were talking about Yimpat perhaps even becoming the star of the team. He was having those kind of performances. Hasn't necessarily been able to keep that up into 2025, but if he can have a performance like this against Vitality, this could be the way.
Yeah, he certainly had maybe a quiet start, but he's stepped it up since then. Champion at PGL Cluj-Napoca. With the rest of Mouse, that was Brolin's second event as an in-game leader. It shocked us all to see him lifting a trophy. And you look across the stage, if you're Brolin, you see someone who's walked the very same path as you. One time a rifler, a player for your team, just another role player. Switching into the role, Apex did it in 2020, and we all scratched our heads and wondered why. Now 5 years down the road, Apex is considered the best leader in the scene. Brolin, following in those footsteps, has had a very impressive year with Mouse so far. He's found a way to tie up this opening map at 8-8 in these grand finals.
Vitality back to a bye. Torzi will not be rivaled in the AWP department in this round. Zywoo does not have enough money for it. Exertion to be set up to go up on the Xbox and climb into short.
Can Vitality slow this momentum from Mouse? Can they get it back? Haven't seen them have to even try yet in this map. Now is their first attempt. Apex and Zywoo over on the railing. Flamesy over at car, so Long is a little bit weakened. Mal's taking their time with this too. Being patient, looking for any kind of a peek, any kind of an information, a jiggle from Vitality that's not coming. They're playing a more passive setup, trying to hold on to what little utility they have remaining.
Flames behind the blue bit. Here comes Torzy. Peeking into the rifle of Flames. Who comes out on top? It's going to be Flames as he tucks it behind, drops some utility, and actually Brolin got beyond it, and eventually we'll trade that out.
Okay, now you have a lot of issues inside this A defense because you can't go long, you can't go catwalk, you're boxed in, and you've got to fight your way out. Apex can only do the one.
He gets a lot of damage onto the second player as well. Spink's going to continue to move forward. Mezzi trying to track him, but he's getting caught by utility, blinded by flashes. But 15 seconds left in the round. That bomb finally going down. A nice pick out here from Rops is going to free Mezzi up, and then Brolin flicks back to long. Brilliant from Brolin, and that's Mouse into the lead all of a sudden.
It took him 13 rounds to fight back, but now the gun round's going in Mouse's favor, and now you can see that confidence beneath them swelling. No longer afraid, no longer tentative. The script has flipped.
Money's gone, and it's all off the back of that Jimmy 1v5. It's broken them.
Well, it gives energy to you, and we saw exactly what it did to Vitality. Apex looking down the line as soon as that round's complete and wondering how exactly they lost a 5-on-1. A massive miscue from Vitality 4 rounds ago, and their lead disappears. It's Mouse regaining it for the first time since round 5. And you're seeing these incredible sequences out of players that we didn't see in the first half. Multi-kills, double spray downs. Now's looking to be the first team to reach double digits on the scoreboard. It's pistols and MP9s for Vitality.
Brolin blinded, good swing. Exertion gonna handle that pressure. Spinks to handle the heat.
Brolin behind the smoke.
Oh, just crouches out the mid door. It's Rob's going down to that fight. Leaving just Apex, and he's all the way at Longhouse. So this is 10 rounds for Mouse.
10 rounds for Mouse. Who would have thought it? 2-round lead. Apex gonna fall last.
5 rounds in a row. This is it now for Vitality. If there's a Dust 2 fight to be had, it comes on this bye.
Yeah, it has to be here. They've been buried in these past few rounds. Mouse have gained complete control, 5 in a row for the Mouse attack, and showing no signs of slowing down, but a lot of those have been diminished buys, weakened economy, weakened money for Team Vitality. Now, for the first time in a long time, they've got everything they could possibly want. Rops at the B-bomb site with Mezzi over in mid. Flames, Apex, and Zaiwu at the A site. And Mao's grouped up elsewhere. They've left Yimfat in a lurking position alone in T-spawn just to look for long pushes, for mid pushes. This three-man group is going to be packed up, looking to open up the round.
Zaiwu not able to connect on his first opportunity. Torzy will though. Rob's coming away from that B-bomb side. Apex responding in kind. It's short, but the bomb is shifting back to B.
Yeah, there's no window here for Mouse to press the issue off that kill. It's a really smart play from Torzy. He waited patiently in upper tunnels. As soon as Mouse started using catwalk utility and mid utility, that's when he takes his peek because he knows Rops' reaction is to look for information. They're slowed down by the defensive smoke, but Vitality haven't shifted anyone to help out towards Mezzi. He's all alone on an island with no utility.
Very committed in the position he currently stands in. And look how far away the rotates are. Merriman needs to go massive. It's going to be the first. Brolin going down. Couldn't get a second. Spinks cleaves his head right off, and they're into the site. 20 seconds on the clock, and we talked about how important this round was for Vitality. Now it's important that they save.
If you can find the lurker, if you can find Yimfat, you might be able to go for this. It'll give you a man advantage, and they have.
They do.
Flamesy finds him.
And now the open window is set up again to come back in for the retake attempt.
No kits.
But Torzy could shut it down. He could shut that window in their face. They're gathering up. They're getting ready to go. There's one piece of utility left, and it's on the back of Apex.
And where do you put it? Okay, big box, so not the right place. Torzy's got safety.
Yeah, Torzy waits back of the site. Nice shot into Apex. They're still going for it now as Zaiwu comes in on the shot. It leaves Torzy at the back of the site. And the first headshot needed for the Hungarian, but it's ZywOo to grab it at the end. There's no time for ZywOo. There's no hope for Vitality. And Torzi will celebrate a round victory.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit worried after he takes that peek, but either way, great shot to the back of the platform on the first two players. And Mouse, out of nowhere, grabbed control. Now 6 rounds in a row to get up to 11. It's a 3-round lead. And now you've got the trade kills out of Spinks. The clutch from Yimpat to start it all off. And the shots from Torji to close out the round. Everything we saw from Mouse in the group stage has come to fruition in these past 6 rounds to Vitality's detriment. And it's their turn to talk things over in desperation. Xtaz trying to bring forward the next idea. The AWP is saved on ZywOo, and when that AWP is in his hands, there's always a chance.
The conversation before this game was all around mentality. Can Vitality stabilize on Dust 2? Can they somehow find a way back? 11-8 down and coming up with 4 MP9s and AWP for ZywOo. Mouse have to make it happen. They have to take it now.
Yeah, you've hit this peak form that we've been waiting to see on a big stage in a big grand final. Don't let it slip away. Slow pace, Torji looking for any peaks off catwalk as they take control. For Vitality with the AWP and 4 MP9s, it's a 3-man stack in the B bomb site.
Vitality have a feeling it might be a B finish. They've got 3 players positioned in the site.
Yeah, but I think with Exertion investigating like this, there's almost a world where he's just like, there's no one here. Like, I have complete control with no counter nades or anything. I mean, there's a world in which Mouse can just go contact. Haven't called for it yet. The bomb is still outside of the long double doors. Looks like they'll bring a 3rd player back in Brolin and do a split finish at A. It's Apex and Flames to defend, but they've only got the SMGs.
Incredibly hard to see a world in which they get past this unless ZywOo steps up with the AWP on his own. The bomb is waiting just outside of the longhouse as it now starts to come towards him. ZywOo is their only hope. They'll chime in on Brolin. They know they're going against the AWP. They know that's the most dangerous weapon on the server still. And ZywOo's got a second.
Yeah, your heart sinks as his AWP rings out exactly where you want to go. And the bomb's got to fall away and the round's over.
Yep, they have no time. There's ZywOo shutting them down. They walk right into ZywOo. He stops them from getting up long.
Oh, that's such a weak way for this streak to end, though. It's so deflating. Not even a fight in it. Not even a chance or a look at the bomb site. That's a body blow for Mouse. But finally, the run is stopped at 6.
That's a huge round as well. Look at the upgrades that they get as well here. They've started this round with 4 MP9s. They have 2 AK-47s now going into the next round for Vitality. Is that the moment where Mouse break?
All right, Torji misses his shot on the jump across. It's all right. He won a 1v5. We'll give him a break. Smokes and Molotovs to prevent any catwalk peaks and aggression, and now Brolin starts making his move.
ZywOo on the side of the smoke. It's going to be Flames to come out on top of it. Torzi going down, opening kill for Vitality. Followed up, extended upon. ZywOo shutting down Yimpat, and you've let them back in.
Here's that mental strength from Vitality. You lose a 5-on-1, you lose 6 rounds straight off the back of it, and eventually you get that one stop you needed and you're back in business. Teaching Mouse a lesson.
And how many times have we watched Mouse, some of the players on this squad, collapse on the stage? How many times have we watched it? We watched it back in Rio in the grand finals versus Na'Vi just in October last year.
There's just no energy in these past 2 rounds. The last round fell flat because they get timed out. 2 kills from ZywOo when they try and execute with 24 seconds. And now this round as well is just like walking into your death and then nothing you can possibly do to recover the round. And look how hungry Apex is. He wants this final AK-47 out of Spinks' hands, and there's no money for Mouse. Crouching all the way, an experienced matchmaking deathmatcher is Apex.
And he's got a shot, but he's taking one to the head.
I bet you guys enjoyed that though, didn't you? Yeah, you're all sick.
Fair enough. Spinks, pin to the corner after the time. Don't die now. Oh, he's gone down. He's got $800. He has got $800 left. And we are looking at 10 to 11. Mouse with a 1-round lead, but money's in the bin. Vitality have a shot at tying up this game. Not only that, but a chance to grab map point and steal it away from Mouse.
Oh, beautiful shot from Flames, just boosted up over the smoke. ZywOo peeking aggressively. They've gotten their swagger back and have knocked Mouse off kilter. Money is gone. And that has a look of just like, man, I wish we could have completed this on a run. I wish we still had a streak going with some momentum.
They wanted to ride Jimmy's wave all the way to victory, but disrupted by 1 round where they walk into ZywOo's AWP. And it gives Vitality enough room.
And now we're going to go the distance, right? Vitality's going to close out this round 11 to 11. We're going to have 1 round to decide if someone wins or if we're going to overtime already in the opening map of the grand finals. And just look, Flamesy's like, I know it's Glocks, but I'm making the smart decision. I'm just backing away entirely, calling for reinforcements. Vitality making sure they don't make any mistakes to close out this map.
Shooting gallery for ZywOo. He's going to miss the first. No problem on the second time of asking. As he's turning to come out and feed and feast upon the kills as Apex gets the triple. 11 to 11. We know what Mals are wishing for, but they might not get it. Final timeout used here in regulation for Mals right at the end. Cyclone getting on the mic, hoping he has the winning recipe.
Yeah, well, if you're Mals and you're Cyclone, you got to be telling your boys, look at this as an opportunity. We've been looking to gain this mental edge. We've been looking to gain this edge in closing out games. When we get deep into it on the big stages, this is what we've talked about. This is what we've planned for. This is what we've discussed we need to improve. And this is the chance to show to ourselves and to everyone who doesn't believe that we've made the improvements necessary to close out this map. And a new energy coming into round 23. Back to the bravado. Back to activating exertion for aggressive plays. We'll see what Cyclone has in store for them. One team will take an advantage and have a chance of winning the map in the final round of this Dust 2.
Mel's coming into it with Galil's. A couple of players. A sign of how weak their economy is in comparison to that of Vitality's with the AWP for ZywOo. Rolling going into the lower tunnels. He's not alone. He's got 2 teammates with him.
Up catwalk we go, Brolin and Torji. Yimfat watching the flank from behind. Bullets exchange over towards the double doors, and Mezzi wants to get aggressive. Sees the trajectory of the utility, calling it out. Information that catwalk has taken. The opening move will be double doors. Apex and Mezzi lined up. A 2-man defense, and they're going to have a lot coming at them.
Mouse's hopes.
No flash, and that's the bomb going first.
Lie upon this play. Upon finding success in the mid-fight. Flash going through. Apex forced back. Mezzi, mighty with 1, but not enough to make Vitality feel super comfortable here. 35 seconds left. Fire at their feet as Mal start to rotate back into the B-bomb site, and look who's waiting for them. The reckoning erupts. 22 kills so far. Looking to build upon it, and they commit to B. It's his site, his domain, but it's just 1 kill. Apex comes in, keeps Vitality going forward. Apex with another, and Torzi down low in HP with no hope in hell. And it's a new fresh hell for Mouse as they collapse at the end. They let Vitality back in again. And when you let the greatest team in the world have a chance, they are going to take it.
Yeah, this might be just heartbreaking for Mouse. It's going to be 11 to 12. They've got they got a good amount of money with the losing bonus built up, but it's not pretty. Torji's going to be stuck on this Galil. One more round to Mouse to figure out what they can do to get past this defense. They had it figured out for 6 rounds straight, but it's just those 6 rounds. Outside of that, they have not been able to overcome Vitality.
And they get knocked off their feet, 1 round loss, and unable to recover, unable to get back up and get the fight going again. And now going into the last round of regulation, they're going in bruised. They've barely got anything to play with.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Vitality called a timeout here. That's giving Mouse a chance to talk where Cyclone had burnt their 3rd timeout previously. So obviously Xtaz maybe not feeling that things are exactly perfect the way he would have liked. 3 of the last 4 rounds have been lost by time to Mouse. That had not been an issue plaguing them through the rest of this T-half. But ever since Vitality put a stop to their run, their attack has just become limp.
5 Galils.
Round 24. Overtime for Mouse or a map 1 victory for Vitality.
ZywOo in middle, smoked out for the time being. That smoke keeping Mouse alive as they got up short. With the weaker guns, it's all about strength and numbers. The Mouse mob go into short.
You might be looking to hit a timing as well that they wouldn't expect versus an actual smart round played out.
Mezzi, Weddy and Goose. They're gonna have to go through the fire. Brolin's already ahead, severed off from his teammates. He's so far ahead on his own. Brought down by Apex. Another multi-kill moment from Apex here. Grenade landing on Torzi. Softening him up, and look how disjointed the final members here are of Mouse. They're going to try and get away, and they run right into Lawn, but Flames is already there, just waiting for them. It's going to be 5 rounds in a row here for Vitality. Complete collapse for Mouse. We thought it would be the Jimmy clutch catalyst to pull back the comeback, but Vitality stabilized just in time, and it's heartbreaking for Mouse, but it is collapse. Team Vitality take the opening map of the best of 5 grand final. The first map on their journey to 30.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
Not this again.
I oversee all office systems.
If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Did you say 4 whole days?
He's sweeping it under the rug.
Give me the name of the mole! Good luck with that. I will find out who did this.
Well, no one said that it would be easy, but no one either said that it was going to be this damn hard for Vitality to put the first map of this series away. Dust 2 in the books, and we get all the rounds that you could possibly ask for in these grand finals. This is the Intel Extreme Masters all the way out here in the Lone Star State of Dallas, and currently 1-0 up in this grand final, this best of 5 Vitality.
There's a lot to digest for this one, I'm not gonna lie. Vitality ending up winning, but it could have gone either way throughout that game. I think there's a lot of rounds that we're gonna have to go through, a lot of moments that we're gonna have to go through, but at the end of the day, I want to say Mouse had all opportunities in order to get off to a good start in this matchup. Torsi firing on all cylinders, you have a 1v5, you have some clutches going your way, yet you still don't win.
It could not have gone either way. It could have only gone one way, right? If Mouse couldn't close out this game, they're never beating Vitality. It's as simple as that. You had one of the craziest rounds, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen in that Gympath 1v5 that they won. That also happened. Apex was fuming. He was tilt of the face of the earth, and that's not enough for Mouse to close out the game. I don't know what is.
To be fair, like even with that 1v5, yeah, it was a pretty bad round. It was questionable at best, but there were a couple of rounds that Mouse had in the bag that they kind of just
look at this.
Gave
What
away.
is Robs doing? Why is Robs fighting?
I don't know. They all want to peek one at a time.
Come out. Hey, yellow. Here's one more kill.
Who's next? Who's next? And then Flames. Yeah, cool. But before this happened, Mouse gave away 2 rounds as well. So it's like this doesn't make up for it. Is that a 1-for-1 just exchange right there?
No, it doesn't make up for it. I don't care about that because because for some of these other rounds, we'll get into rounds later. They win 7 rounds in a row and then they lose the round on time. Like you can talk the talk all you want, but you have to prove it on the server. For all your talk, we're confident now. We'll get them this time. They don't believe it. Because if they did believe it, they wouldn't be playing like this. They wouldn't have been able to close this game out. They would have been 1-0 up, and maybe we could talk here about, ooh, is it going to end the streak? It's not ending. It's not ending today.
The talk is because they're trying to psych themselves up.
They did. I think. What did y'all do to my man here? Leave Yanko alone.
But Mouse is trying to psych themselves up because they know that they're not going to be confident. They know that they start shaking. They have to, like, you know, put out this persona to the audience. Oh, we're getting interviewed. We can't say, like, oh, yeah, we get nervous and we shut down.
They need to use stronger methods then.
Sure. I'm not going to disagree with that.
It's hard to disagree with. I do agree, you know, everything that was set up to be a win condition for Mouse happened in the first half. Torsi getting off to a good start, Mouse getting off to a good start. You saw some of the individual players show up. You then mix in a 1v5, you mix in, there was even this 5v2 round as well where they had a 5v2 that didn't make it a 2v2 and then they still win it. So all these rounds that were supposed to go the way of Mouse, all these win conditions that were supposed to happen for them to win this map choice, it played out, but they still couldn't get it done.
Gentlemen, let's look and examine in deeper footage here some of these rounds where Mouse seemingly made some mistakes. Let's start with round 5, right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate. Okay, so basically, we're all talking here about this Jimmy 1v5. That's not going to get everyone's confidence up. It's going to get Jimmy's confidence up, and maybe there's a sigh of relief for Mouse. But here, look at earlier in the game, right? Opening kill for Torsi. What does Exertion need to go for another kill for? He even got spotted. He has full nades, but he goes for another one. Doesn't matter, because Torsi's going to get another kill. But look at Spinks in lower. He has all the info. Oh, they're grouped up. They want to go A. Torsi's getting that info, but instead of just sitting there with his positioning and chilling, no, he needs to go and flank in a 4 versus 3. Torsi's got 2 kills. They know it's going to be A. Jimmy's like outside of B doors. They're completely set, but no, they need more. It's not good enough for them. And these opportunities given away where it's like, okay, now we're killing our own momentum. Now we're going to be on eco. These are more questionable than, I guess, the vitality, just peeking one by one to kill Jimmy.
It's because they have to sort of psych themselves up that they are not afraid, right? And then they do it when the opportunity isn't there.
Yeah.
Like, they're just doing it for sake. And we've seen this with Mouse before. We've seen Exertion on Inferno push through their own bottom banana smoke against Pistols in the second round to sort of prove that he's not scared and not afraid. That's what they're doing here. Oh, I'm going to trust my instincts. I'm going to push lower. No one's going to be waiting for me. If they are, I'll kill them. And all of a sudden, you're dead, and the reset round is done, and you're back into the hole.
But wait, there's more. Let's go ahead and reload up that next one. I believe it's going to be round number 8 that we jump into. Same sort of ideas here, just a fumble, if you will.
Yeah, it just didn't really make sense to me because Spinks actually goes out middle here, throws his smoke at mid doors, and comes back to B. But instead of just hiding here in closet, waiting for them to actually come through the choke, no, he's got to peek up earlier. And it's the only spot Vitality has to look. But if they come through the doors or come through the window, they have to clear like 20 different spots. He peeks up, bad timing, bad setup. They knew that the B hit was coming. Spinks wastes his smoke instead of isolating outside the site or tunnels. No, they just sit there and let them get converged from 2 different angles. And Jimmy tries to do his best. The guy's falling from the skies. He has to use more bullets than necessary to get that kill, and then he gets traded only 1-for-1. But Spinks, like, what are you doing? Just save the smoke, use it somewhere else, talk about the setup, and what are you doing? Just hide.
Well, that's where we can
just
start
hide.
to connect the dots, because had we not had that round we just played before that, probably would have played it differently. They became too passive, became too scared, maybe realized that they were overdoing it a little bit and then took a step back. I agree with you, you know, the essence of that round in isolation, way too passive setup for Mouse. Utility uses as well, not too well, but I bet you, had the round that we just showed before that not happened, they wouldn't have played it so passive and so scared.
And I think also Vitality did a good job. They were putting a lot of emphasis on B in terms of setting Zywoo tunnels a lot to put pressure with the op, to bait out some of those those smokes earlier than maybe MOUZ would have liked, right? And that makes B splits later on easier, but not just that, makes the B defenders more paranoid about that they don't have a good setup going, which maybe sends someone down CT spawn, so their A is more open as well.
So we go a little bit deeper into Dust 2 here. I think we've also got round 20 we can look at towards the end of the game.
This is MOUZ winning 6 rounds in a row, right? And this is how they lose after that. They put no real pressure on Cat. They're gonna get blocked on Cat. They come late into an A split. Zaiwu with the saved op is posted up at car, finds 2 kills, and this is it. The round is over. Like, this is not a team that's playing with confidence. Like, you're taking map control more aggressively. You're putting the pressure on the CTs, and they're just playing scared. Here, even Spinks dies after time. He died 2 rounds back-to-back after time. So MOUZ, even with 6 rounds in a row on the T side, after those 2 rounds, because of that extra hit to the economy, they can't buy anymore. They have to go for sort of a half buy, and then in the final round, they just have Galils. It's like, where is the confidence? Where is the initiative? Why are we not taking Cat earlier? Exertion is sort of trying to make himself known at the 1 minute mark. He's out mid, but Vitality is just 3B, 2A, just gambling sort of a setup, and then Zaiwu gets to kill 2 guys without having to face any utility.
That right there is why they're not going to win this matchup, right? When you have a round where you know you're up against a couple of MP9s, you know there's no utility whatsoever on their Vitality side, and you're still playing scared, you're still not using your own utility. I believe 2 of the players survived with 2 flashes and a smoke as well, not used at all. If you're not going to use that to your advantage, that you have all the utility, that you're facing against a team with nothing to show for, you're not going to win.
We're going to do a coach check-in. That's what we're going to do. I'm getting the news right now in real time. You actually hear me getting this news. We're going to hear from Xtaz. Let's do it.
Yeah, we tried a new game plan, a new prep, sorry. So,
Had a chance to be catching up with Xtaz after the first map of Dust 2. First of all, posed the question, after that Jimmy round went down, did he see any kind of change in the team? Because obviously they lost the next 5 rounds after that round did occur. He said, yes, it was an unacceptable mistake. Took them a while to kind of get out of their own heads. When they did, he felt like it was a well-deserved victory in that Dust 2. He said they were the way better team. Moving on to Mirage, I did pose the question, the last 2 times you faced MOUZ on this particular map, they've managed to get the better of you. What is going to change this time around? He chose to keep his cards close to his chest and said, you'll see as we move on to map number 2.
Now, we were almost at a situation where the last time Vitality lost map 1 of a series was the Falcons back in April at the Rivals event. They went on to lose the first map of another series there versus MOUZ. So it is possible, but that's not what we happened today.
I think Vitality feels invulnerable at this point. I mean, they gave up a 1v5, one of the dumbest 1v5s I've seen, and they still managed to come back with 5 rounds in a row in the end to close out the game in regulation. It didn't even go to OT. Zaiwu and Rops are playing great. They haven't been playing that well this whole tournament. I don't see how MOUZ comes back into this series.
I mean, this is a better map for MOUZ on Mirage, and one of the things that we got to see that game actually was Jimmy was kind of back in form. We haven't seen that from him in 2025 so far, except for at this event where he seems like his performance is coming back a little bit, gives the team a little bit of a backbone. We've seen him, I mean, that 1 versus 5, yeah, it's diabolical from the side of Vitality, but if Jimmy's able to come back here and be able to close out rounds for these guys, maybe it gives a little bit more leeway for Exertion to have whatever the hell is going on where he feels the need to go and try to make a play when no play needs to be made.
And that's the pressure they're playing under right now, MOUZ. They're well aware that if they don't win Mirage, obviously you're down 2-0 in a series. Inferno coming up next. At that point, it's 3-0 written in the stars. If you're MOUZ right now, you got to gas yourself up to the point where we have to win Mirage. There's no way you can allow yourself to go down 0-2 versus an unbeatable Vitality, knowing that your worst map in this map pool, Inferno, is coming up. So I'm not sure if that pressure, that extra layer of pressure that is put on by themselves right now is a good thing for MOUZ, but they have to step it up right now.
Maybe they have a hypnotist in the team as well.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe right down the hallway. Maybe we should go see him as well. But I should also tell you that if you're not here watching in Dallas, there's truly one other better way to watch it. You guys know where I'm going with this? Can you pick up
I know exactly where you're going.
Face It Watch, right?
That's right. Face It Watch. Go ahead and check them out. You can watch all the POVs from all your favorite pros playing up there on that stage right now, actively in real time. For us, we do go to a break. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have Mirage in front of us, a Vitality CT-sided start, and a Vitality looking to keep their streak alive. Quite a few maps under their belt, but only 2 more to go to grab the title in Dallas.
He's won the round on his own.
That's the plan.
Yeah, he's going to try. fakes it out. It's the shot. Has to isolate the joint. Fantasy, you beast! Straight, and now pushing in to close it out is Malbs. Heavy gone side by side with him. Naito stands his ground. Oh my god, it's Hades! And he's gone down to the Naito. Galil! Is he keeping him very busy as he closes the gap onto 1-6. Good hold from the Turkish sniper. And this gap close, isolating Jules. Senior!
Two backs turn is helped out by Suntai blocking swords to knock him out, to save his team. He does it!
And Tessessa matches the Danes looking to do it. Matches with a double right back. Beats the last moment. And it's Zai would have stopped the
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
So, how do we get to this?
Hey, I'm Fi, and I'm here at IEM Dallas. We're gonna take a look behind the scenes to see what tech makes this tournament tick. But no tour can be done without a tour guide, and that's why I've got the second best JW in esports, Jackson Wolf. What's good and what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Fi? Yeah, I'm Jackson. I'm the IEM Dallas product manager for this event. What that means for everyone is I kind of work behind the scenes, connect all the different departments, but I also get to do some other fun things like integrating the new Acer Predator Orion 7000 PC. So you want to go take a look?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Jackson, what's going on here?
Yeah, so this is the group stage tournament booth. So the referees that you will see standing behind the players, the people running the servers, they're also in charge of all the equipment. So the Acer Predator, it's the Orion 7000, it's powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor with a built-in NPU, combined with the RTX 5080 with the Cyclone X 360 cooling. We're trying to make sure that it's elite for these players. So this is the player lounge at our tournament. Hospitality is huge for us. Players travel all the time, so we want to look out for them, but essentially this is where the players come to hang out in between their games and the PC testing.
Holy crap, that's a lot of screens.
Yeah, so we're at the center of everything. The captain's chair, driving the ship.
What is red, green, and blue plus?
So those are all replay operators. Each color represents something different. So blue will represent all in-game highlights. Green will represent face cameras. And then we have red that's kind of combines them two. It makes like a big highlight package.
It's super cool, super complicated, but it is quite beautiful. Behind me, it looks like this is where the Counter-Strike is happening, Jackson. What's up with this?
Yeah, so this is the observer station. Over here on the left, we have the context observer. So think frag movies, cinematics, anything third person that can give a little bit extra context to what's going on in the round. Over here, you have the main observer to capture all the kills and get all the action. This is the in-game director. Whatever they choose to see is what actually goes back to the technical director and is what's on the show.
We've learned a lot about how Acer Predator and Intel power events like this one here at IEM Dallas. From the hundreds of buttons in the control room to the esports area and player competition. We've seen what goes into the launch of the Predator Orion 7000 as the official tournament PC of future IEM. Now let's get back to Counter-Strike, Dallas.
For years, Mouse has told us they're confident that they can beat the best teams in the world, that they're improving, they're getting better, and they're overcoming their stage woes, but Vitality just gave them one more reminder. There's still a little bit of choke left in them. Vitality has been the beast. They have been unable to take down this opponent they run into constantly throughout the year. They head into Mirage, map 2 in this series, needing a victory, one of the few maps they've had success on against Vitality. But dropping down 0-2 would make this an impossible task to come back in the grand finals in Dallas. So Mirage must be a Mouse victory.
We said it's all about mentality in this game. It's all the mental game in this best of 5. Have Mouse just collapsed? Have Vitality just destroyed them? We're gonna find out here on Mirage.
Mirage for Mouse, a 13-9 victory back at Blast Rivals, a 13-11 victory back at Blast Lisbon. Can they repeat that success here in Dallas to tie up this grand final series? Pistol round is live. Smoke Molotov onto Brolin, dualies on Zywoo, and a smoke flash on Mezzi for the defense. And Mouse lined up, looking like this is going to be attack into the B bomb site. They got 2 players in underpass, so they can change that quickly. And once again, a passive defense from Vitality. It works so well on Dust 2. Mouse can never push forward to find an opening, and okay, Rops is just going to continue where he left off.
Rops looking clean on the opener. Perhaps I was going to find the follow-ups. Spinks already finding himself in the window room, and it's a little bit of a surprise for Mezzi, but he's happy to get away with that one. And now he's stuck in the corner. He's pinned in the corner. There's a Palace push coming in as well, so Mezzi decides to go into connector and fight, and he found the bomb, and the rest of his teammates taking kills between them. Zywoo and Robs combined, putting it all on Yimpat. Another 1v5. And he's got the first headshot. It's going to be Mezzi to go down. Is there a second offering? Surely they don't give him another chance here.
They're thinking about it right now. They're just like, all right, guys.
Oh, we learn. And so Robs is going to be clean with it. Win the pistol here for Vitality to kick off Mirage.
And again, I think too, it's like some of this passive setups from Vitality that ruined him on Dust 2, ruined him here in this pistol round as well. I feel like Mouse is probably thinking, normally when we run these tactics, we've encountered somebody. Somebody's gotten in a fight. Somebody's gotten a kill. We've got a gap we can exploit somewhere, but none of that available in this pistol round. Even Mezzi just feels the fact that he's surrounded and just decides to get aggressive. So, I mean, exertion, that's not a great look. That's almost like the, yeah, we don't have it right now.
Well, they don't. They absolutely don't right now. There's no follow-up force buy. They can even get close to a bomb plant, so no extra cash. Comfortable 2-0 should be coming up here for Vitality. Zywoo going to ensure that it is. Oh, yeah, Zywoo keeping it clean, running out of bullets, and Rob's committed to help him. 2-0 lead. At least it's quick. And Mal's get into the buy.
All right, AK-47's out for Mouse, so we get to see what their T-side's going to start looking like. And this will be something they need to worry about, because Robs had that huge performance on Dust 2, start to finish, strongest player inside the server, the most impact felt from his rifles. If he's going to get map 2 started underway, Mouse has got to be very cautious about how they approach taking mid-control if he's going to be frisky like that off Catwalk.
Well, here comes Flame sprinting up into the underpass, right into space, pretty loud about it. And still nearly wins the fight, which would have been a little bit ridiculous. Spink's going to hold on, but there's a second wave. And as Rob's coming this time, Spinks realizes that's a possibility and keeps it going as he looked for the B aggression. He does indeed, and Mezzi, he's still going to go for it. He's going to go right into Spinks, and eventually, on the third time of asking, Vitality bring him down.
Yeah, but now look at this. A little bit of pressure going to come over from Palace. Torji's here with Yimfat. They're going to wait a little bit of time for Brolin and Exertion to get back, but they're already staged up and ready to hit into this A bomb site. I like that round from Spinks. I think he noticed how aggressive the MP9 was and said no one sacrifices themselves like that if there's not a second player coming. So very aware of the situation, and the same thing with Vitality at the end of round 3. They're outpositioned, a man down. So group up at the B bomb site, concede A. It should be the first round for Mouse because Apex isn't going to fight.
And Apex gets caught anyway in the jungle. So safe call for Vitality, they'll wrap it up, and Mal's finally getting one on the board here. Be great if they were able to get a good start into the gun round, start building some momentum into this map. We know how important it will be for them just to try and shake off the woes of Dust 2.
Well, think about some of the personal aspects of it as well. You look over at Spinks, the one player dead for Mouse in this round with that nice double kill to start things off. But Vitality player last year, a lot of the conversation that we've heard from Vitality from Apex has been his indecision of staying in the team, when he wants to leave the team, where he wants to be. It prevented them from lifting more trophies last year. Spinks kind of was one of those guys, thought the grass was a little bit greener. So now he's looking for that indication. He's searching for it. He's had Vitality. His former teammates beat them 5 times this year, all while he's looking to prove that he's made the right decision.
I think the Spinks move to Mouse was a little unexpected, and we wondered how's it going to go. You've lost Shuey. How is Brolin going to fare as an in-game leader? Everything about Brolin's character that we've seen outside of the server, you know, kind of timid in interviews, quiet, soft-spoken guy. We didn't think he was going to make it as an in-game leader, but Mouse have got better and better. They've won a title this year. They're in another grand final on the stage. And Spinks has been a part of that.
Congratulations, Brolin. All that IGL success you've had throughout the year leads you to this, trying to figure out a way to beat the best team in the world at the moment. Round 4. Exertion and Brolin for mid-control. Rops and Zywoo and Apex to defend against it. Deep smoke, and that's a good little spam. Rops gets out of danger.
Zywoo staying committed in mid. Gonna have the support of the grenade of Rops going up in behind. Zywoo down to very low HP. 8 health to be exact. Spinks applying pressure, solo B again. The smoke at Palace is gonna stop Torji and Impact from moving forward and applying pressure to Flames.
Interesting seeing back-to-back rounds of Yimfad and Torji kind of grouped up over in Palace. Normally a position where you just see one lurk player there.
This time they got the bomb, that's the key difference as well. Bomb with him. So an A split being set up with Spinks' lurk at B. Flames is gonna watch them as they come out of Palace, that's the bomb. Oh, and it's not the perfect time to Palace. It's Flames just eradicating their chances, and they've got to fight their way out of it. Sure, a great double for Brolin, but they've still got to go back and get that bomb at Palace, which means walking into the waiting arms of Zywoo, who just waits back at CT spawn.
Yeah, Brolin's happy to be the player watching for the rotation through the murder hole. He knows they're likely not going to be coming from that position. High HP on Spinks. Yeah, he's made a sick walk. Got to be careful. Rops is close by. I think he heard something.
Well, you can see the reaction. He just sits back in the corner. It's going to allow Spinks to walk right into him. Rops, no problem. He's got it. Takes a little bit of damage on board, but with that kill, tips Vitality into the favor. 25 seconds to get the bomb back. Here's the reposition. You send Exertion back to Palace and let Brolin make his way through the murder hole. But he's caught by Mezzi. And so Exertion now leaps out of Palace to try and grab the bomb. He's picked it up, but it's an impossible task that waits in front of him. And he realizes that. So he's going to back away. AK-47 trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, he can replenish utility. Teammates will buy back up into things. And Mao's trying to initiate the round by walking through smoke. They tried it on pistol round as well. Flames handles it both times very, very well. Double kill in this round. And a 3-1 lead for Vitality. Looking much the same. Mao's even with those 2 kills from Brolin can't find the following piece. Spinks, he had to have just made one extra footstep that Rops heard.
Yeah,
Rops was so convinced.
This is the timing. Flames looks back, sees him just appear through the smoke, and he handles it quite well. Doesn't get caught off guard. Yeah, Spinks going to be very frustrated about that, thinking that perhaps he had the play to get his team back into the round, but it's not to be.
It's all right. It's a solid buy in this round from Mao's, and it's still early going. Plenty of time to recover. But yet to find success they can lean on, they can rely on. Exertion is going to lead the way in underpass. Torji top mid and Brolin in support.
Impact. Next up, out of the ramp, you got Spinks pushing Palace. Just as that fight goes down, and so it is Flames this time to lose the fight out of Palace, but Zywoo stepping up, and instead he's got the double. Killing towards ramp, no problem on the Impact. He's got eyes on connector, but he needs it to turn back. What? Oh yeah, that's what we've all come to see. Zywoo on the swivel. Torzi up, and the chance of an ace. As Zywoo, will he oblige the audience? Yes, he will. He's here to entertain. Zywoo on the stage in the grand final.
Oh, style points. The clean one tap to close it out. The best player in the world. And he's come into 2025 with an attitude. He just rips them apart everywhere they are on the map. Exertion had a chance, the best chance. But you best not miss, and ZywOo makes you pay.
Another rough hit to the mental. Back down to pistols. Vitality are the best team, but they've also got the best individual. That's what makes them so deadly. Flames taking Brolin out. Opening kill for Vitality.
Yeah, this is kind of the end of Dust 2. All these rounds are falling really, really flat for MOUZ. I feel like a lot of these opening kills coming in for Vitality, it feels like sometimes there's really not a great way to trade any of them. This round, obviously, just with pistols, nothing's going to be easy. And MOUZ back away from this B bomb site. The angle from Mezzi way too strong. But MOUZ having all those same issues we've talked about for years of just you get to this point and it looks like a completely different team than what we saw on the group stage. They melted through everyone on the way here. 2-0s. They didn't drop a map before getting to the grand finals. Embarrassing their opponents. Falcons, they wiped the map with them the entire series. But now against Vitality, we've got no indication that MOUZ is here to play. 5-1 and a timeout called from MOUZ. Cyclone probably feeling desperate.
If you're Vitality, you're loving this. One map up in the best of 5 already. ZywOo on a heater here, Mirage 9-0.
I think if you're Cyclone as well, you're talking to the guys and you're like, all right, look, mid control has fallen flat. This whole Palace play idea we have hasn't netted us anything. Maybe a 1-for-1 trade, the best it's given you, but coming through the smoke in Palace doesn't work. It might be time. MOUZ has done a lot of default spread out, going to underpass, coming to take middle. It might be time to just kind of fall back and do something easy. See if you can get something going with just an A exec. You know they've been running some mid control on the CT side. Maybe you can take advantage of that fact. Get into the bomb site, play a post plant.
Be a great time for Toys to start getting impact as well. He's got the AWP out. He's going to be charging to top mid. They're going to boost him up over the top of the top mid smoke. He'll peer down into Khan. Nothing revealed to Torsey early on.
Oh, tons of damage eaten by Brolin through the smoke. Just when they make their move, Apex had the nade primed for the utility coming in from the MOUZ side of things. That's really good chip damage onto Brolin at the MOUZ side of things. Him and Exertion just back all the way off. Torji's going to chuck a mid-round window smoke, but Vitality was just aggressive. They were just aggressively controlling mid. They know everything, and the smoke is missed anyways.
Oh, they're going to peek it as well. Oh, have a look in the mid. They're going to see no one moving there. It's all starting to line up here as they go to the A site. They're going to be going into ZywOo.
He's an anchor now.
Flames off the top of the stairs. This is going to be Brolin, the first victim. ZywOo takes a couple of steps forward under the wood. They might think it's clear because they just used fire on it, and so they don't even check him. ZywOo with a great reposition, and once again, another stellar hold for the A defense here of Vitality. It is impenetrable right now. They're separated. Spinks once again on the lurk at the B bomb site. This time he beats out Robs, but where can you go with this with 30 seconds? There's nowhere to run. You have to hide.
There's no impact on the lurk when everyone else dies on the other side of the map, and I'll tell you what, that's a really cool setup from Vitality. It's obviously the positions are nothing special, but when you think about it, I make a joke about ZywOo being the anchor. It's usually Flames. So when Flames gets the first kill over towards stairs, the rest of MOUZ thinks that the bomb site is clear. They're like, okay, the anchor is playing con. There's obviously a mid setup because we just threw the window smoke they didn't realize missed, and everyone's walking into the A bomb site not clearing anything. And ZywOo's lying in wait for an easy frag and an easy round win. Now a 5-round lead, and now Vitality so confident, so comfortable, ready for the late round hunt. Torji is going to get away.
Yeah, make sure he gets around the corner, gets that one pick at the end. So at least they'll still have the AWP going into the next round. But a second timeout for MOUZ in this first half. Vitality were in control of Dust 2 for most of the first map as well. It took a Jimmy 1v5 to even give some life to MOUZ. It wasn't enough for them to ride it through to the end either. But they need a moment like that again. A turning point in the half to actually come back and get some rounds under their belt. It looks like Vitality are going to walk into a second map victory in this best of 5.
Well, Mouse, they need something from somebody like we had from Jimmy on Dust 2. Now's the time for that individual step up, that individual performance to breathe some new life in him. We saw what it can do. 1v5 victory for Jimmy, and they went on a 6-round streak, but now they haven't had any heroics, any success. All 5 players for Mouse grouped up. They're tired of getting picked off one by one, spread across the map. They'll play the trade game. A death ball in middle. ZywOo and Khan, Mezzi over on catwalk for a defensive crossfire.
Towards you, let that shot ring out. ZywOo in connector. Unstoppable, unkillable. He's gonna get away on 8 HP.
11-0 for ZywOo early on in Mirage. And inside the smoke, when that fades, he can pop up at any moment. He might be able to grab one more with fortunate timing. Flames clearing out Palace. Seeing that it's open, that nobody's home from Mouse. And now ZywOo has all the information. Exertion still up in the ladder room though. He'll be the pivot point as Mouse rotate back to the A bomb site.
He catches ZywOo, first death. Exertion finishes him off. The bomb shifting back into the A play. Flames, if he goes down to Exertion, that would have weakened the defense massively so. Flames is still worried about the A-Pounds coming through the ramp. Apex is hidden. If Flames can set up the distraction, perhaps Apex can knock the rest of them down. Flames is up first. Spinks to hit the deck. Flames paranoid about Palace, connector, and the ramp. But he's done a great job so far, keeping the pressure up. Now Apex reveals his spot. It's another kill. Another strong A setup. And they've held on long enough. The rotation is in as well. And Mezzi's just going to push out a CT spawn. 7-1. Vitality continue to build. And Mouse have no life in the finals.
I mean, Vitality just have this team beat in so many different ways. It's now 5, I mean, again, the 5 series that they've already won so far this year, and now in this grand final, it's looking like Mouse have no new tricks to bring to the table. ZywOo is just destroying them, straight up. When anyone else is required upon, they're delivering. But ZywOo is an absolute monster here on Mirage.
Yeah, I just can't figure out this A setup. They've walked into so many different looks of it as well.
It's the second time they've been confused by Flames positioning as the anchor, right? Because they're just so convinced that he's going to be the guy there. But ZywOo lying in wait now. Apex in the previous round.
Here's a pop into A coming out of Palace. You got Apex tucked in behind Ninja. The initial contact to be taken by ZywOo, and then they run right into Apex. He's blinded, so he doesn't get the follow-up kill on this. But good damage being done. Brolin and Torzy at least able to fight a little bit, but it's a Brolin clutch required with an AWP in his hands. He's gonna miss the first opportunity, goes back to it, and Rob shuts the gap down before it really opens up.
Yeah, giving him no room with which to operate between the shots of that AWP. Now a 7-round lead as Vitality continue inflicting pain. And you could see just the confusion when we get onto the Mouse players' faces. They don't know what the solution is. They don't know how to adapt. Round 10, and no indication it's going to go any differently.
Yeah, there was excitement brewing at this event because we've seen Mouse get better and better towards having an incredible performance in the early stages of the competition. And Vitality also looked weaker by their own standards, so we thought this grand final could deliver, but right now, it is same old, Vitality 8-1 up on the second map of play. Flames now confident, emboldened by their early success. He's gonna walk into the ramp and get punished by Yimpat.
Okay, you've just been handed an advantage, and you have to capitalize on it now. Another missed window smoke. Mouse today looking real shaky. Apex gonna hold on to underneath balcony for the moment. Good kill onto Spinks, who's tried to lurk out. Yimpat and Torzy waiting for their moment.
Oh, ZywOo waiting for that smoke to fade away. Gonna spot a little bit of his opponent.
Look at Mezzi, he's all the way at the end of B halls. He's about to bring out a big flank, but they're coming back from T-spawn.
Well, they seem to be aware of what they've lost, what the gap is. Can Mezzi, he doesn't turn the right way. Looks away as Torzy takes him down. That's the opening. That's information that there's a weakness on the B side, but is there really a weakness? Because ZywOo's now here with the AWP, and the turret, goes jumping into them. Not ready for Brolin to be so close.
He's really disappointed in himself. That was way too much. And man, Vitality, this one just goes away from them. The first round, they've really tried to be aggressive and on an individual level with the push down ramp, with the push into B halls from ZywOo to get the deep angle, the flank from Mezzi. All of those get punished.
Yeah, limit testing, and they've found the limit. It's going to be a second round here for Mouse.
And I think, you go into these last 2 rounds of the half and Vitality's, nope, let's just sit back, and they still don't know how to find a kill. So a little bit of extra breathing room for Mouse with this round number 2. Money's fine for Vitality.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You still got to go up against a really solid buy in the next round. There's Apex handling the quick push, Spinks thinking he's caught a timing.
ZywOo trying to play, get some safety in the hall so he didn't have to worry about catwalk, and far more progression than he expected. That player came up through the underpass. ZywOo thought he had more time because Mezzi encountered players back in T-spawn. Misjudging the situation. I mean, for Mouse, you're like, okay, we got this round. Now we have to win the rest in this half. We got to get to 4 to give ourselves some room in the second half. But again, you didn't really do anything there to win the round. You were kind of given those opportunities by the aggression and the pushes from Vitality, by their choices. You'll take it. But you still want to feel like at the end of this half, you got it under control. Timeout from Vitality, and that might just be Xtaz being extra cautious. Saying we're in control of this game, just don't give it up. Just keep going. No more rounds like that. No more rounds where we make it extremely easy. Every round we fight for. Reminding them of the stakes of everything they're playing for, the grand final here at IEM Dallas. Putting yourselves in the best position possible for the coming weeks at the Austin Major. The potential second ESL Grand Slam in 1 year. Reaching the dirty 30 win streak.
Looking to collect their first of 2 titles in Texas. ZywOo, smoked out, held back.
Oh.
Still gonna peek with a grenade, and of course it'll still work out for ZywOo. It's just a little bit different for him.
Man, he's really just a beast. Look how hard it is if you're Mouse to set anything up. Just once again, this time you're grouped up, you want to prevent those early losses, and ZywOo's still able to grab one for nothing.
And now Rops is ready for a jump up on that bench. Flame's gonna be applying pressure out from the connector. Brolin being caught. Rops then steps forward, and Vitality, they sense weakness in middle, but they are mistaken as Spinks holds on to the double push. He's actually dealt them an even blow. We're back to a 2v2, and there's still a lot of time here for Mouse.
Yeah, but Vitality has been the superior team in these situations on both Dust 2 and now obviously on Mirage. Rops is gonna back up into the B bomb site. The defenders kind of have to play split for the moment, and you could see over at the A bomb site the positioning from ZywOo. So many different choke points to worry about. He knows window is available, connector is available, so he's got to worry about window. Yimfat and Spinks. Up con into the A bomb site. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's a kit on ZywOo. There's utility for the CTs to use. Plenty for Malz to set up this post plant. A must-win clutch.
Off for ZywOo, creeping ever closer. And it's a shot to the chest. Spinks to be sliced. And Yimpat asks the clutch again for Mouse. 8 seconds on the clock, going for bullets instead of Braun, but he's got to go for this. They plant down in the sight and denied by ZywOo. No hope in hell for Mouse.
And nothing can go right for Mouse. Even the Molotov doesn't spread to ZywOo's feet. He finds a safety in the corner. And Yimfat waited too long to start the plant while the Molotov was up, so it's an easy solution for ZywOo on the box. Final round of the first half.
This is the opening move with the grenade, and ZywOo makes it look easy. The man to open, and the man to close. It's all too easy right now for Vitality.
And if you don't laugh, you cry is what Torji's thinking as he lets out a giggle. A rough way to lose another round, and a rough half to have to experience in the Mouse jersey. Exertion in middle all on his lonesome. Towards the B-bomb site we go with numbers.
Mezzi blinded, but they haven't checked him. They do not check Mezzi. And a double kill as he melts the attack, and Robs is up next. Mouse halted, slowed down, and brought to a stop at the B site. vicious from Vitality. 10-2 as they look to blank Mouse on the second map of Mirage.
Well, this is the scoreline you get when one team outclasses the other in pretty much every aspect of the game. Tactically, strategically, and individually, Vitality on another level today, especially ZywOo. 15-3 on this first half of Mirage. Incredible sequences, and ace in that first half as well. There's no one from Mouse who can step up and challenge Vitality right now, and this map might come to a very quick conclusion.
A mountain for Malice to climb, but it all starts with the first step. And will they fall flat in their face? Vitality gathering with the bomb outside of B. Mezzi with a molly in hand. 2 through mid, 2 through B. Lurk and Palace and Robs. Mezzi to take first contact. Bomb is now shifting into the underpass. Mezzi staying committed. Rob's taking damage at Palace. Mouse have got some early info to work with here. They know what's coming at them. There's a split through the connector. Exertion's got the first kill of the pistol. They need a little bit more, and so it Spinks from behind. A double execution. Rob's down to Palace. And it's a quick, clean pistol here for Mouse.
All right, there we go. There's a little bit of life, and they get to have a chance at getting things started, or a chance at least playing themselves awake into this series. Oh, that's a valiant attempt. That's a very valiant attempt. Nice job from Spinks. Double kill and Khan getting aggressive, not letting them actually execute, turning around and handling the B-bomb site. Great flick over onto Mezzi. So 10-3 the scoreboard, or the score line.
But no round is unwinnable for Vitality, especially when they've got Deagles and Tech 9s. A little bit of something.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that eventuality. It's actually horror in my brain for Mouse to imagine in a world in which they lose this round. That would just be too much.
Well, they're coming at them. Direct hit, simple utility, an A execution, and Brolin stopping one. Apex able to respond. The pressure's up. The bomb plant denied. Apex not allowed to get away with it.
Got to get that bomb while the smokes are still up though and get it planted. Robs.
Look at Mezzi.
Oh, he's not actually doing it.
Oh, the myth. He comes through the smoke. Oh, Mezzi appears, but Exertion ready. Handles him. Couldn't get Robs. The pressure's still on. But now Robs alone, and he's dropped. So Malz will pick it up without losing to the force buy. And they also don't concede a bomb plant.
Yeah, all about stopping that bomb plant. Really well done from Malz, spraying the bomb plant down through the smoke, and then all of a sudden Vitality actually have to attack into you. They no longer have the safety sit in the bomb site and wait for you for the retake. And they've got to do it with crappy weapons, so an easy mop-up for Malz. Vitality invest in a couple Deagles, a scout on Rops. So trying to do a little bit of economic damage in this round. That's probably the best that Vitality can hope for.
Oh, Rops unable to make much happen with that scout. It's going to be Brolin and Yimpat with the two openers, and should be able to clean up the Deagles in mid as well without too much issue. And that M4 is going to hold down Miles Swan. It's going to be Torty to come out on top of the final kill. Fifth round for Malz, halfway there to the comeback. But here comes the buy for Vitality at the start of the second half. Everybody on AK-47s.
Yeah, it should be, I mean, you can do whatever you want in this round for Vitality. We'll see what they open up with. Do you want to spread into a default? Do they want to go actually and just attack into a bomb site, a set piece, get in? How exactly do you want to kick things off? In this gun round as you try and close out map number 2. Map number 3 will be Inferno. A little bit of mid-control now for Vitality. Flame's gonna lead the way through, turning from flashbangs. One up on Catwalk, one at the underpass. Oh no, not another one. Good trade from Zywoo, and mid is opened up.
Yeah, it keeps it 3v3, and a lot of space in mid for Vitality. Impact worried about B for good reason. Rops applying pressure. Impact goes into the peak, and he'll win it this time against Rops. Torzy's drifted over to help out B.
I like I like Rops actually forcing that fight a little bit. I mean, you have the 2 kills that come out in middle, so he knows more likely he has a one-on-one at the B bomb site. Finds it, can't get the kill, but the opportunity is still there. I like the idea from Rops. Not able to close it out. So Mezzi and Zywoo join up. At the base of Con, it's Brolin playing very passive in CT spawn as the A bomb site defender, but Mouse is not sitting back on their heels. Yimfat gonna start getting information and getting started on a flank. Torji gonna come on back and he'll be able to support Brolin, but Zywoo and Mezzi have the room to get a bomb planted.
And they've gotten position very quietly. Contact all the way to CT, and now they make contact with Brolin. MP9 on top of the first fight. Damage done to Mezzi as well. And that really should take him out of contention for this clutch. You've got Impact coming ramp, and Torchy through CT, and Mezzi's just gonna jump into the open with Molly in hand. He goes down, and another round for Mal's picked up.
Yeah, they're getting started very well in this second half to make a game out of it. 4 in a row, 6-10. Getting a little bit closer, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, they built a decent amount of money for themselves as well on this CT side. Vitality have got enough for another buy here with rifles.
Well, Torji's op is in the field of play now as well, so let's see what he's doing. We haven't really had to talk about it too much.
No, we haven't.
But it has been on fire throughout this event. Quiet, obviously, in map 1 and so far in map 2, but CT side Mirage, let's see if he can get it rolling, because that's going to be great for the rest of this series.
Yeah, it took a while to figure out what they wanted to buy here, Vitality, but in the last second, they throw an AK on to Zywoo and Robs with the Galil. some utility and a direct hit into the A bomb site. No lurks. It's all about getting out A. 4 through ramp, 1 through palace, and here they come. Vitality on the charge. And it's that Torzi AWP that you just mentioned. Not able to connect on the first time of asking. He has to relinquish control of CT, and this opens up a gap as Vitality starts to move through on it.
Yeah, the top-rated player of the event so far hasn't been able to have impact in these grand finals. Now Mao's going to sit patiently behind these smokes and this utility, trying to delay, trying to harass and deal damage as this bomb gets planted. So first step is there for Vitality, but the hardest one is winning the round.
This isn't even a full buy for Vitality, not even a full investment. But they're in the site, and they're always dangerous when they get themselves into these positions. But Brolin finds the follow-up kill. It's now a 5v3 on the retake. But the 2 rifles still alive, and one of them in the hands of ZywOo. Deadly to the headshot, steps out into the open, but Yimpet on the cleanup with Torzi beside him. And Mouse makes sure it's not a Vitality round win.
Nice attempt from Vitality, getting aggressive on the retake when the Mouse players are in transition. ZywOo's able to grab a couple, but too much of an advantage for the Mouse defense. And a second timeout called now by Vitality. Starting to feel a little bit of worry. Not panicked yet, but Mouse have won 5 in a row. They've handled your executes into the A bomb site with no problem. And they're now within striking distance, just 3 rounds back. So for Vitality, they're saying we need to stop this right here, right now. Fist bumps are out, and maybe a change of style. Maybe instead of these A execs with the low buys, maybe we do see them go back to that mid control. Spread out across the map, give some individuals freedom.
Torzi. Smooth moves. He'll get himself to short. Vitality have the mid control. Gershin trying to make it a little more difficult for ZywOo, sends 1 bullet through the smoke. Brolin's pushed up in ramp.
A nice little position for him that gives him flexibility. Exertion can be a little bit more free roaming towards top con. Spinks hiding in the window. Vitality take mid, and they take mid control, smoke out to deny the information that they vacated the premises. It's back around to the A bomb site, so similar idea, but they just wanted to start it with mid control to see if they can keep the defense away.
Yeah, but Brolin's on his toes. He's aware of this possibility. He's aware that the A play might be queued up. Can he stop it? Can he make it more difficult at least? First up, ZywOo sees the shoulder, and that's all he'll see. Mezzi follows up on the double peek. ZywOo and Mezzi creating space into the A bomb site. Torzi has to try and shut them down. It's a good quick kill here on Mezzi. Is there anything else in the AWP at the back of the bomb site? And there won't be, because they're rotating, because Rops is calling him to come back to B. It's opened up. There's a huge amount of space as Yimpact comes back, but is he going to get shut down by Rops?
So much attention pulled to the A bomb site. Vitality simulated that so well. Wasn't meant to be a fake, it was meant to be an exec, which is why it felt so real to Mouse. They've all shifted away, and Rops has found the foothold inside the B bomb site. Yimfat coming back to see what he can recover, but I think it's too late.
Well, they're already in. The bomb now coming, and he's going to do damage to the bomb carrier, but he can't stop them from getting in the site. And Apex is going to stop them from rotating. As he gets to top middle, Exertion is cut off, and Mouse fall to just 3 plays, and they're a long way off winning this. They're a long way off winning this. With that kill on Apex, numbers again even.
They've got kits.
And Yimpat knows he did damage as well onto the player that jumped out of the window. That's ZywOo. Yimpat tapping away to the bench player, doing more damage. Finished off by Torzi. Flames up next, and he's not gonna miss. Not gonna miss his chance. And it's all on Flames now as Spinks comes back in, and the wall bang to bring him down. Spinks wins an essential round for Mouse to keep this comeback going.
All the things going wrong for Mouse on Dust 2 are now going right in this second half. You get the benefit, that spam down at the very end. Vitality even plays that very well. The bait from ZywOo with low HP. It's played perfectly. But 2 spam kills on this retake. A couple miracles for Mouse. And now 6 in a row in this second half. Dallas, the comeback is on. Do you want Mouse to complete it?
2 rounds away. It looked like it was about to be a one-sided mirage. A collapse for Mouse. And Mezzi already out of the ramp. He's got ZywOo in front of him. Look at this. Vitality has some space to play with.
They've got him beat. They just need the kills now.
Can they take them? Will they boost up? Yes, they will. Brolin's timing. Looked away. ZywOo's on the top of the stairs now. There's no way Brolin's ready for this. ZywOo zaps away Brolin.
They still don't know about Exertion though. Similar position, who can wheel himself out of Con. Going to be smoked off now, but still has a chance for impact. Going to stick in Con, wait for his teammates to arrive, play the 4-on-4. Another retake opportunity for Maus. The last one looked so clean. The retakes in this half have looked clean. 3 in a row diffuses Maus has. And one more needed to close the gap to just 1.
The wallbangs in the previous retake helped their woes, allowed them back into the site. Gotta hope for some success similar to that now. Plenty of utility. Robs will burn and he gets taken down. Quick first kill here for Malz on the retake attempt. They launch themselves in. This time ZywOo Mezzi on the fight, but it's just Mezzi left. The defuse being stuck. It's planted on default. Can he get there in time? Yeah! He gets there in time. It's Mezzi stealing it away. 11 rounds for Vitality. And he just blasts his way to the defuse.
And the desk mentioned it, how good the supporting cast for Vitality has been. We're always going to talk about ZywOo. We're always going to talk about Robs. But Mezzi has delivered in so many big moments.
Oh, so close.
So impactful, so clutch.
So close.
And now we see if the story is the same as it was on Dust 2. An incredible run from Maus to get back into the map, but a single loss. Does that shake them off kilter? Does that ruin their rhythm?
Well, it was enough on Dust 2 to destroy them, to make them disappear.
So let's see some of that mentality they've been talking so much about. Time to dig deep. And well, it's just a rinse and repeat through the smoke for sure.
Only one player here, it's Torzi looking to make the difference this time. Torches flames. Spinks and Apex, blow for blow. Robs opening up, another fight towards Brolin, gets into the connector. Utility drops in, Robs goes down, Spinks again, another impact kill for Mouse. ZywOo diving down out of Palace, and once again it is ZywOo tasked with a clutch for Vitality. This is the sharpest tool they have.
21 kills.
The weapon of mass destruction in ZywOo, and he's gonna bring it down to the 1v1. The game, or the Hungarian highlight. ZywOo against Torzi. Defuse tapped, not the stake. ZywOo starting to move in, and it's Torzi to pick it up. Dropping ZywOo. And he's had a great run of form here in Dallas, and he's gonna respond to the Vitality win with one of his own. Keeps Maus in the fight.
Yeah, and he's the sharpest tool that Maus have, and he's the sharpest tool we've got in the tournament. Such a good event for him, and an important clutch to keep this comeback going and reverse that. Stop Maus from falling into that pit of despair they encountered on Dust 2. And Spinks is learning a lesson. If you're gonna take that kind of a stance against ZywOo, you better nail the shot. He's not gonna forgive you and not let you get away. Torzi saves him.
A pretty calm reaction as well from Torzi winning the 1v1 against ZywOo. Knows the job is not done. That is just merely a lifeline. They still have to swim back to shore.
But at least this time on this map, they can look at this run and be like, we've been doing it this whole time. This CT side has been locked down. We know exactly what we're doing. We can handle Vitality here. They don't have those doubts that Dust 2 introduced. An incredible run in Vitality, gonna buy into this round. A smaller investment with the full losing bonus. Pistols and the one hero AK-47 on ZywOo. But their T side really struggling as Maus's defense has hit an incredible level. The last 4 round wins for Maus have been diffuses and retakes. They've looked clean. It's all a fake and it's working. Look how hard Maus bit on this. Look at the rotation on the minimap. Just now Exertion getting back into position.
Exertion, he's gonna get one. I was hoping for a little bit more on that peak. He had the element of surprise for the distraction set up from his teammate in the site, but Not enough to feel comfortable here if you're Mouse.
No, definitely not if you're Brolin, low HP, and you got everyone to worry about.
Rob's trying to fight down CT, but he knows he wants that low HP player. He wants to get it, and he's got it. Rob's in the hunt. Successful in catching himself a Brolin. And now the plant is being secured. Apex looking to put it down. Spinks not there in time to deny it. And so the fuse is lit. Will it be 12 for Vitality off the back of it? As he waits, up on ticket. It's going to be Torzy, straight to the head. Flames and Robs, 2v3, and the flank around the back.
Ooh, that
and
could
Robs
be,
get there in time.
That could be the winning play if Flames keeps him off the bomb.
He's got to keep them pinned. Oh, he taps on a Torzy, and now it's Robs around the back. Flames is doing it all on his own. He doesn't even need Robs right now, but he'll be the final piece, and he can't do it, so it is Flames required. Time ticking, dancing with death, and Spink does not have a kit. He does not have the time. And Vitality, they've got map point.
It was Messi a couple rounds back, now it's Flames. Incredibly precise shots. And it's the supporting cast. This is what makes Vitality so strong. This is what makes them so hard to beat. ZywOo's bringing you to the finish line, but Messi and Flames with impact to bring you over.
And look what it's done to the money here for Mounds as well. They're broken, they're completely shattered at the end. Flames with some beautiful shooting here. And it might just be enough to close out the second map of the best of 5.
And it's got to just be so gutting for Mouse. Again, 2 maps in a row, huge runs to come back into the maps, contend down the stretch.
And just think about it, it's a best of 5. You're going up against a team that hold a 29 win streak. 6th final, looking for their 6th title. How are you going to find the way to pull back a best of 5 and reverse sweep it? I just don't see a world in which that happens for Mels. If Vitality close Mirage here, they are likely looking at their 6th title and a 30th win in a row. This is what Mouse have. 5-7s, D-goals, MP9, and a FAMAS.
It's not pretty, but you can always do something clever and creative. How prepared is Vitality going to be? And actually, it looks like they don't even want to let that clever and creative plan come into action. They just say, we'll stay grouped up. We don't need to spread out, thin out our attack and let you pick us off. Over to the B bomb site we go, and Apex, he hasn't called a play like this all throughout the half, so Mouse have no idea it's coming. It's Yimpat alone with the Deagle.
Impact, going to be cleared, no problem for Apex. Follow up for the Mag-10, not good enough. And the last ditch effort for Mouse to leap back into the site. It doesn't look like it is going to be enough to keep them going here. Spinks has to make us believe. With that MP9, he doesn't muster it, so it's Brolin to step up instead. The Swede looking for some sweetness, but it will not be the fact. It is Vitality last year who came to Dallas and were defeated in the finals. But this time they are looking to destroy Mouse to take that Dallas title.
Well, that was more like it from Vitality. And by that, I mean it was Mouse Sports that could not find some footing here on the second map of the series, Mirage, in the way of the Bumblebees. I welcome you back to the grand finals here in Dallas, Texas. The Intel Extreme Masters have been here all week. We're kind of coming to a head right now, it seems. Vitality want to take us there. They want to keep that streak alive. I've got Pimp, I've got Steel, I've even got Yanko. They've given me all the fixins today up here on the desk.
Yeah, I think this crowd really dislikes Apex, but he's a good guy, man. He tried to extend this map to give them a little bit more content by calling a force buy after you lose pistol 10-2 up with no plans. I feel like that was what sort of gave a little bit of momentum to Mouse in the second half, but in reality, it was all Vitality on Mirage.
And Zywoo, by far.
By far, I mean, Zywoo was almost a one-man show for that, I mean, even the first half of the game, but even at the end, I think he was like 10 kills ahead of his next teammate. It's just mind-blowing to me. I mean, I have to kind of follow on Yanko's point about the force buys. It wasn't just round 2, though. It's like 5 times in that half. Guys, you can take a save and then play a buy round out, but if you want to say something about the Zywoo ace, I mean, there's not much to say. It speaks for itself there.
This is where you knew it's over. This is where you were, like, even if you maybe thought there might be a chance, nah, this final's over. If Zywoo is having aces like that, you know, we can see how he's flying around the map, really just taking fights, booming with confidence and owning Mouse. Honestly, the player cams on Mouse, after the pistol round, you saw Exertion sort of just shaking his head. You know, there's no belief there. There's no real faith that they can take down Vitality, and honestly, even if they were playing better, it wouldn't matter when Zai was playing like this.
That's the thing, right? That is the first time in this tournament we see Zywoo play at this level, where he's dictating the game as much as he is right now. The ace, the impact he had in all the rounds, the feeling that whenever Zywoo is alive, he can make something happen. I think we saw it on the T side as well. 2 or 3 times he had a hero AK, so it's like Vitality also putting stock into Zywoo, feeling like this is his game, this is him who's making the difference right now. I gotta be honest, you know, the positive side for Mouse is that they did make the game competitive to some degree. The negative thing is that it doesn't matter. You know, there's nothing to show for it. We're now heading into a third map, Trace. It's Inferno. Yanko said it. The game is over. I think so too. It's just a bit of a shame that we're getting to this conclusion.
Woo!
That's what it feels like.
It kind of does feel like that to a degree, because yes, I mean, for what we got in the first map of the series, it gave a little bit of lifeline in here. It made me believe that Mouse were about to at least push Vitality around. Map 2, we didn't get it, Josh.
We didn't get it. I think when we look at the maps here, you would expect Mouse to do better on Mirage or Dust 2 for sure. Inferno being that kind of the map that they need to win to be able to stay in it. Otherwise, Vitality starts their next ESL Grand Slam run. That's not the situation you want to be in, but I mean, there were some signs of life in that second half for Mouse. I mean, they did bring it to a respectable amount. Part of that was Apex tilt overcompensating, whether that be in his play by just calling like these force buys, or after they have some positionings, he's just running at the enemy still, or swinging in front of Zywoo when he has a hero AK on some of these situations. But, I mean, there were some still good sequences that we saw from the side of Mouse, specifically in those retakes. I think they did a good job of being patient, grouping up, taking their time, using their utility. I mean, sure, there's some situations where they got beat out in some Vitality clutches, but overall, for the most part, there were some good glimpses of life there from the side of
overall. Yeah, I mean, yeah, overall, baby. I'm thinking that we look at round number 7.
Sure.
Yeah, for me this is interesting, but because this is out of a timeout, and I don't really get this call when you're getting owned on the T side. So this call is just, you're faking that you're putting mid presence and then you bail out. But when you play with the confidence that Vitality has, they have all the information. Like, this is not fooling anyone, really, if you're on the side of Mouse, right? They have all the control, all the information, and time again, they have a Joker in the A bomb site. Mid smoke obviously doesn't help the state of things here. And just one more time, Flames is going to do a great job of sort of drawing attention to himself, fighting. He's the A anchor. Oh, we killed the A guy, killed the A guy. Well, actually, there's one more guy in the side, and he's going to be doing most of the work.
And just to add on here, there's a couple things going on. There's 2 smokes left for the side of Mouse as well after they did all this mid stuff, and they all retreated. One of the last 2 smokes they had missed window, so it's only 1 more smoke they have for the A execute. And they leave nobody in middle, they leave no one underpass, just to wait, hide, let the reclear happen, then re-go late. Yeah, they have the Joker at B, but I mean, I feel like that's just such an overcook, needlessly.
Give me round 11.
I mean, more of the same stuff, more of the mid-control trying to be taken by Mouse. ZywOo does a nice play with the AWP, obviously, and I think this was the name of the game. The re-aggression coming in from Flamesy, the push from Catwalk. At this point, it's a 5v2, and he thinks to himself, this is over. Apex and the boys getting a little bit too overconfident, giving Mouse another shot. It goes into a deep 2v2 where they play out the time, they sneak up towards the A bomb site, but ZywOo is in a prime position, and just like he did throughout the entire game, he's not going to miss this opportunity. Jimmy misses a Molotov on towards ZywOo as well, never gives himself a chance to win the round, and that's kind of the point right here. Vitality dominated middle throughout that entire first half, and even the one time they messed up, even the one time they gave Mouse a chance to get into the game, they didn't capitalize.
Dude, also when it was 2v2, when it became a 2v2, there was 1 minute, 12 seconds on the round, and they ran out of time. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? And I think also you could tell Vitality understood in the second half with some of their calling, right? Even this round is a B fake, right? Into rushing down mid into con. That's what you call when your opponents are playing with confidence. They're gonna over-rotate thinking, oh, you're desperate, you're gonna call it B pop. No, you're one step ahead. They get the bomb down in a 4v3. Spinks does a great job of sneaking out, finding a kill. Mezzy and Flamesy have the guns now, and it's going to be all down to Flamesy, who's really stepping up in this final and in this tournament. In this situation, he finds both kills. Here plays it really, really well. Rops isn't able to finish off the frag, but doesn't matter because not enough time anymore. And Spix is now just playing for the kill. He even dies. Flame even gets out of there with his gun.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say anything positive about that. When you lose a round like this, Josh, when you lose a game like this again where you get close, but you never really get close, it must be hard mentally to keep believing in the Mouse camp.
Yeah, quite taxing all the way around. But let me go ahead and remind you all that we will catch up with our DHL MVP at the very conclusion of the game. So, without any further ado, check this out. That is correct. It is the DHL MVP time. This is where I'm going to ask you to really get in there, get into the trenches. Let's get some voting going on, and let's figure out who that DHL MVP is going to be that we catch up with at the very conclusion of this grand final. So, some of the front runners, this guy, ZywOo, seemingly all over the place, up-and-coming talent, right?
I mean, heading into the game, there was a case to be made that if Flamesy or someone else had a monster grand final performance, it could have been another Vitality member, but with the way ZywOo is playing right now, with the impact he's showing here in Mirage, and I guess with the way that he's conducting himself, it's hard not to give him a vote.
Yeah, and if you're GymFat, you're real mad at the end of that, by the way, because of the Molotov and how it all plays out. Rops, okay, make a case.
Yeah, Rops, I mean, he's not been having the same type of tournament that you would expect from him, but the rest of the team hasn't been having the same effect. I mean, even ZywOo hasn't had the best rating, but Rops is there. He plays a certain role in the team, and that's the closer, and he's been doing a good job of that. So many situations, him and ZywOo are left alone, and somehow you always know it's a winnable round.
Flames?
Flames, yeah, as the third star so far of this grand final, especially on that CT side, was doing a lot of work, finding a lot of impact. Even when his job was just to sort of bait for his teammate, he was able to find kills, had that huge clutch in the second half where Vitality was struggling to find some rounds and definitely delivered for his team.
I just want to give Flamesy right here. I know his KD didn't look that impressive, but he was involved in every single key round on that T side of Mirage, and he was the deciding factor, so to speak.
Especially the round he was able to escape back to Apps after our Palace after they had already gotten the bomb plant. It was wild.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. We talk about Vitality and their greatness and compare them to some of these other teams, you know, like Astralis, and then talk about who are they the most dominant teams we've seen since them. And there's debate about that. I think we do have a team that we can definitely compare Mouse to, and that's Team Liquid of 2018. Right? 2018, where they were the second best team in the world, but they could not beat Astralis ever. The Astralis had their number every single time. Those games weren't close, and I think that's where Mouse is at the moment. They don't think they can beat Vitality. They can't beat Vitality, and every time when they meet them, it's just, well, we know what's going to happen here.
Let me, because I feel the passion you're giving me off of that one right there. But let's just pause that idea for 1 second. Let's go hear from Xtas real quick.
Catching up with Xtaz once again as they do take Mouse's map pick of Mirage. I posed the question to him, what was the biggest thing you changed since last time around? He didn't give me a direct answer, but he did say he felt like the individuals and the team play were firing on all cylinders, obviously on that CT side. Things maybe got a little hasty when we moved on to that T side, but he said did a great job of closing the rounds out. Now, moving on into Inferno, I also said to him, surely the confidence level has to be even high moving into this one. He said, yeah, you know, it's probably the same as the other maps in the pool. I don't know whether I'm buying it though, because he said he expected Mouse, or he thought Mouse would expect this to come in as the first map of this best of 5. And we all remember what went down in Lisbon on this very map.
Well, somebody in this arena just opened themselves a 2015 cobblestone case. They didn't really pull anything from it, but I can assure you the real prize lies on the other side of this break. We're going to be jumping into that next and potentially final map of this grand final at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. So don't you move a muscle. We'll be right back, everybody.
Now, the Intel Extreme Masters isn't the only action going down here in Dallas. We have DreamHack right next door, where there's plenty of other activities, giveaways, esports going on, but most importantly, the Anthros booth. And I have managed to find myself Jordan to talk a little bit more about precision sitting, because it's a term that we always use, Jordan, but what exactly does it mean when it comes to these chairs?
A good question for it. Precision sitting is about making the chair adjust to you, right? All the chairs currently in the gaming space, you have to adjust to it. And that's where you see a lot of different kind of posture and tilting forward. So I'm gonna show you guys what exactly precision sitting is. And on the back, I'll turn here, there's 2 knobs here, which actually move the chair forward and back. So this one on the bottom moves this forward, which makes you go forward. And then on this side, the top moves forward. So I'll show you guys what that means. So when I sit in it and I move this lower back, it gets it forward, and then this top one goes forward. And now I am sitting in a healthy posture. As a gamer in Counter-Strike, this is where we want to be, right? Full range of motion. I can move my elbows back. I'm not getting blocked by the back of the chair. And I can actually pull up to the table where I want to be and have my space exactly where I want it. I am not moving to the chair, right? The chair's moving to me where I want to be. The other great thing is the arms. They go in and they go away. So you don't have to take them off, what a lot of us do, right? So I can pull it up and actually unlock it. There's a locking mechanism, so I can lock in here, unlock it, and actually come back like this and have a stretch. I just pop my back. I can reset. I just lost a round or something like that. I need to refocus, come back forward, lock in, boom. I am back into that healthy sitting, ready for the next round.
I just had mine engineered by the CEO himself, and it feels incredibly comfortable. But that's not where the action ends for Anthros chairs, right? They're fully customizable. Do you want to show them a little bit of what they can do at home?
So we have these back panels on the back of the chairs that can actually be changed out. So as you buy our chair, you can fully customize the color, the caps on the knobs, the look of the chair from leather to fabric, and then the back panel. This is the cool part. This is like our skin, right? We all know what skins are in Counter-Strike, right? But this is your chair skin. It comes off the back very easily, and you can get your pros, your favorite teams, sign this, take it home, put it on your chair, and now your chair is a custom signed, like one of a kind. It's super cool. And if you get tired of this back and you want to change it out, cool, we have all kinds of different backs that you could choose from and swap out, and then boom, you're holding.
Want to give us a little swivel and show exactly where it is? Because I know that players have signed a lot of weird stuff in their time, but this is really cool because you're going to be sitting with your favorite player all the time.
Yeah, as you saw that one, it was wood. So you can, if you know, a lot of us have spouses or we work from home, so you can actually have it fit your room and the way it looks, and then you can change it into gaming. It's that easy. So yeah, very customizable. We're really excited to be here, work with ESL, amazing partners, and I hope you gamers out there give us a chance to really feel what real sitting is, because this is a life-changing chair. I have never sat in a chair that has fixed my back, my body, to allow me to work 8 hours and then game another 8 hours. We love it. We're hardcore sitters.
Throughout the series played in 2025 between these two teams, Mouse has only been able to get wins on 2 maps, Dust 2 and Mirage. Both of those have been taken away from them. Incredible comebacks, ending in devastating failure as they go limp at the final hurdle. Vitality marches towards that 30th straight victory. And Mao's desperate to have anything in this grand final. One map is all they want. Inferno, we know it could be the best deciding map, but at this point, Mao's just wishes it won't be the deciding map in this series.
Another best of 5 final yet to defeat Vitality. Defeating Vitality, that's been Mao's mission, and right now it seems like it's mission impossible. Vitality looking for a 6th grand final and a 6th title, and it's time, Dallas. Perhaps the last map of Counter-Strike this weekend.
Four victories for Vitality on Inferno across 2025 against Mouse. Just another obstacle they'll have to overcome, having never beat Vitality in the past 5 engagements, never taking this map away from them, and now you've got your grand finals life on the line as well. And you have the history of the first 2 maps fresh in your minds. Vitality getting out to big leads early, burying you, making you feel useless and impotent. Comebacks that brought you back in that fall short, it's happened twice. Mao's surely feeling there's nothing they can do to beat this team. And
Look
it's so
how much utility they've got, Jason.
Yeah, so slow to start at the moment. Vitality just looking for Mao's to come out with a different kind of attitude, with a different aggressive philosophy, trying to catch them off guard and just don't want to deal with it. So sit way back, and at about the minute mark, they've got complete banana control.
Exertion can drop his smoke and try and slow this down, but they've got enough to re-execute into the B-bomb side again. They're going to send that 3rd player over straight away. Spinks rotating through Speedway. He has a flash to help out. And Mao's actually holding on to the util. You've still got Yimpat was his. He's on the other side of the map right now.
Because they're so passive and they haven't actually moved, they have no idea what's coming. Like, they needed that flashbang from Spinks, but he's shifted back to the A-bomb side. He should be able to get here in time, and he will.
Well, that crossfire disrupted by the fire. And now comes the flames. Rolling in the fountain. Able to cool them off, and it's Exertion with a double kill. Oh, yeah, Exertion! Crossheads to the head and shots with a dual Berettas. The gunslinger in Texas, and we've got the pistol for Mouse.
Feel like that's the first time we've had to say his name with a round like that. A single-handed victory from Exertion. Has not been able to get going in this grand final. But that's exactly what Mouse needed to get started. And we see what they can do when they get momentum. It's just too frequently it's ripped away from them. So this conversion in round 2, critically important. Thankfully, without a bomb plant due to Exertion's performance, Vitality will not buy. So a little bit of an easier time to start things out for Mouse. They'll wait for the 3rd round for the AKs to come in. I talked to Apex after the last map. He said you guys got quiet. He said you guys got no energy. Mizinho.
Torzi now looking to shut them down. It's just 1 kill for him, and the pressure is going to be up on him. Rolling to clean up Apex, and we got Flames and Mezzi, the last 2 Vitality players, and they will fall. It's a good start here for Mouse, 2-0.
Yeah, but now the real test comes out, or the first test comes out in terms of the AK-47s. All across the board for Vitality. You guys are absolutely wild. Thank you for another good weekend, Dallas. Round 3 underway. First gun round, and Molotov sent up towards Banana.
Yeah, Exertion going to be behind the Flames this time. A lot of utility to back him up as well. A bucket load with Brolin. A month of Counter-Strike in the USA. And we're just getting started. Zaiwu on top of the half wall. It's going to be Zaiwu to take one. Spinks to Trey, but it's short-lived thanks to Mezzi on the follow-up, and now Brolin's caught out of position, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, the trade game is so efficient today for Vitality. They haven't slipped up in that regard at all, and you still have Rops over on the other side of the map lurking in holes. So there's no safety for Torji and Yimfat at the moment, although, of course, having played 4 times on this map, they'll be well aware of Rops' tendencies. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about that kind of a peak?
Now Torzi, goes into Boiler, and nothing at all. Vitality once again with no mercy to Mouse.
Rops has got to be the greatest solo player we've got in the game, unlike the anchor on the CT side and now over on the T side, just holding positions, being that second option for your team, making sure and denying map control from your opponents. He's just so dang good. So is Zaiwu with this opening kill. Spinks gets the trade, but he knows there's no time to fall back, and that's a well-done attack from Vitality. Busting up the stack and breaking in, and now Mal's quickly down to just an MP9 5.7, 3 rifles, but missing utility.
Not a whole lot of hope here for Mouse, but we'll see how the triple stack outside of Banana goes. Oh, it's going to be a barrage to Brolin. A lot of his health ruined. The impact down straight away. Torzi offers himself up into the fight versus Rops. He's actually going to win that fight in the apartments. A key kill to keep his team in this round.
Yeah, good find onto Rops as well, but so much damage done to Brolin. He's brought very low. He's got to shift away from the B bomb site. No reason for him to stick around, so it's just exertion. MP9. He's got a smoke to drop if he gets in trouble, but okay, wide swing. He gets back in time. Vitality's happy to force out the delay, and things will settle for just a moment. Mouse has to think to save these weapons. No one even going to attempt to help exertion at the B bomb site. When this hit comes in, he'll either fall back and save with the rest of his team, or he'll just end up dying.
Let's see how much he can muster. MP9 in the coffin smoke. He's held behind it. Can't really get anything going.
Spinks and Brolin still haven't moved. This round's done. It's gonna be 2-2 tied up. And the simple thing is, Mals just don't want their economy and the weapons to disappear. So they'll bring the 2 M4s into the next round. And Famas, this is a good call from Mals. It gives you another buy back-to-back, despite not having the funds for it. But this can't be a trend. We see it on Inferno frequently. We know how often and how if there's a convincing site take, the other site just kind of has to save. Rotations are long. You're rotating at a really tough choke points to manage. And Mouse has to make sure that moving forward into the rest of this half, like they can't just lose the B bomb site without trades, without resistance, without slowing down Vitality. If they can't buy time for teammates to get over and help them, they're in for a world of hurt.
The save gives them another chance, but will they take it? Happy birthday. But it might just be V-Day again.
All right, well, round 5. What are we getting into this one? Mouse is trying to save a little bit of money while having enough to be dangerous. So it's a light investment in terms of the nades that they pick up. In terms of kits, they haven't grabbed any of those. Yimfat going to stay away from armor as well. So just trying to shore up as much cash for the next round as the losing bonus hasn't fully built up.
Ugh. Not going to be happy about that, Torzi. Just over, or rather under half his health. Taken off with that grenade. He's going to drop back and play from short. Flames just got the apartment, starting to move through the bedroom. We'll soon confirm that he is the sole tenant. Brolin to move forward with a smoke that lands on the half wall, laying down some fire. And it's Zaiwu to take the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, that's a really nice find from Brolin. A little bit of unconfirmed damage, but making softens up Zaiwu for later on. And once again, they leave Brolin all on his lonesome at this B-bomb site. Wonder if there'll be a shift back on a certain timing. Spinks and exertion on Rap side. Torji and Yimpat doubling up towards Pit. Banana control now taken for Vitality. They've got brackets to pressure the A-bomb site. They've got Banana to pressure the B-bomb site. And Mouse have no idea which one they're going to finish at yet.
Mezzi into the open and to his death. Brolin grabbing the opening kill here for Mouse with 40 seconds left. Look where the bomb is. All the way at the back of the T-stairs. At least Apex getting some space here for a squad, but they need to pick that bomb up and get over to B, and Apex has been traded out, so not looking too pretty here for Vitality. It's Rox to make the next move, and he's stopped. So this round goes nowhere. Vitality fall flat, and Mal's back into the lead.
Yeah, that felt very curious. There was no finishing move whatsoever. Players trying to trade out at the B bomb site, trying to find Brolin, and just kind of one by one they've leaked in. It felt like they never really had a team unified decision to attack and commit to things.
Gets across.
Yeah, but he doesn't know there's one player in the back. So planting in the smoke, you might be able to get away with it, but...
The ball plants, but needs something special now. Flames looking for the first step, and he just can't connect it onto Exertion. So Mouse do eventually take the lead. A small chance for Flames, but not taken.
No, that was always going to be near impossible. A couple of kills would have been nice, but if you're Mouse, you're happy about that safe call in the previous round because it kept the weapons in your hands that you used to win this one. So it's given you a 3-2 lead as these two teams exchange runs in the early going of Inferno. Good round from Exertion, continuing that form from the pistol. And the first time out used from Vitality. And yeah, it makes sense. I think a round like that had to have been frustrating. We saw Apex there on the camera, though that's nothing new to us. But just the way it kind of got away from Vitality as a team. Too many players falling, not really convinced, not really coordinated. And a huge task in this map as well for Cyclone, for Mouse, who knows they're going to encounter difficulty, who's watched his team collapse on 2 maps in these finals.
Oh.
It would have been cool though. Round 6, up in Torji's hands. And this is a map we know he can come on fire. If Torji has a good Inferno here, Mouse can run up the CT side scoreboard. He's gonna be boosted up over the smoke in middle, wants a chance at it, but scared away by the bullets. ZywOo yet again coming on the losing side of that utility exchange in Banana. This time just eats 1 down to 53. Mezzi as well in the same position.
Exertion gonna eat 1 nade, but it's not gonna be a whole lot of damage. Mezzi then jumps up. Exertion wins the fight. Apex an essential trade for Vitality. ZywOo to follow up. That's the B bomb site. That's it. That's everybody that was there.
Yeah, this is what I talked about just a couple of rounds ago. That hit is way too convincing. Brolin falling that fast after the fact, and you leave Jimmy, Spinks, and Torji with nothing to do. No point in them shifting over. They know they've still got Rops to find as well. So they're still in danger. And a very convincing round from Vitality.
How far does Rops want to push this?
They don't really, Vitality, have enough funds to go for any kind of a hunt, so Rops might just kind of peek in on his lonesome, but he's knows the likeliest place for them to save is over in pit. That's not a great fight for him whatsoever, so just looking to see if anyone pushes out. Mouse should be fine keeping these weapons into the next round without any kind of a hunt, but we're tied yet again at 3. You should try it on your Steam Deck. I hear that goes well.
Exertion handling the heat quite well, and 2 grenades come towards him. He stands at an open angle and has to fight the initial player. A car. Apex just kept the pressure up, able to trade him out, and the B bomb site falls down to the ZywOo follow-up. So 3-3 scoreline, all tied up again, and Mezzi makes his march into Banana. He's got ZywOo beside him, and ZywOo, I don't know how he's not taking any damage whatsoever. The fire doesn't spread to his feet, so he just sits back behind the logs. And ZywOo will be happy about that.
A god cannot be touched by fire. Rop's going to be at the end of halls and angle deep. Okay, Torji, you're in danger and you don't know it yet. If you back up, if you just lose focus for a moment. Thankfully for Torji, he steps forward. It's Brolin who might be at risk. And just by sheer luck alone, they avoid running into Rops' crosshairs. Vitality lining up an attack to the A bomb site. Left side going to be smoked off. Torji going to be blocked off. How fast, how aggressive do they want to take this attack up short?
Blinded, forced back into the archway. Rob's going to miss his utility. In fact, it's a little bit of blowback in the apartments. He's got 45 seconds to try and recover this. Utility's going to come up long. Spinks into the fight, but nothing. Nothing from Spinks, and an opening now as pressure mounts for the 2 remaining defenders of the A bomb site. Torzi in the site, overwhelmed, overrun, but Yimpat looks to protect him for a little bit longer from Pit. It's 2 from the Finn. It looks still good for Vitality as Exertion and Brolin held out.
You're still not having any success on the initial fights when these attacks begin if you're Mouse, which means even though Jimmy gets you a great double kill from Pit, it has no impact in the round. It can't actually turn the fortunes of what's occurring. Vitality are just beating you 4-3. They're keeping it close, but they cannot find a consistent way to win against Vitality.
Another save call. Vitality increased their score on the T side to 4. That chicken is going bye-bye. Devastating.
One round lead for Vitality, 2 map lead in these grand finals as the first time out is called from Mouse. If you're the Mouse team during this, you're just thinking, we had that conversation coming into this map after losing Dust 2, after losing Mirage. It hasn't gotten started the way we would have liked. It's yet another situation we're gonna have to dig ourselves out of. We weren't able to capitalize on the early success. Cyclone trying to tell his boys, stay focused, make some information plays, start having courageous ideas, keep talking to each other. We have to workshop these problems live. And probably thinking as well and hoping that the next Mal's run, as we got it on Dust 2, as we got it on Mirage, the Mal's run on Inferno cannot come too late. It has to be much earlier.
Zaiwu critting his own gap in the smoke. Not given an opportunity as Exertion takes a tighter angle, just boosted behind the half wall. Flash now into Banana. Mezzi starting to make his march. He's got his teammates in behind him. Zaiwu and Flames following up in behind, and the space is slowly but surely being taken. First fight again will be Exertion. Can he handle them this time? Up first is Mezzi. Exertion catches a good timing, peeking out from the back of the sandbags just as Mezzi was looking the other way. Flames burning away Brolin. Exertion still around, and there's the shot from Zaiwu. Not enough to bring him down, and so Exertion gets one more.
And once again, they beat him at the B bomb site. There's a third player here, it's Spinks, but he's gonna come on through, spamming in, found, of course, by Zaiwu.
Zaiwu's had very few kills to kick off Inferno, but all of them have been towards Banana. And all of them impact kills to make sure that there's no chance for the B bomb site defense.
Yeah, they've always been the player who's like the last line of defense at the bomb site, so a lot of impact for Zaiwu, despite the fact only 3 kills so far. Low fragging game as Mouse has been forced to save so many times, round and round again. And
yeah, they're having a look, but again, it's just so frustrating, but it's the tough pill they have to swallow. It's one where they have to back away, retreat to save their weapons, and give them another shot at the next round. We're watching Vitality just build on this T side.
I don't think Mouse has gotten a stop at the B bomb side really all that well yet. Vitality's been able to take this a number of times, a massive weakness on the map.
We've seen Vitality, they've shown comfort even in the group stages against some of the lesser teams. They opened up against Legacy, and they won that map just by going B on Inferno over and over again for the entire T side. So they've shown a willingness. If B is weak, if it feels like they can get in, they're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, 5 of the last 6 rounds won by Vitality. 4 of those 5 bomb plants. They're getting into the bomb sites at will with no issues. Right down through the smoke as Spinks is in a moment of desperation, so Cyclone trying to give some emotional support out to the boys. They're down by 2, but weapons in this round are labored. All saved by Torji, so that's still around.
he's trying to make it sing down Banana early on, but with that smoke up, severs off his vision and the AWP cannot chime in. They know it's positioned towards B early on, and so Robs feels like there's more space, there's more comfort taking peeks at brackets, knowing he's not going to be picked off by that AWP.
And he's so good at picking and choosing rounds in which he wants to make that kind of aggressive peek, right? Most of the time he's just quiet, he's lurking, he adds in just an aggressive peek every once in a while to catch the defender off guard. Player who really loves the mind games with his equivalent on the other side of the server. So Torji's holding this off, but he's got no smoke, no Molotov, so as soon as he fires, he's got to back away. Exertion is coming in support.
Will it be enough? There's been no stopping power at the B-bomb side, but perhaps the difference is this AWP in the hands of Torzi. But the utility is canceling him out, it's keeping him at bay. And so Mezzi's going to charge in off the back of the utility. The execution is successful, Exertion with one, but not enough to hold on to B. And look at Apex, he's pushed through that CT smoke, looking to be a thorn in their side.
Denies the ability for Torji to fall back as well. They know they have him locked in towards Ruins.
Torzi's committed to it, but he runs away, and Apex is ready to rip it out of his hands. Robs on the double and Banana. And once again, it's Vitality just upping the gear, driving towards victory. Mals can show no stop.
It's Vitality superiority every single map today. Mal's looking like they'll leave this grand final with 6 straight series losses to Vitality. And the club of teams who have never overcome them is growing larger.
And they run into their two, we call them rivals. The two teams that are able to play them pretty close in the games, right? We've got Falcons earlier on in the competition. Vitality cast them aside in the semis. Now Mal's in the grand finals. They could be winning this one 3-0. We thought perhaps this is the event where Vitality lose the streak. But if anything, they're going into the major with full strength as Apex rounds the corner and takes Exertion's head off, and he's not slowing down. Apex on the hunt, and the Predator eats them all.
Oh, he forced that. It felt like every fight was a bad decision, but he wanted them all. He was so aggressive. Didn't care about the reload either. And Apex wanted to get a highlight in these grand finals, been watching his teammates do it all 3 maps. Now it's his turn.
I love that he did it with as little amount of bullets as he had, right? The last couple of bullets in that AK, and he still gets the final kill on the third. Yeah, he's 40, you're right. This is incredible. What a performance at Apex, turning around his career, right? This has been a fantastic year for him, in-game leading, but also seeing an elevation in his own individual performance, right? This is the most impressive part about Apex. The switch in his career from entry fragger to now in-game leader has been a long journey to get into a position where he's considered one of the best, but also he was criticized for his own individual performances during the previous years under the Vitality jersey, but this year he stepped up and we're seeing a massive difference.
Well, I think it's all been a journey for Apex, right? If you think his switch into in-game leader back in 2020 started out a little bit rocky, and then came the Danish era in Vitality when Zana came over, when Magis came over, when Dupree was there. They end up winning the Paris Major, but Apex himself had to establish his kind of dominance as an IGL, saying, we're playing it the way that I want to. And now since then, in these years, he's paired up, he's brought his friend Xtaz in, who's got a lot of confidence in his coach, and he's finally got a system to where he can focus more on the fragging, where he's got everyone on the same page. With the work they've put in over the last 2 to 3 years, he gets more time, he gets more freedom to focus on his individual prowess, and it's paying off in the year 2025.
Missed out on the title in Dallas last year to G2. This year, no one can keep it away from him. Two rounds left in the half. Mouse need them. Fighting for it in mid. Challenging in Banana. And it's perfect. 4 kills in the blink of an eye for Mouse. And off the back of those 4 kills, soon to be 5, and it's a 4th round. As Flame's trying to ignite something in Banana, but he's caught on the flank from behind. Spinks will hunt him down. And Mouse realized they need to bring a little bit of fight into these rounds. Can they secure the 5th?
It's amazing that round looks so perfect where they've struggled with that exact same fighting situation throughout this half. Vitality up until that round have gotten Banana whenever they wanted it. Good trades. There's Rops with his aggressive decision again, this time caught off guard and through the smoke, doesn't work. Final round of the first half on Inferno. Utility being stockpiled towards the B bomb site for Mouse's defense. And this time Vitality get a little bit of pace up mid.
Flames is fast. Getting into Boiler and losing his head. Is there another Hungarian headshot? Apex is silent.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, this is perfect.
He just heard the footsteps too, I would imagine, unless it got obscured by Nate blowing up, but he's gonna tell his teams, I'm wrapping around A right now. I've got space, I've got freedom.
You can see how vocal he is.
Yeah, start coming this direction.
Oh, he's got a lot of space. Apex with a move. Apex with the play. There's the frag on Torsi. Can he find the second? He gives the information over. Rob's trying to close it down, but Spinks has arrived just in time.
Might have needed that pit player first. No trigger discipline.
While in North America, Mouse pleading for the fifth, but it's Mezzi to try and take away the rights. He's into the site with a plank going down on default. Is there a clutch available for Merriman? Into the boiler he goes. He slips away. And now he could be anywhere. Mezzi could be anywhere. Starts to move out of boiler again. He's got a bit of space. Fortunately, Mals have a lot of utility, a lot of pressure, and they will get that fifth round to round out the first half of Inferno. If Mals are to do it, it's going to take a special comeback in this series, but at least they're still in the fight.
Vitality 6 rounds away from the Intel Extreme Masters trophy here in Dallas. Another one they get to lift in a year where they just seem unbeatable. MOUZ has had their comebacks on Dust 2, they've had their comebacks on Mirage, but never have they been able to complete them and bring them all the way into a victory. And it doesn't feel like that's gonna happen now. But MOUZ have one last chance to change the way we look at this team.
Second half underway, and Spinks is going to be sprinting up through Banana. He's got all of his teammates filtering in. Just one player here, and it's Apex. Had a great first half. Looking to kick off the second with a bang. And they run right by him. First, the first headshot. Heads turn, it's only one.
Look at the flank. They're already here very quickly at Banana, though, and nobody's there to protect the bomb planter. They're pushing forward.
The bomb spilled into the site. The bomb spilled into the site because of that one kill from Apex, so they actually have to go and waste time picking that up, and that leaves Torsi pinned in the corner, and look at this. Vitality have all arrived. Vitality in the better position all of a sudden, and Torsi with a last-ditch effort, looking for plan C at this point to get back into the round for MOUZ. Rob's not letting them have any room to move. Spinks will have to fight his way out of it, and he'll certainly do so. Flames are going to shut them down as he looks back towards CT. It's going to be Zywoo taking him down, and Yimpat left alone. That one kill from Apex ends up being enough because the bomb hits the ground, and Vitality sprint back in time.
They're so good at the moment of playing within themselves and not overextending. And these extended battles, this extended pistol round that goes on forever, no one from Vitality oversteps the mark. They're always in a position to help a teammate nearby. And that fast Banana flank was the ruin to MOUZ's idea of pushing towards CT spawn, of pushing towards ruins and controlling it. A hero Galil on Spinks. Things are going to start getting desperate for MOUZ.
Yeah, without a pistol, winning the second half.
Yeah, grasping
it is looking impossible now.
Grasping at anything that can bring you back into this game. The Galil's delivered you the opening kill. That's Flames to fall. Very chill from MOUZ, testing the waters. They have no utility, so gonna be hard to find a finishing move that's effective. Apex has smoked nade over towards the B bomb site, and this is the final play of MOUZ. 4 members here, 1 lurker towards A. It's Exertion with the Glock.
They hear that smoke go down, and they immediately just rotate away. Not wanting to go through it, not feeling comfortable that.
Yeah, but a weird timing. I mean, Vitality actually might get sold down the river. They just cleared brackets. Mezzi's sticking around, thankfully, so we can still have eyes on it, but they kind of think for the moment this is going to be a Banana finish.
He's still got Rops in the balcony as well. Quite a strong player to have in that position. Let's see if Rops is able to do anything from it. It's only an MP9, though. He's gone up against the Glock, so he could be overrun. As he makes his way into the site, Rops to dive down. It's a quick kill from Rops, but he's being pressured from so many different sides, but Rops is going to handle it. Spinks in the bomb site, plant locked in at least, but can he go all the way? Can he win this round for MOUZ? It's a must-win to kick off this second half, and they move in together. Spinks against his former organization, against his former teammates, and Apex, no love lost, he's gonna take it. MOUZ unable to get the miracle.
Yeah, an easy fight once they have him pinned down behind the pillar, just bullets just tapping away, making sure he never gets a clean peek, never a safe peek. A little bit of danger in that for MOUZ, considering they brought a Galil and Glocks for the most part, so not too shabby to get a bomb plant there and 3 kills, but man, how good is Rops? Pressured from 3 different angles and manages them all and still lands spectacular shots. 9-5. Vitality just 4 rounds away from the trophy.
Great boost. But a team play to open up. Apex going down in Banana. And an opening kill for MOUZ to work with. Can they hold on to it? That's the difficult part, as they have to walk into a double stack. Rops and Zywoo. The Tower of Terror. And Mezzi's going to be on the other side. Impact falling and the numbers going to an even 3v3.
Yeah, and disappearing inside the smoke. And even though you get the kill over towards the B bomb site onto Apex, since you're so spread out towards middle, you got no way to take advantage of it. And now ZywOo, all the confidence in the world. Although Exertion might just catch him around the corner. That's Torji, and now he falls back. Or kills another.
Gets another, yeah. He's eventually going to be taken out by Exertion. There's 53 seconds to win this for Exertion. We often talk about his opening prowess, but now he needs to become a closer. He'll go back down to bottom banana. There is a pathway to B at the moment open. Not that he knows it.
This might be a hard clutch to put together if you're Vitality. As soon as you make your move, if you move after this smoke fades, Exertion is thinking that's the likeliest scenario.
Into the smoke. Oh my god, okay. Oh.
No way.
Close by, then starts shooting, and it doesn't work out for Exertion. And they get closer than they think.
If they passed to like that and he was able to get into the A bomb site for, I mean, there could have been something there, but would have just been blind luck. 10-5.
Problem is here for Mouse, there's no money, no bomb plan secured, so you're sitting around $3,000 average. You're going to be picking up Tech 9s.
I mean, this is the last half buy you do. Everything after this is going to be everything you've got. You're throwing it all in. You have no more time to waste. You simply need to put rounds on the board. 3 in a row to start this second half for Vitality. And there's nothing you can do to win any of these. Smoke broken open, Vitality just making all the right plays, never letting you stay comfortable. So try to recover 3 players up in halls. And for Maus, they have one more chance this next round with guns to turn their fortunes on Inferno.
Yeah, real slow one for Mouse as they set up for the A plate. 3 players defending on this A bomb site. Rob's in the pit. They're going to be perfect. Damage done onto Spinks, low HP, diving down into the pit itself with 40 seconds on the clock. The last ditch effort stopped by ZywOo and Mezzi. And we're looking at 11-5. The force buy gets nowhere, or rather the half buy gets nowhere. And now it's the full buy, and the last timeout as well. This is it for Mouse. It looks like their stage demons will not be shaken off. They're not going to get past Vitality.
You have to call this one from scratch as well if you're Cyclone, because you don't have any success to go off of. You have nothing you can build upon. For Xtaz, it's just stay focused, play the same exact game, no need to change anything. We've already shown that they can't beat us. They can't break through this defense. So nothing unusual for Vitality. 5 AK-47s for Mouse, all the utility you could ask for. They've got every bell and every whistle to fight here in round 17. But they have to be pretty close to perfect for the rest of this map. Vitality just 2 round wins away.
Is there life in Mouse yet? Rops running down mid. ZywOo to send the grenade into the stairs. And Rops to move with it. Torzi getting tagged. Information given over to Rops. There's one close by. Torzi still going to win that fight. Mouse have the advantage. Exertion burned back.
Flame sidesteps all the nade damage. Over towards halls we go. Spinks and Yimfat. It's ZywOo on the other side. Apex is the next defender over in Library. A is relatively weakened.
ZywOo into the fight, and just the one. Taken out by Spinks in response. 4v3, minute left. And Mal's further on it. It is Spinks to come out of the balcony.
Exactly what they needed. Vitality was trying to cheat over towards the B bomb site to get a jump on any kind of attack into the site. They thought that would be the finish. Apex drops his gun to recover an AK-47. He's going to pick it back up regardless. Got blown away by a grenade, and they'll save the weapon. So Mal's, they put their first round on the board. Now we've had this in the first 2 maps. We've had this moment where Mal's gained a little bit of control. They hit that stretch. On Dust 2, it was 6 rounds straight. On Mirage, it was 6 rounds straight. And then nothing after that. It was just an isolated run. It cannot be the case here. if they're to make it into a run. That question still needs to be answered if they can win 2 in a row.
True, Vitality hanging on to 2 save weapons at the moment. 2 AK-47s to go into the CT round. In the next, they've got plenty of money to buy around it as well. They're going to have all the supporting cast. AWP for ZywOo if he wants it. And everybody else on the rifle. Still a shot to respond immediately for Vitality and go to 12. To go to championship point yet again.
ZywOo trying to hardcore pre-aim, gets a little bit surprised, so can't double up on the second. A great round from Spinks. Nice impact with the trade onto ZywOo and coming out balcony for another. A timeout is called by Vitality. Xtaz involved in the conversation, gives chance for Mouse to talk over because they're out of timeouts.
It's going to be full rifles here for Vitality, maintaining that. Same for Mouse.
They have the option to get an AWP on the field if they want it. Apex has $5,000. He could drop one over, but ZywOo, I guess, hand-waving him off. Look at the team effort out of Team Vitality on this third map. 11 kills on Mezzi, Rops, and Apex. 10 on ZywOo, 8 on Flames. Everyone delivering, no one lagging behind.
Apex's collection of deadly forces. Rops, grenade ready to go down into the bottom banana again. Torzy not going to be receiving it on the head. Pressure on Exertion. Dismounts off the half wall, but then comes through and dismantles too. It's Apex like put on notice in the B-bomb site. The solo player left. If they execute upon him and he gets nothing, it's over.
Looks really clunky from Exertion and Torji. Not really coordinated perfectly on what they want to do, but smoke's up. They want to make it feel like Mouse is going to attack the B bomb site finish here, but Apex has pretty much called everyone away. ZywOo starting to shift a little bit.
Just as the bomb starts to leave banana and think about an A finish, so Rops will be the only player on A. He's not really in a position to change the outcome of the round just yet. He's in front of the library. In fact, all the way back in the library now.
They're saving. Rops is sliding over in this position, just back away to the B bomb site. When that hit didn't come in towards B, when the hit didn't come in towards A, that's the call that Vitality is going to make because they got no money in the bank. Flamesy will be able to buy himself a rifle in the next round. Apex can drop a rifle over to Mezzi. Outside of that, everyone's pretty much busted. So Mouse will get up to 7. Vitality making an economic decision so they can have another crack at it and another full buy in the next round. But man, it's just a weird feeling for Mouse. It's every time it seems like this match has just completely slipped away. They have that one last gasp, that one dying breath.
Yeah, catch the last wind. Can still win in regulation, just need to be perfect from this point onwards on the T side.
This hunt's actually huge. This could hurt Mouse a lot if they go for this and lose these rifles. But if they get everything from Vitality, they set themselves up to close the gap even more.
It is the risk you run for the big reward. ZywOo going to be naded. He's got the health to survive that grenade blast, and he's not going to peek into the open. A couple of fights do go down. Rops is the one to win it, so Vitality will save all 3 weapons and get an extra kill on the way out the door.
I like the decision to go for the hunt, though, because if you're going to make a comeback like this in the grand finals, you're going to have to take some risks somewhere.
You have to have some attitude.
Yeah, just showing that you're willing to take that one. They don't all have to be the craziest risk in the world, but playing against the odds, at least in that situation. 11-7, round 19. Mouse now with 2 rounds strung together, trying to bring this right back.
Flames gonna went in behind the sandbags, forced into the open. And Brolin gets a double kill. All right, that's more like it from the Swedish in-game leader. And we've got Mouse with a 5v3 and plenty of time left on the clock.
Man, ZywOo's such a good teammate. He honestly probably should have just let Flames die in that kind of a situation. Really tried to force the issue. Vitality having a tough time getting up to 12. A bomb site wide open and overrun. And the hunt this time will be with as many Mouse players as possible. They will not hold back. They will try and take these rifles out of the hands of Apex and Mezzi.
Well, the way Mouse are winning these rounds, Jason, makes you feel a lot better about them on the T side. You know, and it's not coming down to 1v1 clutches and retakes. They're winning the rounds from the get-go, forcing Vitality into the safe calls over and over again. And they're keeping the hunt up this time because they know they've got money to fall back on. Mezzi and Apex, they don't have that same luxury. And they're close. They've got time on the fuse. Apex exposed in the open. Look at it, back Mezzi up. They will stand and fight, but how many players from Mouse are going to appear on their crosshair in the next few seconds? Apex, first headshot. Mezzi taking down a response, and everything's gone from Vitality. Not enough for a full buy in the next round. And Mouse start to really close the gap.
Yeah, this is a great chance to do it even further, although Vitality have a 3-round losing bonus built up, so they're going to buy some weapons and some utility to make this a difficult affair for Mouse, and maybe a chance at actually stealing it away. It's just so hard right now. Mouse playing very, very well in these last 3 rounds, but we've been sold the stream twice before. Not ready to buy into it yet this time.
Apex. Mike 7. Just around the half wall. Exertion looking to clear it.
They swing on his shot.
Let's see if he can nail him to the wall. The nail gun ready to go. Straight to the head. The jumping play from Apex. And is this how they find 12? Is this how they find championship point?
Mouse need to get some space over towards the A bomb site right now. They need to do something. You can see Yimfat and Spink starting to move. Torji still at the bottom of Banana with an ult, but a 3 versus 5. Vitality can just sit back in the bomb sites and not do anything. They no longer have to push into you.
Mezzi not getting involved in the fight. Drop it back, playing towards Archway. Apex has come over to help him. Mezzi and Apex looking to combine on this. Oh, Spinks, good night. Weaker weapons. Big impact.
And it's done. You can't win this round into this 2v5. Yimpat's gonna back away. I know he won a great one on Dust 2. The only weakness available is this Mag 7 at the B bomb site in the hands of Flames. But Torji's gotta move now. He can't wait for his teammate, and the AWP is an awkward weapon with which to clear. And they're gonna get stalled out.
Championship point around the corner. Torji takes more damage from that Mag 7. Flames retreats into the site.
10 seconds.
Burning as Zywoo flanks. It's another kill from the Mag 7. It is championship point, 1 off the back of it. And that is it for Mouse. Surely that breaks them. They were on the comeback. You force Vitality down to a weaker buy, and they still come out on top of it.
That Mag 7 from Apex adds in the jumping damage. It just haunts them throughout the entire round. Vitality 1 round away from 30 straight wins. A historic record.
Exertion through Banana. Flames has found the opener. 4 kills away from another championship this year.
Their 6th, it would be.
And it's looking likely now. Mezzi with the double. Torzi and Yimpat, nothing to do. Nothing can stop them. No one can stop them. Vitality dominant in Dallas, and it is 30 wins in a row.
Over 120 days of dominance for Vitality. Dallas is just the first step towards an unprecedented run at a 2nd ESL Grand Slam in the same year. And right around the corner, they're battling for another major trophy. This is what Vitality fights for every time they step into a server, and they never leave any doubt. They are the world's best.
With Robs, Apex has collected his deathly hollows. Their streak has mastered death, and their march to the major has arrived in Texas. This is the first of the 2 Texan titles they are looking for. Together, they are conquering Counter-Strike. A new continent, another championship. They're coming for the major, Austin. This team don't just want an era. This team are building a and Empire, your Intel Extreme Masters Dallas champions, Team Vitality!
Apex, a year ago in this arena, on this stage, you had to watch another team lift that trophy, but now, 1 year later with this Vitality, 30 consecutive series, 6 trophies in a row. How sweet does that sound?
You know, deep in my belief, I will never believe it will happen. It's crazy what's happening. Like 30 wins in a row, 6 trophies in a row. At some point, we said with Robin, what the fuck is going on? We have no idea, but thank you, Dallas. Even though you say a lot of fuck you, Apex, it's pretty funny, so thank you, guys.
One way or another, they're still chanting your name. A lot's been made of the teams that are trying to chase your jerseys, that are trying to run behind, how tight the gap is closing. Well, here in this grand final, only 3 maps, domination through. Have we yet to see the peak of this Vitality?
I don't know, future will tell us. The sure thing is we came to this tournament without any believing, because we had a really small preparation, because we wanted to get some rest for the major. And we still win it. That's pretty crazy. I mean, once again, the amount of work this guy did since we in the tournament is crazy. No one takes a break and gives his best. So, yeah, that's a dream come true. We 5 months in 2025. I won 6 trophies. It's my record ever. So that's in a year. So I don't know. Once again, I'm speechless.
I'll ask one more question of you, even though you may be speechless. You said it before. You want to win for your teammates that weren't with you in the last, for your coach that wasn't there. Is Vitality winning the major?
I hope so. It's the main goal. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we're gonna give our best for that. And if we keep our A level, I think it's gonna be really tough for any team. But we never know what can happen. But yeah, I hope America will be not too much fuck you Apex at the major, please. Okay. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of pressure on ourselves. But we're ready for that quite some months already, because since we won 2 or 3 trophies in a row, we knew in a way that we will be the favorite for the major.
Well, now it's time for you to write your names on that camera like you've written them in the history books. Dallas, let's hear it for Vitality!
Hope so. The word hope comes out there from Apex, but the real question is, who gonna stop them?
That's a very good question. With the way Vitality is playing right now, with the way they've been playing ever since they lost that series against, back then, Eternal Fire, Aurora nowadays, it's very hard to imagine anyone stopping them. Now, we have seen a couple of teams get close, Yanko. We saw Falcons do it a couple of times in some grand finals. Mouse had a shot at it as well, but as we've been speaking about throughout this tournament, Vitality came in with lack of preparation, came in after having a holiday, yet they still win it, they still dominate, still go 3-0. It's almost too easy.
I don't know who's gonna stop them, if anyone. I know who won't be stopping them. It won't be Mouse.
Yeah, fair.
We were talking about before the final started, every game that Vitality plays now, we're witnessing history, right? 30 series in a row. No one has done that before on LAN. 6 tournament wins in a row. I mean, this is just crazy numbers that we're talking about. And we're saying how it has never been more competitive in modern Counter-Strike, and Vitality just keeps winning everything.
I'll say it like this, for my money, my personal opinion. I think this is the first time in history since we had that Astralis winning lineup where we can actually compare a team and say they may be better. I think there's been other teams, obviously, FaZe, Na'Vi, you name it. Liquid had a time and a short period of time where they played good Counter-Strike, but in reality, I think this Vitality, as you said, they're writing history all the time right now. 30 best of 3, best of 5 series in a row. I think it's the first time we have a team that could potentially be better than the best team ever to play.
Well, you know what the funny part is? None of that will matter if they don't win the major. Like, you can win every single tournament, but if you don't win the major, no one will care. The one reason why you can't still put them in the same conversation like Astralis is Astralis won 3 majors back-to-back, right? And that's over a span of a year and a half. That makes it so that you have to be consistent over a longer period of time. Look at the changes the teams have been making mid-season this year to try and compete with Vitality. Imagine the crazy things they will try and do over the course of a year and a half if that's how long this dominance continues. And I'm just excited to see what happens in Austin, because if they actually go on and win the major on top of everything else, it's the craziest season anyone has ever had.
All of that within a year's time frame, Jacob. Unheard of scenes.
Unheard of, you know, it's admirable, the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they conduct themselves, the way they allow themselves to take breaks once in a while, come into good shape, the way they allow themselves to come into a tournament like IEM Dallas, knowingly not being at 100%, but still aiming for the trophy, still not giving any excuses, still not making up any excuses whatsoever in terms of, yeah, maybe it's okay if we don't continue the streak. I think Apex is doing a good job at motivating these guys. I think the whole organization of Vitality have done a tremendous job signing the players that they have. Janko said it earlier today as well. You're getting Robs on a freebie, you're getting Flamesy on a freebie. They had the balls to sign Flamesy and replace him with Dupree after winning the major. There's just been a lot of cool moves happening within Vitality, and I guess they're harvesting the fruit of all of that hard work and all those good decisions. Unlike teams like Astralis, unlike teams like G2, unlike teams like FaZe, who's been making a lot of poor decisions.
Yeah, and the truth be told, it's not even that they get tested a lot. I feel like there's a lot of games we witnessed. The last time I saw a real test over here for Vitality might have been down under in Australia.
Yeah, I think that was obviously the most they were tested. They had to defend, 8 match points, I believe, on that final map. And Falcons give them a run for their money, you know, but still not able to beat them. That's the only thing that counts. And Apex was very vocal how their preparation was so-and-so for this tournament. Now they'll go home, have some time to rest, do a boot camp before the major. I mean, if teams weren't able to beat them here, how will they be able to do it at the major?
That's why I love your point just before, Janko, when you say, imagine what teams are willing to do in order to catch up with Vitality. Look what Falcons did. They signed Nico, they signed Monacy, they signed Kurisuki as well. They're trying everything they can in order to get all the talent in the world where you can combine them and go up against a team like Vitality. And it was the same thing with Astralis as well, where everyone was trying their absolute best to beat him. It's a catch-up game, and right now, nobody's catching Vitality.
Try as you will, try as you might. If your mouths are going to have to try another day, let's go ahead and head on down to the stage. What's going on, Mike?
Well, Zaiwu, you know the drill here. You've been here before. But for one more time in 2025, you are the DHL MVP. How does that feel?
Feeling great, feeling really great, because I don't think I played a good tournament, to be honest. Yeah, I was really shaky, all the tournament, but the final I will show up. My team really need me for this kind of show. So finally I show myself in the final. I play a really good game, so I'm really happy.
You certainly did. Now grab that trophy. And Dallas, give it up for Zaiwu!
Zaiwu definitely one of the driving forces over here for Vitality, but he's not all. That's not all. He's definitely him today, though. I don't know what he's talking about. He said he fell off a little this final.
Yeah, I mean, in this final tonight, he was playing well, but let's be honest, overall in this tournament, he hasn't been playing his absolute best, but it's just a luxury, right? You said it yourself, Janko, earlier today. You have Messi, you have Flamesy, you have Apex stepping up in grand finals. There's no weakness within Vitality, let's be honest.
It's crazy how they can still get to the final with him being average for his standards. And then all of a sudden, when everyone's thinking, oh, they're vulnerable, oh, they're not looking so great at the moment, he just shows up and proves once more that he's without a doubt the best player of 2025.
Yeah, speak of the devil himself. Hey, Zaiwu, what's happening, man?
Feeling great. Obviously feeling great. I mean, what can I say? We are playing really good now.
Do you ever get tired of being the DHL MVP?
Maybe to AV. That's the only before.
Okay, yeah,
But
fair
no,
enough.
and obviously I'm never getting tired of it. I mean, that's how we like to play, or I like to play. That's just showing up on the server.
I mean, we've been speaking to Apex and been hearing from you guys. You said that you had a bit of a vacation coming into this tournament. You said it yourself, you haven't played your best Counter-Strike, but even your second best or third best or whatever it is probably the best anyway. Is that because of that vacation that you're not on the top of your phone? Oh, sorry, the top of your game right now?
Actually, I couldn't even know, like, before starting the final, like, what happened. Yesterday night, we have a really good discussion with Apex, like, outside, like, for almost 1 hour. So after that, it's kind of a reset for me. Like, I knew what my job is gonna be, what I need to bring for the team. So it was kind of this. The discussion I had with Apex, like, released me, like, even more, like, I won't say the pressure, but all I need to play to helping my team. So yesterday was really helpful for me.
I know you're being very modest, and I know you're being very gentle in it as well, but how big of an impact does Apex have on your play? Like, is he motivating you? Is he helping you? Is he a driving force behind all these amazing MVP performances that we're seeing?
He's doing everything. I mean, he can hype all the team, he can find solution for everyone, it's kind of the hard worker for everyone. Like, if someone feels really bad, you will try to help him, to find some calls for him, to find any solution. So anyway, if you have Apex in the team, he will try to help you anyway.
I think also for this tournament, you said it yourself, hasn't been too hot for you until the final, that you played bad or anything, but not on to the standard some of the other tournaments. So you said a little bit of a change of mindset coming into today. What was it? Was it you trying to maybe be a little bit more aggressive, understanding you might have to, try and make a little bit more plays than usual? What was the thought process?
I think during the tournament, I didn't play my own game, to be honest. I was a bit shaky, not moving a lot, and just waiting for the enemy coming to me. So when we had the talk yesterday, I was just focused about myself, what I need to bring, like the communication, the energy I need to bring into the team. So was my main focus during the the final. So I was just focused on it.
Is there anything that can happen, because we just saw a 1v5 happen, is there anything that can happen for you guys to lose to Mouse? Because it feels like at this point it cannot.
I mean, I don't know what happened. I mean, we lost 1v5 and we almost lost the game, but even though after the 1v5 we are really focused about coming back into the game, because we know it's really rough mentally to lose 1v5 and come back this game, but we are really focused every round, each round, to find the solution, finding the gap between Mouse to find a round. So there's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt you have a massive target on your back, obviously winning every single tournament right now. Do you have a feeling whether or not the teams are catching up to you? We've seen a couple of close games versus Falcons. Mouse have had a shot, they can't beat you, but do you feel that anyone is getting close to you, or is it just cruising as of right now?
Obviously, people are getting close because I want even more to beat us every time we are winning, so it's getting harder and harder, but we just need to find solution. We need to even hard work even more than before. So for us, it's getting harder, but it's also the hard part. When you're getting on the top, it's harder to stay on it. So for us, it's obviously the hardest spot to have, but we're still working on it.
Yeah, so let me run this one by you, because I'm just kind of looking at some of the numbers here. Yeah, you did great, and obviously you did amazing, but were you extra motivated when this Dallas crowd came out here and said, you Apex?
We are making fun. I mean, we always say that also to the team. So I think for us it was the motivation. Also from last year, we lost in final. We did not want to make the same mistake almost. So we are really focused about that. And fuck you, Apex.
Listen, Saibu, you have the major coming up now, obviously in Austin. You're winning everything right now. And some of the critiques out there when we speak of you as a player is that you only have one major, which for many would be nice. And the one that you have was against maybe not the best opposition. Is it important for you to win a second major to prove to the world that, yeah, I won a major. It's not my fault that the other teams didn't show up. And if so, is that going to be that one in Austin?
Maybe it's going to be the one in it, but I'm not really focused about I won only one major. For me, we need to win the major if you want to be the greatest or whatever. So for me, every major is a stage.
What motivates you? Like what motivates
Winning tournaments. Yeah. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter if it's major, Inter Grand Slam, or like normal tournament. Winning tournaments is part of our job. We need to make it through. So for me, any tournament is really important.
All right. Cool. Well, Zaibu, since you are that DHL MVP, you want to tell the people at home something without us being involved? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
Okay, bet. All right. Well, in that case, I'll let you get out of here, man. Unless you want to. It's up to you, man. All right, good. He already took it off. I appreciate you, Big Woo. That's Zaibu. He doesn't need an introduction. There is a crowd of people here just trying to get the man's attention.
Listen, Trace, imagine having a player on your payroll where he stands up here on the desk saying that it doesn't matter if you win the major, IEM Dallas, or any tournament. He just wants to win it all because that's what he's being paid to do. Must be pretty goddamn nice to have a guy like that in your team.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I think Zaivu is one of the things that makes him great. From this, or not from this year, but recently, is he's developed just a little bit of an ego, but only on the server, not outside of the server, right? And that's sort of the dream in a way, right? Because he's such an amazing teammate. He's obviously an amazing player, and just having that little bit of extra ego after how last year went for him, and he wasn't in the conversation about best player of the year, and this year it's undisputed, right? The way he's doing, and that's another testament to, you know, Vitality, the team building and everything. They just have such a great group of guys that mesh so well together, and it's that reason why they haven't lost earlier, right? They were backs against the wall so many times that they were still able to overcome it, and you know that's why they have 6 tournament wins in a row.
Yeah, for the side of Vitality, it seems as though all those puzzle pieces came together. Speaking of our puzzle pieces, I've got Josh back on the desk with us here. We kind of swapped out Zaiwu and Steel.
2 equally legendary players.
Yeah, for their own respective reasons, obviously.
Famous and infamous.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Just kind of dunking on yourself there. That's not bad. Anyway, so yeah, this is what the playoff brackets look like as if you need an introduction. We had a whole house full of Counter-Strike in here all weekend, guys.
Yeah, we did, and Maus looked really good all the way through until, I guess, the very last stretch of everything where, you know, they go on Inferno and they don't even know about the B-bomb site. They just keep wanting to go away, so that's how the end of the tournament goes.
True, the ESL Grand Slam. We're just starting anew, and guess who's right back on the board? It's Team Vitality. They only have 9 chances remaining. I'm not sure they can do it, but I'm about positive there's a good chance.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, why not?
You know, at this point, just why not? Who knows? They just keep breaking, you know, the rules, keep breaking what we thought was possible in modern Counter-Strike. And on another note, when it comes to Maus, you know, they can't beat Vitality. It is true. But it's the last thing that's left. They can beat anyone else. They're top 3 team in the world without a doubt. I'm not very convinced that this group of guys will be able to figure it out. But if they could, imagine how sick that would be for them.
Like, you made the analogy that it's kind of looking like Liquid from 2018 that couldn't beat Astralis. What ended up happening was they not only beat Astralis, but they actually won the ESL Grand Slam. So what you're saying is sometime later this year, we're going to see Maus winning the ESL Grand Slam, toppling Vitality, and all those good things all happening all around at the same time.
But that would require Vitality to implode. It's not going to, Maus is going to find a new level, right?
And at this rate, I mean, it's not looking good for your prophecy there. But hey, I'll give you that, and I'll also give us this opportunity here from that Maus camp on their way out.
Cyclone, first of all, commiserations. I can only imagine what's going through your head right now, so really appreciate the time you taking the time to give me a few words after that. Just going back to Mirage, obviously your pick in the series, a map where you've had success versus Vitality before. Initial takeaways from kind of what went wrong there?
Yeah, I need to take my brain back to Mirage. We have a rough T-side, of course. Doesn't help it that we can't get a foot in the game. I think we're at times a little bit stressed out and don't really manage to keep it, maintain the pressure against us. I think in the advantage situations we do find ourselves in, they also did a really good job of having the right reads. Where should there be numbers? Where should they push information? And yeah, I think if we get a few more rounds of that Mirage T side, we're probably winning it. I think it still had to be the map that we had to win in this series.
It's an interesting point that you bring up, you know, the pressure side of things, because all 4 players I spoke to prior coming into this grand final, they all mentioned that this was even more of a mental game than it would be inside the server, right, when we're looking at the firepower. Can you tell me the roller coaster of the mental of Maus during that series?
Yeah, so it's more just that the environment and stage adds a little bit more. It's tougher to communicate precisely. It's tougher to always make the right play. And against Vitality, who are so comfortable and confident right now, we need those details. We need to take that info. We need to be precise in communication. And sometimes if it falls apart, they punish us.
In terms of moving forwards to the major, obviously it's going to be back here in Texas, down in Austin. What's the plan for the team moving forward? I guess you guys are going back to Europe because you're not in the later in it until the later stages, right?
Yes, we head back home tomorrow. We have 6 days at home, and then we go for a boot camp. Plan is just still to keep building and win the major.
Any takeaways that you can take away from this series to be moving into in terms of that practice and preparation?
Definitely. I think there's a lot of positive takeaways. Before this final now, we won 8 maps in a row. We beat both Falcons and Mongols. Different moments we also had to show some character, some mentality to grind our way back into it. I think that's positive signs for us. The map pool definitely improved a bit. We got a bit of a sloppy start on both Dust2 and Inferno, but I think you could see that we were able to be competitive also on those 2 maps, even against Vitality. So a lot of takeaways there. I also want to say I'm extremely proud of the boys. I think the effort and work they put in at this event, behind the scenes, has been second to none.
It's amazing to hear. Anything you want to say to the fans at rooting for Mouse, obviously moving towards that Austin Major at home?
Yeah, we kind of set out this tournament to see, is there a chance for us to turn the crowd over on our side? I think they were a little bit focused on the "fuck you Apex" chant. I don't mind that part too much, but I hope once again in Austin that we can earn our flowers, that at some point the crowd will love the game that we bring to the scene.
Thank you so much, Sakura. Yeah, commiserations once again, but really looking forward to seeing what you guys do deliver in Austin.
I don't know if I'd want them to love me, but I definitely wouldn't want them to scream and chant what they were screaming in here at me. That's for sure.
Yeah, some great insight from Cyclone. That's how it felt from outside, watching from the outside too. Just sometimes, you know, the communication is lacking, that when you need to make a move in the mid-round, and that's exactly what we pointed out before the final started, right? That's why I'm saying I'm not sure if these 5 guys can figure it out, because usually you need to have a player in there who can make the call, who can move other guys around, who can say, hey, let's clear mid now together, you block them on the other side. Like these little details that it doesn't feel like anyone is taking, you know, the mantle, taking initiative yeah. in those moments, and that's what's hurting Mouse.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that the players are really skilled, so they are able to win on that alone. And then when they're evenly matched for skill, that's when things fall apart, because their macro seems really weak, that they don't understand what their win conditions are, and the only thing that they have going for them is like good retakes on their CT side, but they don't know like where to fight for and when to like move and adjust out of that.
But then again, let's be realistic. Let's just zoom out a little bit. If you're Mouse right now, you're getting into all these grand finals, you're the second best team, maybe third best team in the world. If you would have sold them that idea at the beginning of the year when Shuhei went out of the lineup, when Spinks came in, they would have bought it instantly, right? So as much as it must suck to lose to Vitality a lot, being the second best team in the world right now, that's not too shabby, is it?
I'm not buying that, because last year they were also in contention. They played a couple of finals.
Not everyone can win.
They won a Pro League and everything. You're obviously always trying to build on that. I think they were hoping to take that next step where they can actually lift, and they did win Cluj, right? But Vitality wasn't there, so that's the problem. Maybe just attend more PGL events.
Now, everyone does love a little bit of the Falcons, right? We love what they got going over there. It's a cool little operation. Let's check out our 1xBet clutch.
And Tesses matches the Danes looking to do it. Matches with a double right back. Beats the last moment. And it's Zywoo to stop the Diffuse!
Yes, that is our 1xBet clutch, but ultimately, Magisk in this moment really did just make it real nervous in here, didn't he?
He was making it loud in here. You know, when he pulled that clutch off, the entire roof almost lifted itself.
You thought that was the catalyst for Falcons, you know, taking it to OT, maybe beating Vitality, and just the next round, Vitality, nope, we're going to win 13-11.
Yeah, Magisk can win a 1 versus 3, but the very next round, Kixon's in a 1 versus 2. Can't even make that happen, so we know who the real star is, and if the rumors are true, maybe someone else is going out.
It could be the last clutch we get to see from Maggie's in a big arena. You know, who knows?
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Jacob?
No, I wouldn't.
Another Danish one in the coffin.
I don't know.
We'll figure it out. Hey, what I do need to do is call it right here. I want to appreciate all 3 of your efforts. Everyone behind the scenes. I also want to say happy birthday to Freya, because it is her birthday. You guys forgot. Y'all forgot. I didn't forget.
I didn't forget.
No, we're not singing it. But I will say the Austin Major begins on June 3rd. And then the Intel Extreme Masters returns to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in Cologne. And you don't want to miss that either, I promise you. So, on behalf of everyone around here, thank you and good night.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence confidence combined with opportunity. Mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain about something good.
Let's go over to Amy again. Congratulations! Hi, you're becoming a star of the show. Is there anything you can't win?
At the moment, no, apparently not. We're doing pretty well. I don't know. I don't think we've... Oh, yeah, no, we couldn't win Blast Bounty at the beginning of the year. Yeah, that one.
The one thing just really slipped away from you.
Yeah, that's okay, though. We'll take that one. Yeah. Well, out of all the things we could lose, I think that one's... We take it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That was really fast.
That was really fast. I mean, compared to what we went through in Melbourne...
It kind of reminded me of the Spirit series back in Cato in terms of the quickness. Did you get the same vibe from the guys?
I think so. I think we definitely felt confident in this one. And then I think once we got the ball rolling and like we really centered on what we wanted, yeah, it was fully there.
All vitality is all over. Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much.
One more thing. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. See you later. Let's keep going. Can I bother Apex? No. I'm going to go to Jack. Jack, I didn't get to catch up with you in Melbourne. Congratulations for that and for this and for everything, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. It's been nice. Yeah.
I was just saying to Amy, it's very reminiscent to me of the Spirit Grand Final back in Cato, just like how fast you guys were. Did you get the same vibes from the team?
Same vibe from the boys, yes. Mouse they fought a bit. We had to find our way back into both of the first two maps. Inferno was a bit more smooth, so. I don't know, it would have been nice to just go really fast. Like, we've had some best of fives that have been incredibly exhausting, so that was better, but, like, Mouse scared us.
They put up a solid effort, not enough to get a map over you guys, though. Moving forward to Austin, I guess you guys are going home for a little bit. You got some rest, recuperation. Where do you call home, first of all?
Me personally, I'm in London. Okay. But Sydney's home. I do not identify as British in any way, shape or form. So I apologise, but
it's okay. It's okay. Going back to London for a little bit. Is there a boot camp in the works? What's going to be happening in between? You got a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, so we'll go home, rest. Like the jet lag is going to be a bit awkward. I always find it worse going back. So we'll take 2 days of rest, practice at home, and then we'll head to Paris for a boot camp middle of next week or middle of the week after next. Practice for a week, and then we're straight to Austin.
Okay, 2 questions, because you're the sportsman of Vitality. 1, I've been hearing conflicting opinions of who the best planker is. Please tell me which of the players can plank the longest.
Dan and Shah would be close. Yeah? Yeah, absolutely. It is, yeah. Unfortunately, Will, Matthew and Robin are not in the running. Not their cup of tea, but Dan and Shah are... we should do a plank off. We'll figure it out, and we'll let you know.
Let's go in Austin. And who's the best football player? Because I've also been hearing both Shah and Dan be fighting about this one. Can you give a title today?
It's not Shah.
Excuse me, Jack. Stop talking, Jack. Move away.
Hold on. One second.
They best football player. Too much. We have to go capturing this kind of stuff.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Who's the best football player in the team?
The best football player in the team?
I heard it was you, but I also heard it was Dan. There's a lot of conflicting opinions.
It's definitely Dan. Yeah. William is really good, but the cardio on that man is not the same as Dan. No. So, yeah, that's the issue.
Robin's surprisingly good when we actually played football. Yeah. Remember in Copenhagen we played football? He was really good. Okay.
But Robin yesterday was going through Google Maps showing me his house where he was raised, and there was a football field right next to him, and they used to play football when he was young. He used to grind football, and you know Robin.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Okay, question for you, Flamesy. How did you like this crowd? They were giving a vibe, right?
I think Dallas has been amazing. Also last year when we played, it was super fun to play. And I think today, like obviously they chant "fuck you Apex" a lot, and I think that's good energy, good vibes, and I just enjoyed overall this match, and I think the crowd in America is always really good.
Obviously, you're going to be seeing a lot more of America, well, hopefully, as we move on forward to the major. What are you thinking as we move into Austin? Do you feel like Vitality are unbeatable?
Well, we have to work hard to stay unbeatable, and that's the main challenge. It's not to become top one, it's to stay top one. I guess this guy works a lot on that. And obviously we have a lot of confidence coming to Austin, and I guess to some extent other teams have, there is some justified fear, I would say. So we have an advantage in this sense, but we also have a lot of pressure on our backs because this is the major and we won 6 in a row, and hopefully the 7th will be a special one.
30 series, 6 grand finals won as well. The numbers, they don't lie, Flamesy. How do you celebrate a feat like this? What are you getting up to this evening?
I should ask this guy. I'm chill as fuck in the after parties.
Interrupting all of these signatures. Mezzy, you are speedrunning these signatures. I will speedrun this interview. How do you get the signatures so clean every time?
As I've just said that, I've completely messed that one up. But I don't know.
Just like how you clean in the game, right?
I learned from the best, Flamesy. Flamesy's got the best signature, so I guess it's from him.
We spoke before the game, obviously your family in the crowd. Got to see your baby with little headphones on. That was absolutely adorable. I guess you're going to be spending a bit of time with them afterwards, right?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, go out and enjoy a nice meal with the team and the family as well. So yeah, can't complain. It's the best feeling.
Lovely stuff. You've got a hell of a lot of fans. I will let you get back to them and end out with none other than Apex if I don't trip over all of these cables in the process. Apex, I'm so sorry. I will get out of your selfie. And I will disturb you, as always. French fans up there. I saw you flicking the flag back up. I didn't think you'd actually be able to make it up there. That was impressive.
Yeah, I'm succeeding at a lot of stuff lately, so I knew I would make it.
Tell me about how quickly this grand final went down. Obviously, prior to this, we'd had some marathon best of fives for you. I feel like you were owed one. Did it feel similar to the Spirit victory back in Cato in terms of that pace?
Not really. I think it was closer here. Against the Spirit, I think the 2 first maps were really on our side, and the 3rd was tougher. But here, first map was really tough. And then, even though the result was a bit tight, I think it was good on our hands. So we always had the lead and etc. Except on those 2. So yeah, it just feels good, and I'm happy to win again.
I feel like you were lapping up the crowd's energy, no matter what they were chanting. You love that, though, right?
Yeah, I mean it's part of the job, and actually, it's just fun for me. It just. It's where I want to be, it's where I belong. It's just on the stage, that's where I perform better, that's where I call better. So I'm just enjoying that, so it's no problem for that.
It really is. 30 in a row. How do you celebrate after this? You're a man of culture. Give me maybe, a wine recommendation, a champagne recommendation that you will be popping open after this one.
I don't know yet, I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I know is we're gonna enjoy a bit, because it's needed. I remember with Robin when we just, Matu, as I would just put the trophy up, we say, what the fuck is going on? 6 trophies in a row, I think it's one of the record ever. It's for SCR tournament, it's just, I'm speechless. And now we have the big trophy to win, it's the major, and a lot of pressure will be on our side, but that's fun.
I'm going to end this one out the exact same way I ended out the Melbourne interview. Just any shout-outs you want to give to the people watching at home and the people that make this happen behind the scenes for you guys at Vitality.
Well, yeah, everyone's supporting us. They get more and more, I would say, because we win. I also want to shout out to a friend that lost his mom today. I just knew about that today, and it made me sad before the game, and I wanted to do that for him. I'm not sure he's watching, but at least it was fun.
Beautiful stuff, Dan. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Be seeing you in Austin.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashe's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.